You are watching the Inside Edge Network. Double A Anthony Alford alongside the man they call Moon, Eli Moon. We are so excited each and every single weeknight to bring to you a continuous stream of programming right here on the Inside Edge Network.
Absolutely, Double A. We will start at 8 o'clock sharp with the Daily Spiral. Autumn Chisholm bringing you everything you need to know from pop culture and entertainment and, of course, sports. And Autumn gives a very, very interesting take on a lot of things. We may get into it from time to time, but we love her, and you're going to love it as well. From 8 to 9, that's Daily Spiral, right into Unfiltered with Kyle Cornell. Your favorite afternoon show is Join the Evening Stream, and you're getting all your late-night news talk. Of course, Kyle has some strong opinions on the sports world and other things as well. He'll usher it in right into Inside Edge Primetime, Double A. Chad B and I, Chad Bryan, we're going to rock out. We're going to do our thing from 10 to 11:30 now. We get an extra half hour. We get to cut loose a little bit, and we can't wait to get just entertaining, fun, and have a lot of great moments with you for an extra half hour. And then, of course, we hand the keys off to you. I hope you're ready to drive the Benz. But from 11:30 to 1, midnight run with an extra half hour now.
And listen, we're going to be running. We're going to be sprinting. We're going to be getting after it. Listen, the key to this lineup and the key to these shows, you're getting everything. You're getting entertainment. You're getting local community news. You're getting music. You're getting your top sports headlines. And if you're a foodie, I'm talking to you. You like steak. You like eggs. You like whatever. We have it all covered for you here on the Inside Edge Network across our stream. Dude, let me tell you, Eli, this is incredible to have this digital space, to do this every single night. People at night, they're looking for something to tune in, something to just watch, just people to vibe with. Are we still allowed to say vibe?
I don't know.
Oh, don't tell us we couldn't say vibing.
I don't know. And she'll answer this probably almost every night when we said that right now about vibes. But you know what? Like you said, music, sports, entertainment, mental health, community. That's what we're about. And we are going to bring that to each and every one of you every single night that's been with us since the start or is jumping on right now for the ride. We're excited. Double A, myself, Kyle, Autumn, Chad. We are so excited to rock with you for not just 3 hours this time around. We're rocking with you for 5 hours, 8 p.m. to 1 a.m. Where else could you be in the evening but with the Inside Edge Network?
Yeah, we hope you guys tune in again. This broadcast, thanks to all of our partners, thanks to you, and thanks again to the Brothers Lounge, of course, sponsoring us here at the Inside Edge Network. West 117th in Detroit, right on the Cleveland-Lakewood border. We have you covered. But guess what, folks? That's enough from us right now. You're going to see us. You're going to hear us a little bit later on. You got Eli Primetime. You got me at Midnight Run. But coming up, we got the Daily Spiral. We got Unfiltered coming your way next. This is Cleveland's digital leader. This is the Inside Edge Network.
And welcome in, everybody. How about that? The mic was muted. My goodness gracious. It has been a wild week here on the Inside Edge Network. Got a few moving parts here for you. As you can tell, I was ready for the spiral, and then my hair spiraled out of control. But Eli Moon here with you. Got a very, very exciting evening stream for you. Tonight, Autumn Chisholm is under the weather. She'll be back Monday for the Daily Spiral. But have no fear, we have the exclusive look at Real Talk with Papa Moon. Papa Moon's going to talk with Father Brown. It'll air this Saturday at 5 p.m., but he's going to have a conversation now. You'll get that exclusive look. And then if you missed it, Double A's interview with the radio voice of the Cleveland Cavaliers, Tim Alcorn, will be right after that, followed by Unfiltered, and then Inside Edge Primetime and Midnight Run. So I'm going to go get my hair fixed a little bit better. Yeah, my goodness. It's Friday, though. Happy Friday to everybody. Here's an exclusive look at Real Talk with Pop Moon. I'll see you guys later on.
Looking for an iconic Cleveland music venue that features premier entertainment, spirits, and food? Well, look no further than the Brothers Lounge. They offer a variety of live entertainment acts weekly, along with a diverse selection of beer, wine, and fine spirits, not to mention Chef Wynn's food menu, which has been crafted with traditional American fare with a modern twist. So come on out and enjoy the warm hospitality and make some new friends right here in your backyard. For more information, head over to brotherslounge.com and check them out for yourself at 11609 Detroit Road. That's right near the border of Cleveland and Lakewood. The Brothers Lounge, proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader.
Key On Sports is the leader in Ohio high school athletic coverage in written, print, and video streaming. From the latest news and results and written content to the high school football game of the week every Friday, Key On Sports has you covered. The vision of 15-time published author Vince McKee has become the most trusted site in Ohio high school athletic news. From podcasts to player profiles, Key On Sports is your one-stop for all of it. Visit them today at keyonsports.com or on YouTube at Key On Sports. Check out their socials on Twitter and Facebook as well.
Please support the new Inside Edge Network by liking, subscribing, and following us on your favorite social media platforms. That's at Inside Edge Net across Facebook, TikTok, YouTube, X, and IG. And don't forget to download our new app over on Roku. And as always, thank you for supporting your favorite shows on the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader for news, talk, sports, entertainment, and mental health. Fanatics isn't just our name, it's who we are. Loyal, passionate fans, dedicated to our favorite teams and to the sports we love. That's why we're honored to be able to offer fans the world's largest collection of official sports apparel and sports jerseys from all leagues, teams, and players you love. We feature a wide selection of gear from every league, including the NFL, MLB, NBA, NHL, and NCAA merchandise, which allows us to serve fans of football, baseball, hockey, basketball, lacrosse, soccer, golf, and everything else that gets your heart pumping. Go to InsideEdgeNetwork.com under our partners section to find our link to check out all of what Fanatics has to offer. Fanatics, a proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Clean energy, bold flavors, no jitters. See why people won't shut up about Dubby. Whether you're starting your workday or getting ready to exercise, Dubby Energy helps you lock in and focus. Over 15 different flavors to choose from. Order Dubby Energy right now and find out more information by checking out our partners page on InsideEdgeNetwork.com. Also, use that promo code InsideEdge10 to receive 10% off your order. Dubby Energy, your energy-focused sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Discover our collection of handcrafted candles made with clean, minimal ingredients. Every product thoughtfully created in small batches, free from harmful toxins for mindful everyday indulgence. Imported coconut soy wax with natural wood wicks to offer long-lasting burn and rich fragrance. Find out more about Alley Rose Fragrances by checking out their link on our partners page at InsideEdgeNetwork.com. And if you're a first-time customer, use the promo code InsideEdge20 to receive 20% off your order. AlleyRoseFragrances.com, a proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Dine, drink, and dance at the premier spot in town. It's time to check out all of what our friends over at the Brothers Lounge have to offer. Everything from weekly live entertainment, a wide variety of different beers, wines, and spirits, and an expertly crafted American fare menu with a twist courtesy of Chef Wynn that'll make your mouth water. So, what are you waiting for? Head over to the Brothers Lounge at 11609 Detroit Road or check out their website, brotherslounge.com, to learn more about what you've been missing out on. Brothers Lounge, proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Whether searching for a baseball autograph by your favorite World Series slugger, a signed football by an iconic Hall of Famer, or the jersey of a world-famous soccer star, you've come to the right place. Here at SportsMemorabilia.com, the web's leading source for authentic sports memorabilia, you'll find more than 500,000 authentic products from nearly every professional sports league, team, and players. Not only will you find your next prized sports possession with ease, thanks to superb customer service and tremendous site experience, you'll have satisfaction and peace of mind that every product listed comes complete with a certificate of authenticity and is fully backed by the SportsMemorabilia.com lifetime authenticity guarantee. Check out sportsmemorabilia.com by heading over to the partners page on our website, InsideEdgeNetwork.com. SportsMemorabilia.com, a proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Discover our collection of handcrafted body mists made with clean, minimal ingredients. They offer a natural alternative to synthetic fragrances, perfect for sensitive skin and those seeking clean, mindful self-care, and the perfect gift for you and your special someone. Learn more about all Alley Rose Fragrances has to offer right now by clicking the link on our partner page at InsideEdgeNetwork.com. First-time customers use that promo code InsideEdge20 to receive 20% off your order. AlleyRoseFragrances.com, a proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Monster Moments Photography is a husband and wife wedding photography team based in Cleveland, owned and operated by Inside Edge Network's very own Ryan Monster and his wife Hallie. For the past 10 years, they've captured more than 100 weddings across Northeast Ohio and beyond, always working together as a true two-person team. Their style centers on authentic, emotional storytelling, documenting the real moments between two people in love and creating images that feel natural, comfortable, and true to the couple. Rooted in Northeast Ohio, but inspired by their travels, Ryan and Hallie bring a warm, personal approach to every wedding day. Their work blends experience, consistency, and a genuine passion for helping couples relive their best day through timeless photography. Learn more by checking out Monster Moments Photography's link on our partners page at the InsideEdgeNetwork.com website. Monster Moments Photography, a proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Find us on InsideEdgeNetwork.com for the latest information on your favorite shows, personalities, and network partners. Plus, we have a merch shop. That's right, we have network polos, t-shirts, champion jackets, hats, and bottles. Rep the network. Every purchase supports independent sports and entertainment media. Thank you for your support from all of us here at the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader for news, talk, sports, entertainment, and mental health.
Hey, welcome in everybody to another episode of Real Talk with Papa Moon. Yep, you guessed it. I'm your host, Papa Moon. And on today's episode, we have the gentleman to my right, your left, Father Brown. We're going to talk about his story, and we're going to talk about his, I can't even talk today, I stutter. He's a first responder, but we're going to find out exactly what he does for first responders. So, welcome in, Father Brown.
Terrific. Great to be here.
I appreciate you coming in and, sitting down on the couch here with me and telling your story.
Real talk.
Real talk with Papa Moon. Yeah.
Right. Good.
So how's your day been?
Terrific. Good day. Summer's wrapping up, and I have a school at my parish, and we're getting ready to welcome the students back to school after Labor Day. Teachers come back next week. So.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, we're later, but I love it.
I think that's what it used to be when I was a child. It was
Yeah,
always
I don't
after
remember.
Labor Day.
I don't. How can you remember?
This is true. You are so true because my kids all went back before
Yeah.
Labor Day. So.
Yeah. Well, Cleveland starts back next Monday, I believe.
Okay.
So, which is later for them too. Usually they're earlier, so it's all good.
What's the grades over there? I pretty sure let me get it right. Which parish is it? I don't want
It's
to say
called
the wrong
Mary
one.
Queen of Peace. We're a merged parish of Our Lady of Good Counsel and Corpus Christi in the Cleveland neighborhood of Old Brooklyn. The school is called Mary Queen of Peace School, and it's preschool through 8th grade.
Oh, wow. Okay. Nice.
So if you're looking for a good school for your kids, Mary
right.
Queen of Peace School, there's still time to get in.
There you go.
That's my little plug.
Absolutely. No,
Yeah,
absolutely. So for people watching that don't know who Father Brown is, give them a little bit of background.
I sure will. So I'm a Catholic priest, a Roman Catholic priest. I was ordained in 2006. I've been a priest for then approximately 20 years. So you may look at me and then think, gosh, either the priesthood has really aged him or he was ordained late in life. So you're going to be kind and you're going to say you were probably ordained late in life, and you're
Absolutely.
right. You're exactly right.
Absolutely.
Yeah, so I was ordained at the age of 40. What they call a delayed or a later vocation. So I was a little bit later, but for me, that was the best thing to do. I lived life really for the time before I entered the seminary, and I think it's made me a better priest today.
yeah, more life experience per se, I guess.
I would say that, at least, again, for me. I can't speak for everybody else. I can
Exactly.
only speak for my own experiences. And I know that time before I was a priest has made me a better priest today.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. So what exactly? I mean, what was a calling that brought you to become a priest?
Well, I was raised in a Catholic family, and I'm the youngest of 5 boys. I guess maybe one of us was bound to be a priest. I don't know. But I had thought about the priesthood when I was in college. I went to Ohio University for college, and my freshman year, I really was kind of torn. Like, I think I want to be a priest. I don't know what I want to do. The faith had always been very important to me, and for whatever reason, it wasn't the right time. And I applied to the seminary. I was accepted, and I didn't go for whatever reason. And then that call came back even louder in my early 30s. And it said, you know what, you got to give this a chance. You got to check this out and try it. So I was at a place where I felt like I could do that and just kind of give it a shot.
Okay, and here we are.
Here we are.
Where did you go for to the seminary? Where is it at? I'm not
For the
familiar.
Diocese of Cleveland, the seminary is called St. Mary's Seminary. It's in Wycliffe.
Okay.
Yeah, so on the east side.
Okay. Nice. Yeah, I was unaware of that. I thought it was like maybe out of state or something like that.
No, local.
Okay. Nice. And you said it was 2006.
I was ordained in 2006, so I was at the age of 40. So you can do the math. I've been a priest 20 years, right?
Okay. So when did you come to Mary Queen of Peace?
I came there in 2010, so I've been there for 16 years. My first assignment after I was ordained was in Brecksville at a parish called St. Basil the Great.
Okay.
So, wealthy, not wealthy, somewhat affluent, suburban parish, huge, huge. And then at some point, I just felt like I wanted something simpler, and that's what kind of attracted me to the parish of Mary Queen of Peace. They just had merged. And I thought maybe I do like it's like prison time. I thought maybe I'd do like 12 years in the city and then go out to another suburban parish. I've been there 16 years. I don't plan on leaving. I don't want to leave. I love being in the city of Cleveland. I absolutely love it. And I wouldn't want to go out to the suburbs at this point. It's good for those guys who want to be out there. For me, I'm where God wants me to be.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
This is your calling.
I think so.
Yeah.
I do. I think so. I think I think God has confirmed that for me on numerous occasions.
Nice. Okay. I like that. That's it sits it in your heart. You're like, this is exactly what I want.
Yes.
Okay.
Very happy. I'm very happy.
Okay. So I have a couple questions just
That's good.
because I forget off the top of my head. My son's a great interviewer.
Yeah.
He don't forget. But
Fire away.
yeah. So let's go ahead and explain to people what your dealings or your connection is with first responder.
Certainly. So my great-grandfather was killed in the line of duty when a long time ago. Of course, I never knew him. That was in 1917 he died. And it became kind of part of our family lore in some ways that we had a member of our family who was killed in the line of duty who served as a Cleveland police officer. And that's always connected me to the Cleveland police. So when I got settled at my parish now, I think it was in 2016, right around the time that the Republican National Convention was here in Cleveland, I had expressed my interest in becoming a chaplain. They brought me on then, and I've been doing it ever since. So about 10 years with the Cleveland Division of Police as a chaplain. And it's great work. It's great work. I absolutely love it. It's in addition to my parish work, so I'm not paid for it. This is volunteer, but the rewards for me are immense. They're great.
Okay. So what is something you've learned about police? Because you also said you're a chaplain also for the Cleveland Fire, correct?
Cleveland Fire, I'm also their chaplain.
Was
yes.
that around about the same time?
No, I became chaplain for Cleveland Fire, maybe 3 or 4 years ago.
Oh, really?
2022, I think I became. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So what is something that you have learned about a police/fireman after stepping into the role that you didn't understand or know before?
That they're they're just normal people who show up to their job every day, wanting to do good, wanting to help others. But there's no nefarious agenda. There's no, it's all, there's a great spirit of service and altruism with them. And I think that's inherent. They all share that. I believe that they just want to help others and do good for others. The other thing that I've learned is that often police and fire are very good at hiding their own feelings and not expressing them as well. And so when you get a chance to talk with one of them and you really are able to dig into some things, they've got to be more than yes and no questions, because that's all they'll answer.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's I think it's also, I've experienced, it's also like a male thing a lot of times. And I've learned this doing this podcast. A lot of times men don't want to open up.
You're right.
They feel that if they do open up, they're ashamed.
That's right.
They're
You're
ashamed,
absolutely right.
and they shouldn't be.
No, not at all.
Shouldn't be ashamed or ask for that help.
Right. That's right.
So that's a big thing with men. Who takes care of the person who takes care of the first responders?
Who takes care of me?
That's right. Who takes care of you? Who takes care of them?
So I have a spiritual director that I meet with on a regular basis that I can talk about some spiritual things with as well. I can talk about them. And what's interesting is that probably my closest friends are guys that are retired from the police because we're the same age cohort. They're lucky they're retired. I'm still working, and I'll be working. I can't retire till I'm 75. I always say, probably could have chosen a little bit better there,
Yeah.
But I'll work till I'm 75. But those are the guys who keep me grounded, who I can bounce things off of, who provide me with a very objective perspective, both about police work, fire work, and parish work, just because knowing what it's like for the people in the pews too. So they're really invaluable to me. These guys are invaluable to me.
Yeah, absolutely. Bring in their insight on it for you. These are like retired Cleveland guys,
Yes.
or just around.
Retired Cleveland guys. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. I have a couple of friends that are retired off the job, and their perspective is definitely different.
Yes, absolutely.
Definitely different.
Absolutely.
Okay. So let's. You spoke on your grandfather already,
Yes.
and what is like an event, like it could be like a graduation, a retirement ceremony. Unfortunately, there's funerals, or maybe a hospital visit. What's something that stands out to you? What's one specific maybe event maybe it stands out to you?
Gosh,
Or is
there's
there
so many. I mean, so as a chaplain, I do a lot of what you had said, like the ceremonial events, the award ceremonies, the graduations. I also have done baptisms of children of officers or firefighters. I've done funerals for officers and firefighters as well, hospital visits, all of those things. So when you're talking about hospital visits, it reminds me, of course, that there's been twice in my time as a chaplain that I've given last rites to somebody. I go in to give last rites to somebody and they recovered. 3 times, no, it's 3 times. 3 times I've given last rites to somebody and they recovered. And they, the joke is, well, it didn't take, Father, So, but it was. That's really powerful to be able to be at that moment where you think this is their last moments on earth, and then they recover, and it's very powerful. That's powerful for me. The funerals are immensely powerful, especially of those who have been killed in the line of duty. Those have been some of the toughest experiences I've had as a priest, and it becomes, from the first moment when you're called to go to the hospital to the burial at the cemetery, becomes all consuming, and usually there's a week to a week and a half time span because there's a lot of pieces to put together, and it becomes all consuming, and it really can take its toll on me, and I'm absolutely aware of that. I acknowledge that. I know how much it can take out of me, and I am careful about my self-care at those times. Amazing story. So in the summer of 2024, I had the funeral for Euclid police officer Jacob Durbin, who was killed in the line of duty. Very, very tragic and really a tough one. And it came right at the conclusion. The funeral, the killing happened right before Police Week started. The funeral happened at the end of Police Week. Tough week. And then in July of 2024, I had the funeral services for the Cleveland police officer, Jameson Ritter. So within about 2 months, I had two really tough funerals, two really tough experiences to deal with. And I remember it was one night I was out walking my dog and my phone rings and I answer it and it's Grace Leon, who lost her husband in the line of duty 26 years ago, and she's really become an advocate for survivors. She is an absolutely amazing woman, probably one of the most amazing women I've ever met. And here's this woman who suffered this great tragedy in her life, calling to check on me. Wow. So powerful. That was so powerful for me that, Grace, who I respect so much and my heart still hurts for what she's gone through, and she was calling to check on me. So yeah, that's that sense of experience, that sense of those intense experiences. It's powerful, and it changes you.
Okay. Yeah, absolutely. Just seeing them on TV and I just don't know how they go through them. Yeah. It's has to be tough.
Yeah, it is. It's really difficult, and emotions are real high. And I like to think that I can at least provide a sense of stability and kind of somebody who's a little even keeled at those moments. That's what I try to do. I often say that the role of a chaplain is just to be in the ministry of presence. So when you get called to the hospital in the middle of the night for someone who's been shot in the line of duty, or somebody, the Cleveland firefighter Johnny Tetrick was hit by a car and killed. So it's been police and fire. But when you're called to the hospital to do that, I've been there sometimes with other chaplains. Like, what do we do? What should we do? I said, we do nothing. We don't do anything. We just stand here and just be present, okay? And officers have told me years afterward, when I saw you at the hospital, that helped me immensely. Just seeing you there helped me.
Yeah.
And so that's what I would say. That's my most important job as a chaplain, is just to be visible. Yeah. Not to say the right words all the time, not to do anything miraculous, right? Just to be there.
That support.
Absolutely. And that visible support. And again, it's unspoken, but that sign of support, that's what's so important.
Yeah. And I may be wrong, but I think sometimes maybe, like you said, just seeing you there, knowing that if they need you,
right,
you're there. You're right there. They can reach out to you.
Absolutely, yes.
That's awesome. That's really awesome. Yeah. So, wow, that's tough. I mean, it's make me tear up just thinking about it, and having to go through something like that, because it's tough on everybody. And like you said, that was awesome that she reached out and checked in you, because it's tough on you as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I'll never forget that. It's just a simple act of kindness. Yeah. And so powerful.
I think that goes back to the question, who's taking care of the person who's taking. There you go. There's one.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
That's great.
Yeah, it really is.
Wow. All right. Well, let's. So, how do you deal? It may be, we may have touched on it, but how do you deal with carrying the pain of others?
It's not always easy, and I don't always recognize that I'm doing it, that I'm carrying that around. And I think that that's how it is for a lot of us. I don't think that we always recognize when we're carrying around like some deep hurts or some real pain. We don't see it. It's hard to see it in ourselves. And for myself, it becomes a matter of, again, that self-care. So definitely prayer for me really helps. And I'm not good in, people are like, oh, you're a priest, you talk to your congregation every week. But I'm not good in large crowds. I'm much better in smaller groups, one-on-one. And I know that about myself. And so seeking out those opportunities to just be in smaller groups, one-on-one with people. And then finally, at the end of the day, some of my best moments of self-reflection are when I'm out walking my dog. And I just walk my dog around my parking lot, big parking lot at the church. I walk my dog around the parking lot, and it's a great opportunity for self-reflection for me. So that's all important. But I mean, I'm honest. I mean, I know myself well enough. I've carried, sometimes I've carried that pain around for months, and acknowledging that it's there and getting rid of it are two different things.
Okay.
Yeah, two different things. And sometimes you just got to carry it for a little bit.
And I mean,
Work through it.
Work through it, and just eventually you can get through it.
Well, you look at it with, time brings a whole sense of healing and perspective, and that's really powerful. But, sometimes you just got to carry that pain around with you. You just got to do that.
Yeah.
And as hard as that is, sometimes I think that's what God wants me to do, and I think that makes me a better chaplain and a better priest.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that's it's hard. It's hard to bear your own pain, let alone somebody else's. So I commend you and I thank you.
I think
for that
we're
job
all
that you do.
called. I think we're all called to, in imitation of Christ who carried his cross, right, up Calvary. I think we're all called to carry our crosses, and we all have crosses. Every single one of us has crosses that we carry, and it's a matter of accepting that cross and carrying it, and then knowing when to ask for help. Just as well, it wasn't Jesus who asked for help, but it was certainly, he was provided with help as he carried his cross up Calvary.
Right. Exactly. Wow. So, what is something that we're gonna it's a little bit of Papa Talk Moon. I mean, Papa Talk Moon. I can't even talk. A little real talk with Papa Moon. It's what is something people find difficult to ask you, like as a priest. Like sometimes I think people have difficulty like approaching a police officer, approaching this. What is you feel like something that's difficult people have, to ask you, find difficult?
Gosh, I think that's a very good question. What I guess I go to, the questions that my kids ask me in my school, right?
Yeah.
Because I think that they ask the questions that adults sometimes are afraid to ask. So it's a typical things like, where's your wife? Why aren't you married? Why can't you get married? All those types of things. Do you wear this get up all the time? Do you have these clerics on all the time? Do you sleep in that? Where do you live? All those things. So the kids ask me a lot. They're very inquisitive. They ask me those questions, and I don't mind that. I don't mind talking about those things. I don't mind all that at all. So, I'm single. I can't get married. I took a vow of celibacy as a Catholic priest. I did date before I entered the seminary. And once I entered the seminary, I had to kind of figure out, I need to, focus in on what I wanted to do then. So, but I did date before that. I had girlfriends before that. I imagined my life to be, when I was younger, I thought I was going to be married, be a father with children. I thought all that. Have the nice house in the suburbs with, But that's not what God wanted. And you realize at some point, at least for me, I realized that what was my best way to get to heaven? How can I live my best life? And it was as a priest. Even though I wanted to be married, I wanted to have children. In retrospect, again, we see a lot of things in retrospect. I would have been a terrible husband. And I probably would have been not the best father. And I don't mean that to be in a way that I would have been like, abusive or demeaning. I don't. But I know myself. And I know that, like all of us, we can be selfish at times. I know that I tend to prioritize the work that I do, both as a priest and as a chaplain. And I know when I get kind of, invested into a project or a duty of my job that I'm all in and forget everything else. I'm not paying attention to other things.
Right.
So I'm not as attentive to those things that I should be, I would think, as a husband or father. So maybe I'm wrong. I don't know, but that's what I believe. I know myself.
Right, exactly. So I thought that was kind of that's kind of funny how you said like the kids ask anything.
Oh, absolutely.
It's I thought about doing a show, having the kids on here, little kids. The things that kids ask you just don't.
Yeah, they're great. They're really great.
That's a good question,
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So, after everything you've experienced, what does hope mean to you?
Gosh, what does hope mean for me? It's a great question. I think we all have to have hope. And I think that, here's my thoughts on hope. What does hope mean for me? It means seeing the sunrise every morning. That's what hope is. And now, oh boy, we're in mid-August. My first mass on weekdays at the church is at 6:15 a.m. So I usually get out the door about 10 to 6, sometimes 6. If I sleep in a tiny bed, try to get up about 5 or so, 5:30. Say some prayers beforehand and get over to the church. But it's dark now when you get out the door. And just like a month and a half ago, it was light. The sun was out beautiful. So I'm not liking this, but that sun is always a sign of hope to me. But I think we have to have hope. We have to recognize that things are always going to get better. And I tell people that all the time. And that's where I believe that those people who die by suicide, who end up taking their own lives, get to a point in their lives where they think things are never going to get to be better. Whatever it is, that pain they're carrying around or the situation that they're in is never going to improve. That pain's never going to lessen. It's never going to decrease. And they just see that as the best way out. But things always get better. They always get better. Yeah. And we can, look at our own lives. I mean, there have been times in my life where I say, oh boy, I'm in a tough way here, and I don't know what I can do, but they get better. They always get better. So that's what hope is. It's just that recognition that where you are now is not where you're always going to be.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. There's always better. Always.
Absolutely.
Always better. So we've talked about, you're becoming the priest, doing the firefighter stuff. You're at the school with the kids.
Yes.
That's phenomenal.
Yeah, it's great.
So, what does Father Brown do outside of being Father Brown? Like what do you do for your relaxation?
Gosh, so I used to. I used to have a lot more like focused hobbies. I don't have them as much anymore, but I used to be an amateur winemaker. That was fun. Like they said, oh, well, Jesus could just turn water into wine. Well, I can't do that. But I would, I was an amateur winemaker for a while. Now I've had this carboy on my counter in my kitchen for about 6 months. I got to do something with that, either clear it and then bottle it. But I don't even know how good it is anymore. So so I kind of do a little bit with that. That kind of takes my mind out of things. I like going for walks. I really do. That really just helps me to clear my head. There's so much value to just getting out where you are at that moment, and when I'm sitting at my desk and I said I can get like tunnel vision on a project. Sometimes I got to say, all right, I got to go. I got to walk outside. I got to do something. That's the great thing about a dog, really, is that a dog will tell you like, hey, take a break. Get me out. So I love that. So that, getting together with friends, I like that a lot. I enjoy that. I played golf twice this summer, which is more than I've done probably in the last several years. I'm an awful golfer. Terrible. I played in a couple outings. I had a blast.
Okay.
So those types of things.
I don't think it's about being good. It's, like you said, it's just about being out and being with friends.
Absolutely.
We're not PGA.
No, not even close. Not even close.
Yeah, you're probably a lot closer than I am, but
no.
You know my golfing experiences. I go down here to Top Flight.
Yeah.
And just hit the ball as hard as I can hit it.
Yeah.
It's a great release. Just going out there, hit the ball as hard as you can hit it.
We need something at times to direct all of our attention toward, so then the other parts of our brain can kind of rest for a second, and just that part of our brain that is focused on that tiny little white ball and trying to hit that white ball, it's healing. It's really healing.
Yeah, absolutely. So, favorite Cleveland sports team?
Oh gosh, I used to be. I was Guardians / Indians, all the way for years and years. The problem that's happened for me with the Guardians now, I don't have cable where I live, and so I just have an antenna. I can't watch them. I can listen to them on the radio, yeah, but I can't watch them, and that's frustrating to me. So I don't know as much. I don't know all the players like I used to, and that's been frustrating for me. So probably, as awful as they are, it's probably the Browns. I love watching the Browns. I love Sunday football. It's great. It's just it's part of who we are as Clevelanders. You root for the Browns, whether they're in Cleveland, whether they're in Brook Park. There are Browns still, and I'll continue to watch them, complain about them, agonize over them, shut the TV off numerous times during the game. But I still root for them at the end of the day.
Yeah. I usually you come down to the last field goal to win the game. I'll go hide.
Yes, absolutely. I can't do this.
I don't want. I'll tell my son. I'll be like, just tell me if to get it or not. I said,
yeah, I can't
it's
do it.
easier to take it if you tell me than watching it.
That's right. That's exactly right.
Yeah. Oh, the Cavs. I mean, they.
They're fun to watch too.
Yeah.
They're fun to watch too. And I've said this, and I don't want anyone to get mad at me, but I have said that this summer is the first time in my life I've ever watched WNBA games. And I kind of enjoyed them. I really think there's a lot of controversy now. They're in the news a lot, it's great marketing for them.
Oh, yeah.
But I'm watching Indiana Fever games, and I'm really enjoying that.
Yeah.
They're fun to watch. They're really fun to watch. And I never thought I'd be like that. I never thought I'd say that. So don't get mad at me. Just I'm just watching it now. Okay.
But and I'll be honest with you, because like back when you first came into existence, Cleveland had a team.
Yeah.
And don't get mad at me, but it was like watching paint dry.
Yes.
But the leaps and bounds they've made.
Yeah, absolutely.
You're absolutely right. They're amazing to watch.
They really are, and just fun. It's just I think they're fun, and of course the media has built up these rivalries and these personalities, and that's good for the sport. I think it's great for the sport.
Yeah, absolutely. My oldest son, Eli, my producer, he wrestled in high school.
Oh, nice.
And they never had a place for women or girls. Mm. Now they do, and I'm telling you what, I'd rather watch the girls wrestle than the boys, because they are so amazing to watch. They're really scrappy.
Yeah, I bet
mean,
they are.
They're good at what they do. They're good.
Well, and they have to rely more on technique than strength, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's great.
A good friend of mine, Dwayne Borders.
Oh yeah, I know Dwayne. Yeah.
I know him I have a bunch of friends in Brook Park.
Yeah.
We used to hang out all the time, and that's how I met Dwayne.
His daughter.
His daughter.
Yeah.
2 years, never scored on.
Yeah, I know. She's going to be a college wrestler.
Yeah.
Amazing. Yeah, really amazing.
So that's great. That's great. Cleveland guilty pleasure food, like a Cleveland staple food for you.
Well, I mean, to me, I'm a sucker for hot dogs. I love hot dogs. Best hot dog in the city. Best hot dog in the city. Where is it?
Yes.
Johnny Hot Dogs at the West Side Market.
Really?
Yeah, Johnny Hot Dogs at the West Side Market. The best hot dogs in the city. They're great. And I get it with ketchup and mustard. That's usually it. And I know ketchup. Get mad at me again. I don't care. But Johnny Hot Dogs. It's right when you walk in the door. There's at the southwest entrance off 25th. You walk in. He's right there at the door. He's got his grill there. Best hot dogs in the city.
I know where you're at now. Okay. Look, I'm trying to picture it in my head. I'm like, South. Okay, I gotcha. Yeah. I love hot dogs. Yeah. And I've never had it.
Oh, so great.
I'm going now.
Yeah, they're terrific. You'll thank me.
I'm going to get a hold of you and thank you. I promise I will. Yeah. Oh, I love hot dogs. Mm-hmm. It's funny because a couple of people have asked that. You know what they say? Slimans.
Well, I like Slimans too. It's good.
Yeah.
It's good. It's not bad. I like it.
But no, I enjoy getting the different answers. I don't want the same one all the time. So, now I have somewhere to go, too.
That's right.
Besides the same one.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay. Well, I tell you what, before we wrap this up, I would like for you to say something inspirational, educational, or just give a powerful message to everyone watching. And just take a look at the camera, give them something good.
Absolutely. So I think that as humans, we have the most difficult time in accepting that we have a God who loves us very much. And too many of us carry around this sense of poor self-worth. We don't think as much of ourselves. We don't think we're worthy of God's love. But let me tell you, you are. You are so worthy of God's love. We all are. And we have to acknowledge and accept that there is nothing about us that makes God love us any less. Even when we screw up, even when we do dumb things, God continues to love us. So that's my prayer for everybody who may be listening or watching today, is that in some small way that you recognize and realize how much God loves you.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Thank you. So, as y'all everyone knows, first of all, I want to thank Father Brown for coming in. I want to thank you for, without you guys, we couldn't do this. Without our sponsors, we couldn't do this. As you well know, I'm big on mental health. If you're in a dark spot, you're going through something, please reach out to a friend, family. Reach out to me. 3, 4 o'clock in the morning, I'll answer. I promise. You may have to call me 5, 6 times. Unfortunately, I'm a hard sleeper, but I'll answer your call. You are important. You do matter, and we want you around. So, with that being said, stay real, stay kind, and remember, your voice and every voice matters. Love you guys.
Looking for an iconic Cleveland music venue that features premier entertainment, spirits, and food? Well, look no further than the Brothers Lounge. They offer a variety of live entertainment acts weekly, along with a diverse selection of beer, wine, and fine spirits, not to mention Chef Wynn's food menu, which has been crafted with traditional American fare with a modern twist. So come on out and enjoy the warm hospitality and make some new friends right here in your backyard. For more information, head over to brotherslounge.com and check them out for yourself at 11609 Detroit Road. That's right near the border of Cleveland and Lakewood. The Brothers Lounge, proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader.
And welcome to the Inside Edge Network. Double A Anthony Alford here, and I am so honored again here in mid-August to be joined by the voice, the radio voice of the Cleveland Cavaliers, Mr. Tim Alcorn. Tim, welcome on in.
Hey, man, it's good to see you again. Good to talk some Cavs basketball. Schedule has come out, so that really gets the juices flowing a little bit.
I'm excited. Let me sneak in one high school football question before you start.
Sure.
I know you're excited about high school football. It's a week away.
100%. Avon St. Ignatius playing at Cleveland Browns Stadium, or First Energy Stadium, on Thursday night, and then the first Friday night of high school football. Yeah, Anthony, you know me well. I love high school football, love being in a press box. So, yeah, I'm anxious for that to get started as well.
Man, that's beautiful. And I'm just always, I love this time of the year, you know, like, oh yeah, we got football, we got basketball, of course, with the Cavaliers and everything coming up, but there's just nothing more special on top of the pros than seeing those kids every single Thursday, Friday night develop from week one on. And you've been covering high school football for a long time. I know that has to be pretty special to see that progress week to week.
Oh, there's no doubt about it. I often say, as far as high school sports are concerned, you won't see a greater journey than, as you just alluded to, from week 1 to week 10, just the maturation of a football team and the growth of a team, and heck, even the weather. You know, that first game on a Thursday or Friday night is usually hot and steamy, and the guys are cramping up and they got to soak in the liquids. And by the time you get into week 10, you're out there in a parka and you're freezing. So, yeah, it has a little bit of everything to it. And to your point, there is nothing as pure in sports as there is high school sports and high school football Friday or Thursday, as you alluded to. It's special. The bands, the cheerleaders, the parents, the communities that just show up and support the kids. I love it. It's absolutely awesome.
We are here with the radio voice of the Cavaliers, Tim Alcorn, joining us here on the InsideEdge Network. All right, let's get to this Cavs schedule. Of a few things that that stands out to me. Of course, we got word of our first opponent, and it's against Philadelphia, against LeBron James. Just before we'll talk.
Gee, what
more
a
about
coincidence! What a coincidence by the NBA.
Unbelievable. It's as if they knew something was up. I mean, they just have to have known. We could talk LeBron in particular here in a little bit, but Philadelphia as a team, they have really upgraded, of course, this offseason with the Cavaliers coming off of their playoff run. How do you assess that very first matchup coming up against the Philadelphia 76ers?
Yeah, now keep in mind that's going to be game 2 for Philly because they actually open up in New York against the world champion Knicks at MSG. So that's actually where LeBron will make his 76er debut at the Mecca of basketball. So they're going to have a very emotional game on Tuesday night. And then, of course, their home opener against the Cavs on Thursday, which will be the first game for the Cavaliers. And yeah, it's going to be a wild atmosphere. I can only imagine the way that crowd is going to react in Philly when LeBron James's name is introduced to that crowd. But, that's life in the NBA. You're going to go into a hostile environment, and you're going to have to fight through it. And for guys like James Harden and Donovan Mitchell and even now Jared Allen, Evan Mobley, Max Strus, these are guys that have been in that type of environment before. But there's no doubt it's going to be pretty wild in Philly for that opener for the Cavs. And as I said, home opener for Philly, their second game overall.
Yeah, it's going to be fun and to kind of see how the Cavs jump out in that. And I thought about this. I know the NBA Cup. I know people have thoughts about the NBA Cup in general, but a few things come out of the Cup. The courts are phenomenal across the NBA. They're just great.
Well,
but then I look
phenomenal is in the eye of the beholder. So, but
maybe it's cool when you put it together in 2K. I mean, that's all you can get there.
Okay.
But then you look at the group that we're in, and I'm like, oh my goodness, you got New York, Philadelphia, Miami, Indiana. Like, we have a tough group. And then to lead off a little bit of that stretch going into November, back to back, with a day break with Oklahoma City. Like, the Cavaliers are going to really be tested going into November.
Yeah, we're gonna find out pretty quickly what the Cavaliers have, and I think what they have is fine. Now, I'm not saying that the roster that is currently constructed, and as you and I chat, is the roster that we're going to see in training camp and in the preseason. I think Kobe Altman is still hard at work, and I think you will see some additions or whatever the case may be. But listen, I mentioned earlier, Harden, Mitchell, Mobley, Allen, Strus. I mean, there's a core group that know what it takes to win. And so I think the Cavaliers are going to be just fine. I'm not saying that they're an NBA title roster, but I think that's why Kobe still has a couple of moves to make. But that being said, to your point, Anthony, they are going to be tested early on. There is no doubt about that. And you mentioned the NBA Cup. Of course, LeBron comes to Cleveland for an NBA Cup game with Philly on Friday, November 6th. So we'll see LeBron a couple of times early on in that NBA Cup game on Friday the 6th. We talked about the atmosphere in Philly for his debut. I'm curious to see how he'll be treated and how Cavs fans will respond to him when he comes in here on Friday, November 6th for that NBA Cup game. Because as we all know, I'm not going to sugarcoat it, not going to hide from it. Hopes were high, and they were dashed. So now he's in Philly. So circle Friday, November 6th on your calendar as well.
There's a ton of dates to circle. Of course, I believe we have the Knicks 3 times before Thanksgiving, which is crazy. Of course, I already mentioned Oklahoma City coming here and then a few other big teams. Let's talk about, fans want to know what went down with LeBron in the offseason. I guess let me ask you this way, Tim. Were we as close as we would have liked to have landed LeBron, or what was your assessment of kind of what went down, as much as you can share what went down between the front office and ownership and LeBron James, and what ultimately led to at least the Cleveland portion of it not happening, I guess, with LeBron and the Cavs?
Well, much like the Cavs last year in the NBA, they reached the Final Four. The Cavs reached the Final Four as far as the LeBron sweepstakes were concerned, at least from all reports, and nobody has denied that it came down to the Cavs, Philly, Miami, and Golden State. How close were they? Well, reports indicate, and Rich Paul certainly didn't deny. In fact, he was surprised that word got out that the Cavs were the only team of those four that LeBron took a personal meeting with. He was letting Rich Paul and his team do all the talking and do all the negotiating and all of that. But according to, again, reports that I've heard, I've read, and Rich Paul confirmed, LeBron did meet with a contingent from the Cavaliers, the only one of the four. So, yeah, I think they were very close. Now, what made LeBron turn to Philly and pivot to Philly? He says it's about the roster and the ability he feels that the Philadelphia roster will afford him to win another NBA championship and become the first player ever in the history of the NBA to win a title with four different teams. And so it's certainly not about the money, Anthony. He signed for the minimum. I mean, there's going to be a lot of guys on that 76er team making more money than LeBron. Now, their net worth isn't anywhere close to LeBron, but it wasn't about the money. LeBron has said this was about the roster and where I felt I could win a championship. So if you get back to the Final Four, I'd put the Cavs roster against any of those teams. Now, hats off to Mike Gansey, a former GM with the Cavs who's now in Philly. I mean, the moves that he has made to bring in a guy like Jaylen Brown. He signs Dean Wade. He signs Anthony Simons. He's made some great moves, but I don't think you automatically anoint Philadelphia. I think the race in the East is still going to be a real dogfight.
Yeah, and that's the key there. It's like across the board, Tim. It feels every single team in the Eastern Conference, including even the regular season and obviously the playoffs, it is going to be something. What do you think, just being, obviously part of that playoff run this past year where, man, we're playing every other night. I'm sure you felt as an announcer being on the road every other night in those last couple of rounds.
Right.
What do you think the Cavs can take away and learn from that playoff run, going 7, in their first 2 series, and then, of course, the Knicks, things didn't work out, especially that game 1. What do you think this team learned from that experience?
Well, I think, the old saying, 2 different things can be true at the same time. The Cavs got to the Final Four, and you can't forget that. I think fans are looking back, and they're looking at that Knicks series, and you do tend to remember the most recent thing first. And so you look back, you go, yeah, I mean, we got our teeth kicked in, and you can't deny that. Now, give credit to the Knicks. They were on a heater, and obviously they ended up winning the whole thing. So they were playing some great basketball. But I think the things to be learned, number one, if you have a chance in the first couple of rounds to take a team out early, you have to capitalize on that. I do think the Cavs ran out of gas in that Knicks series. That's not an excuse. That's just saying they went through 2 7-game wars, as you just alluded to. 2 7-game wars that didn't necessarily have to be 7-game series. Now, Toronto was beat up. Cavs could have beat them in 5. They probably should have beat them in 6 if RJ Barrett's shot doesn't go, 20 feet in the air and then come right back down through the basket. I mean, that was incredible. That being said, so now they get pushed to 7 in that series. Detroit, you had a chance to knock them out in 6 at home. laid the egg. Now, to the Cavs' credit, nobody thought they were going to win Game 7 in Detroit and went out there and just punched them in the face. So you give credit where credit is due. You won those 2 series, but it came back to bite you in the sense you could have won those 2 series earlier and perhaps been a bit fresher for New York. I just think they were a tired basketball team against the Knicks. So lessons learned, take a team out. If you've got a chance, step on the throat, as the old saying goes. Don't give them any hope. And the second thing is, obviously, you have to take advantage of opportunities when they present themselves in those conference finals. I think we all know what happened in Game 1. That was an opportunity to steal one at MSG. You're up 22 with 7 minutes to go and can't close it out. Not saying the Cavs would have won that series. I'm not. But it would have been a different series if you put New York down 0-1 and put them in a must-win situation in Game 2 at MSG. We'll never know. But that was an opportunity they certainly let get away.
Should we, internal conversations here at the network about James Harden, his status, should we at all be concerned about James Harden, his re-signing? Like, is it a high percentage that he is going to re-sign with the Cavaliers?
Absolutely. Again, I read and hear the same things you do, but every indication is that they have agreed, meaning the Cavs and James Harden, they as plural, have agreed in principle to this deal. But James Harden, to his credit, has said, I'm not putting pen to paper until you, meaning the Cavaliers, have completed the work that you want to do. It gives you more flexibility as far as the salary cap and as far as the apron is concerned. So, no, James Harden isn't going anywhere. The Cavs want to see him in a preseason, throughout a regular season with Donovan Mitchell. As much as they appeared to be comfortable with one another, and I certainly thought it went well from the trade deadline forward, I think the Cavs, Kenny Atkinson, heck, Harden and Mitchell, they're intrigued to say, what can we do together for 55, 60, 70 games going into the playoffs?
That would be huge. Hopefully we could get that. Well, I know we got to go. Last question. We've been hearing about Kuminga. We've been hearing about Watson. The Watson that we may want here in Cleveland. That's another topic. But if they were to come here, one of them, what do you think they could add to this Cavalier team?
Well, it's the endless search for that 3-and-D guy, right? That athletic wing that can knock down some shots. Peyton Watson last year really improved his 3-ball shooting. He's young, so you're going to add some youth to the team, and certainly, again, that athleticism on the wing. And with Dean Wade being gone, and I hope fans aren't just kind of saying, oh, it's Dean Wade. He was an elite defender. And so you're going to bring in somebody, and I'm not saying it's either one of those two names, but I do think Kobe is looking to bring somebody in that can certainly help the team both offensively. But again, Dean Wade, you're going to have to find a way to replace that body at the defensive end of the floor because he could guard any position.
Tim, this was fun. I appreciate you doing this on a Friday in the middle of the summer. I really do appreciate it. Let's have you back again as we get closer to the Cavalier season.
Anthony, anytime, man. I saw that schedule come out, and now the juices are flowing. It's like, okay, you got the schedule. Let's get this thing rolling. You stayed calm, cool, and collected today, so I was happy to see that. And hey, anytime you want to have me on, looking forward to being back. I love these conversations.
Hey, listen, I was not going to be drenched in the sweat and cold. I think the last couple times we did the interviews, like the last time I was drenched in sweat, and then the time before we had that crazy hailstorm.
Yes.
Are you kidding me?
Well, I don't know who your HVAC guy is, but he deserves a great plug because you look great today.
Ain't that the truth? My goodness. Tim Alford, the radio voice of the Cavaliers, joining us here on the Inside Edge Network.
Dine, drink, and dance at the premier spot in town. It's time to check out all of what our friends over at the Brothers Lounge have to offer. Everything from weekly live entertainment, a wide variety of different beers, wines, and spirits, and an expertly crafted American fare menu with a twist courtesy of Chef Wynn that'll make your mouth water. So, what are you waiting for? Head over to the Brothers Lounge at 11609 Detroit Road or check out their website, brotherslounge.com, to learn more about what you've been missing out on. Brothers Lounge, proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Whether searching for a baseball autograph by your favorite World Series slugger, a signed football by an iconic Hall of Famer, or the jersey of a world-famous soccer star, you've come to the right place. Here at sportsmemorabilia.com, the web's leading source for authentic sports memorabilia, you'll find more than 500,000 authentic products from nearly every professional sports league, team, and players. Not only will you find your next prized sports possession with ease, thanks to superb customer service and tremendous site experience, you'll have satisfaction and peace of mind that every product listed comes complete with a certificate of authenticity and is fully backed by the sportsmemorabilia.com lifetime authenticity guarantee. Check out sportsmemorabilia.com by heading over to the partners page on our website, InsideEdgeNetwork.com. Sportsmemorabilia.com, proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Discover our collection of handcrafted body mists made with clean, minimal ingredients. They offer a natural alternative to synthetic fragrances, perfect for sensitive skin and those seeking clean, mindful self-care, and the perfect gift for you and your special someone. Learn more about all Ellie Rose Fragrances has to offer right now by clicking the link on our partner page at InsideEdgeNetwork.com. First-time customers use that promo code InsideEdge20 to receive 20% off your order. EllieRoseFragrances.com, a proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Monster Moments Photography is a husband and wife wedding photography team based in Cleveland, owned and operated by Inside Edge Network's very own Ryan Mosser and his wife Hallie. For the past 10 years, they've captured more than 100 weddings across Northeast Ohio and beyond, always working together as a true two-person team. Their style centers on authentic, emotional storytelling, documenting the real moments between two people in love and creating images that feel natural, comfortable, and true to the couple. Rooted in Northeast Ohio, but inspired by their travels, Ryan and Hallie bring a warm, personal approach to every wedding day. Their work blends experience, consistency, and a genuine passion for helping couples relive their best day through timeless photography. Learn more by checking out Monster Moments Photography's link on our partners page at the InsideEdgeNetwork.com website. Monster Moments Photography, a proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Find us on InsideEdgeNetwork.com for the latest information on your favorite shows, personalities, and network partners. Plus, we have a merch shop. That's right, we have network polos, t-shirts, champion jackets, hats, and bottles. Rep the network. Every purchase supports independent sports and entertainment media. Thank you for your support from all of us here at the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader for news, talk, sports, entertainment, and mental health.
Let's go.
Welcome to Unfiltered with Kyle Cornell, Cleveland's digital leader for all things news, talk, and sports. Don't forget, follow the show on Facebook, Unfiltered with Kyle Cornell, and on X at Unfiltered216.
Ladies and and gentlemen, welcome in. It is Unfiltered with Kyle Cornell here on your Friday. We made it to the weekend. So glad you are with us, as always, here on the program. Again, breaking the fourth wall, so to speak. As we are playing this, I would imagine I am somewhere at West Geauga at the high school for the CVC TV game of the week. West Geauga and Fairview Park playing week one of this high school football season. So I'm very excited to be there for that. Don't worry, I'm not wearing the Hawaiian shirt there. A little more respectable, but nevertheless, we appreciate you guys stopping by and checking out the news and everything else of the day here on Unfiltered. Of course, a reminder: do not forget to like, subscribe, punch that notification bell. Let me get that right there. It is. Get at InsideEdge Net across all the different social media platforms you see bottom of your screen right there: YouTube, X, Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, and everything in between. Check out the website, InsideEdgeNetwork.com. It is a one-stop shop for you when it comes to everything, from not only obviously finding out more about us with the personality profiles, the show rundown, the breakdown of what's going on weekly, what's on daily, everything like that, but also good opportunity to check out the partners page so you can get those discount codes that we have for you guys all throughout the spot breaks here, and checking out the merchandise store that we have for Inside Edge Network. It is fantastic. Shirts, polos, hats, everything you can think of at your fingertips. Just one click away, InsideEdgeNetwork.com. Now, check out the app, and don't forget, over on Roku, appreciate them working with us here on the Inside Edge Network. Just search Inside Edge Network on the Roku app, whether it's on your phone, the TV, the tablet, the computer, wherever, it does not matter. You'll be able to take us anywhere you go, courtesy of Roku. Appreciate them for sticking with us here at the Inside Edge Network. Great to have that partnership, and always appreciate that. We got a jam-packed show today. Just because it's a little bit earlier doesn't mean we're not going to have some fun, right? We're going to get into some U.S. Open stuff. I haven't actually talked about tennis too much on this program, despite it being kind of like my new favorite sport. I shouldn't say new. I've been doing it for well over a year now, but the U.S. Open, the biggest tournament here in the United States of America, is coming up next week, and some big news came down today about a participant and about money, what the players are going to be earning. So we'll talk about that a little bit later in the program. I wanted to get out of this yesterday, but obviously had a great conversation with Jake Underwood, which if you missed that interview, make sure you guys check it out again when the stream's over tonight from yesterday. But Operation Northern Shield, details about what that all entailed. A massive church fire early this morning in Cleveland as well. You guys see the funnel clouds and the water spouts by Cedar Point. We'll talk about those two. The city of Cleveland getting something new and shiny to play with. I'm sure people are really excited about that. North Ridgeville taking a stand against semi-trucks. Yeah, that's a thing. A really cool story out of Wadsworth involving high school football as well. We're going to talk about that too. The viral video of the night, and today's the day. Chad Bryan escapes me no further. He will get his comeuppance with our pictures, the memes of the week. They have come in. We have the honorable mention. We have the top three. And it is going to be fun. So all that and more coming up here on Unfiltered tonight on the program. But first, I want to get into something that has been in the news for quite some time after the recent power outages. We have an update on really what the status of Lakewood and the west side of Cleveland and what they've been going through. News 5 with a great article about this that kind of put this all into perspective. After years of power outages, Lakewood residents and business owners are now beginning to get a clearer picture of what it could take to finally fix them. City Councilman Tom Bullock says First Energy CEO Brian Tierney told him during a recent event that the city's aging electrical distribution grid ultimately needs to be replaced altogether. In a Facebook post, Bullock revealed that he questioned Tierney during a Cleveland Business Breakfast Forum. He pressed the CEO about the repeated outages that have impacted Lakewood during periods of summer heat. And it's multiple times this summer they've been without power over there on the west side. Bullock said he told Tierney that Lakewood has experienced outages during heat waves, not necessarily storms. As demands for electricity rises and residents rely on air conditioning, the issue has become a major back and forth between the city of Lakewood and First Energy. In July, the city said First Energy's aging equipment and infrastructure were responsible for prolonged outages. Bullock said the CEO's assessment was blunt. Yeah, I'd say so. I mean, he was told the Lakewood grid is very old and needs significant replacement. That surprises nobody at this point. According to Bullock, the CEO indicated that a complete overhaul could cost hundreds of millions of dollars and take 7 to 9 years for the largest projects. Bullock said while this news was a bit shocking, he was encouraged that FirstEnergy's top executive directly addressed the condition of the system. Quote, things don't work as well as they used to, and they have been being patched for way too long. The frustration is that we have already paid for the grid updates that we don't have. Lakewood has been pushing for stronger action from FirstEnergy and state regulators following all the repeated outages. This month, PUCO proposed more than $3 million in penalties and other corrective actions against FirstEnergy after finding probable noncompliance related to the company's service in Lakewood. FirstEnergy's deadline to respond is, well, today. We'll see what happens maybe later in the day with all that. Cities also encourage residents to document outages and file complaints with the PUCO. FirstEnergy has already made some infrastructure investments in the area. Bullock said, though, that the conversation with FirstEnergy's CEO does not mean the problem is solved, but that he believes it shows the company's top leadership is now focused on Lakewood's reliability problems. He said the city will continue pressing FirstEnergy and state regulators for immediate improvements while also pushing for the larger infrastructure replacement work. FirstEnergy releasing the following statement about all this. We recognize our customers' frustration and understand the significant impact that frequent and prolonged outages have had on families, businesses, and the community. As we have previously shared, portions of the electric system serving Lakewood and parts of Cleveland's west side are among the oldest in our service territory and require significant modernization to improve long-term reliability. Our priority is to rebuild and strengthen that infrastructure and have already begun making investments to address these challenges. While severe weather continues to place increasing demands on the electric grid, our focus continues to be on delivering the system improvements needed to better serve customers and communities in the years ahead. Say also, we remain committed to working through the regulatory process and advancing this important work as safely and efficiently as possible. So again, I guess the good news is the conversations are being had, right? I mean, like it's coming down the wire now, and people are actually talking and making moves about this. But it's been bad. I know technically Broadview Heights still considered, I guess, the west side, so to speak. I mean, we're more south than anything else at this point. But I lost power for 8 hours a couple weeks ago. That was the first time I've ever lost power in this space. It's definitely time to invest and to go through and to fix these things. Again, electric bills are through the roof. I know, especially with me being on the third floor in my apartment building. I mean, it's tough. It's the bills go up because it gets hot, man. And when those heat waves come through, I mean, we were literally about maybe a minute or two away from going to my mom's house because it was just so hot in this apartment. It was getting into the mid to upper 80s in here with the windows open still, just trying to get some breeze through. It was bad. So, and I can't even speak for those in Lakewood. I had to go through this, and it was days, without power and dealing with outages and all that stuff. And they had some more recently as well again too. So, I mean, it's good to see FirstEnergy starting to take that step, but they need to really get things moving because this is obviously a big deal, and there's a lot on the west side that needs to get sorted out. It's not just Lakewood. There's a lot of communities over there that need to get this all fixed and taken care of. All right, guys, we're going to take our first break here on Unfiltered. I know it's a little bit earlier than normal, but the good news is that we got a lot to still get into. I get a bunch of stories for you guys. That's why it's going to be a little more spread out today. We're going to kind of knock out multiple ones in certain segments, but with that, we will take our first break. We'll be right back after these messages here on Unfiltered all along the InsideEdge Network. Looking for an iconic Cleveland music venue that features premier entertainment, spirits, and food? Well, look no further than the Brothers Lounge. They offer a variety of live entertainment acts weekly, along with a diverse selection of beer, wine, and fine spirits, not to mention Chef Wynn's food menu, which has been crafted with traditional American fare with a modern twist. to come on out and enjoy the warm hospitality and make some new friends right here in your backyard. For more information, head over to brotherslounge.com and check them out for yourself at 11609 Detroit Road. That's right near the border of Cleveland and Lakewood. The Brothers Lounge, proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader.
Key On Sports is the leader in Ohio high school athletic coverage in written, print, and video streaming. From the latest news and results and written content to the high school football game of the week every Friday, Key On Sports has you covered. The vision of 15-time published author Vince McKee has become the most trusted site in Ohio high school athletic news. From podcasts to player profiles, Key On Sports is your one-stop for all of it. Visit them today at keyonsports.com or on YouTube at Key On Sports. Check out their socials on Twitter and Facebook as well.
Please support the new Inside Edge Network by liking, subscribing, and following us on your favorite social media platforms. That's at Inside Edge Net across Facebook, TikTok, YouTube, X, and IG. And don't forget to download our new app over on Roku. And as always, thank you for supporting your favorite shows on the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader for news, talk, sports, entertainment, and mental health. Fanatics isn't just our name, it's who we are. Loyal, passionate fans, dedicated to our favorite teams and to the sports we love. That's why we're honored to be able to offer fans the world's largest collection of official sports apparel and sports jerseys from all leagues, teams, and players you love. We feature a wide selection of gear from every league, including the NFL, MLB, NBA, NHL, and NCAA merchandise, which allows us to serve fans of football, baseball, hockey, basketball, lacrosse, soccer, golf, and everything else that gets your heart pumping. Go to InsideEdgeNetwork.com under our Partners section to find our link to check out all of what Fanatics has to offer. Fanatics, a proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Clean energy, bold flavors, no jitters. See why people won't shut up about Dubby. Whether you're starting your workday or getting ready to exercise, Dubby Energy helps you lock in and focus. Over 15 different flavors to choose from. Order Dubby Energy right now and find out more information by checking out our partners page on InsideEdgeNetwork.com. Also, use that promo code InsideEdge10 to receive 10% off your order. Dubby Energy, your energy-focused sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Discover our collection of handcrafted candles made with clean, minimal ingredients. Every product thoughtfully created in small batches free from harmful toxins for mindful everyday indulgence. Imported coconut soy wax with natural wood wicks to offer long-lasting burn and rich fragrance. Find out more about Alley Rose Fragrances by checking out their link on our partners page at InsideEdgeNetwork.com. And if you're a first-time customer, use the promo code InsideEdge20 to receive 20% off your order. AlleyRoseFragrances.com, a proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader.
Jeez, oh, Pete. Can I please finish what I'm going to say? What the fuck?
Welcome back to Unfiltered with Kyle Cornell, exclusively on the Inside Edge Network. Make sure to like, subscribe, and punch that notification bell at Inside Edge Net across all our social media platforms.
Welcome back, everybody. Unfiltered with Kyle Cornell here on your Friday. That's right. We made it to your weekend, August 21st, 2026. As always, so happy you are with us here on the program all along the Inside Edge Network. Again, breaking the fourth wall. If it looks a little brighter, it's because it is. It's not technically 9 when I'm recording this. We do it a little bit earlier on Fridays due to high school football. That will obviously change once we get past November and things settle down on that front. We'll have our Friday nights back live with you guys. But in the meantime, obviously, still a lot of great stuff to get into today. And I wanted to talk about this. I haven't really got into tennis too much here on the program, but it's been one of the things that I've really enjoyed doing over the course of the past, year and a few months. Part of my journey was being able to obviously rejoin USTA. Played a little bit in high school, played some club in college, and then kind of just forgot about it because there was never anything that I knew of where I could play. And decided I really wanted to get back into it. I've won since last June. Well, not 2 months ago, but since June of 2025, I've won now 5 tournaments in the past year and 2 months or so. It's been a real joy. It's been a real fun and pleasure to do it, and meeting some really cool people along the way. So maybe you guys have noticed in some of the background, you see some of the awards, some of the trophies, whatever it is. It's mixed. Some of it's mine, some of it's my son's, but hopefully one day it's all my son's. I'm hoping. I told him he's got to get a bunch of them so I can get rid of mine because I have to show off his stuff than mine at this point. But there's some big news coming out of the U.S. Open, and it becomes big when it comes to prize money. It is unveiled, the U.S. Open has, that was actually in a report that was released this morning, that the 2026 edition of the Hardcourt Major will have a total of $108 million in prize money available to the winners and to everyone involved. It's a 20% increase on 2025 and a 44% increase from 2024. So tennis players are starting to get paid now, which is pretty cool. The breakdown is this: if you are the champion, you get $5.5 million. This is for men and women, by the way. If you're a finalist, you get $2.8 million. If you're a semifinalist, you get $1.45 million. If you're a quarterfinalist, $780,000. If you make it to the round of 16, $480,000. If you make it to the round of 32, $290,000. If you make it to the round of 64, $190,000. And if you just qualified for the tournament, like if you just made it to the U.S. Open, anyway, it's the round of 128, you get $140,000. So as long as you qualify, you're in. You're good. Crazy to think about. It's an abnormally gigantic sum of money, and I'm glad it's even too with the men and the women, because this is one of the few sports I think that we have. I mean, there's obviously still a difference between the men and the women in tennis, but I feel like women's tennis can be just as entertaining as men's because of Sabalenka, because the Williams sisters are back playing again, all that stuff like that in the era we've lived in. We've been very fortunate. Obviously, we had the big three with Nadal, Federer, and Djokovic, now the big two. But they're making news too with all of this. Starting, I guess we'll go in chronological order here with this guy first. He is my favorite player currently just because of his overall game. And I was a big Nadal guy, so obviously the Spain stuff is important too, I guess. But Carlos Alcaraz, rather, has been out since, I think April with a wrist injury. He's back. Alcaraz is set and ready to go. He's missed the last 2 majors, won by Alexander Zverev and Jannik Sinner. So now the guy who won Australia back in January is getting back on the hard courts just in time for the U.S. Open. No tune-up. Didn't have any tournaments previously. You know, some people, they play Cincinnati, they'll play Toronto, they'll play some of these other tournaments to kind of get ready and geared up for the U.S. Open in New York next week. But Carlos is he's been training, he's been working hard, and he's back. So that's huge for the tennis world. You're thinking, oh, this is going to be great. We're going to get the 2 best players in the sport playing again. Maybe we're going to get another epic final. Well, Jannik Sinner made some news too. He is pulled out of the U.S. Open with a lingering right knee injury. I guess he suffered it not too long after winning Wimbledon this year. So we're not going to get the best 2 players on the planet playing in the same major now for the 3rd consecutive major. Remember, they had won, I think it was like 7 in a row between the 2 of them. Then obviously Alexander Zverev comes in and wins the French Open and throws a monkey wrench in all of that. he'll be one of the favorites. Zverev will be, as well as Alcaraz coming back. I think it's going to be interesting to see the Russ side of Alcaraz. Now, no Sinner. One of the last major tournaments of the year, because again, they kind of front load a lot of this stuff. By the time you get into July after Wimbledon, it feels like you pretty much hit most of the most of the major high notes, so to speak. There obviously still are more to come, and there'll be the ATP stuff, the tour finals, and all that coming at the end of the year. But this is like the real last big major tournament besides that. So to not have Yannick Sinner in it, and again, I think the big difference that at least I've picked up between the Big Three era, which is coming to a close. Djokovic is still playing, but again, it's starting to become very evident that his play while in Grand Slams is good. He's not playing a lot of tennis other than that, so he's not really up to the form of some of these guys anymore, per se. But it's becoming clear we're moving into this generation of Sinner, of Alcaraz, really being the top two guys. Now the question is going to be, how many can they win? I think Carlos is maybe 23. I think Sinner is maybe a year or two older. So, I mean, it feels like there's a lot there between these two over the next 10 to 15 years. You talk about 4 majors a year. I mean, these guys are going to be competing as long as they're healthy in every single one. And we could be talking about the next two guys that get to 20 Grand Slams. Obviously, Djokovic has, I believe, 24. Nadal has 22, and Federer has 20. Poor Andy Murray. He gets left out. At one point, it was a big 4. Murray just got hurt and couldn't stay healthy and lost a lot out of that. But it's exciting, man. This is something I'll do when I'm working or whatever it is during the day. Like I'll throw on the U.S. Open. I threw on Wimbledon. I threw on the French Open, Australia too, just in the background to watch. If you haven't watched tennis, I'm telling you, you got to give it a shot. Because honestly, it's freaking awesome. Like it really is. Just the action. Going and seeing it live in person. I went to actually my first pro tournament. I want to say back in November with my son, because we had gotten free tickets for it somehow. And it was awesome. Like the level's just different. It's you drive by parks and you see people playing and messing around or whatever it is, or even for me in some of my tournaments, because I'm obviously nowhere near that good and probably never will be. And I'm okay with it. But like the level of play is just insane. Power, the speed, the touch, the ability all these guys have, and girls. I mean, the women's tennis too. Like I said, if there's a sport where it's pretty close, there's still obviously a gap. But like tennis feels like the one sport where like if I play a 5-0 woman, I'm probably going to have some problems, and there's a good chance I may not win. Like, whereas again, if you put the WNBA players in the NBA, it's not going to go over. Sometimes you put some softball players in the MLB, obviously there's going to be some different things that happen with it. Like this is one of those sports where they're literally playing the exact same game. The women have a couple fewer sets, but like it's damn close. It is damn close to identical as far as the skill sets needed, all of that stuff. And again, a little more power on the men's side, obviously, a little more pace. I shouldn't say a lot more pace, but like the skill. And then you watch someone like Sabalenka play again, who just smacks the ball around like it's no one's business. Serena obviously was one of the best examples of that too. Just the power she brought. It's a special sport. So I hope you guys watch. I hope you tune in. It's going to be fun, and I'm obviously pulling for Carlos now that he's back. A lot of time with a wrist injury. So I'm excited to get him back out there and have a good time watching this sporting event. The biggest tennis tournament in the United States. From that to Operation Northern Shield. You guys saw what this entailed, but there was a lot. that got all wrapped up. Over 600 people were arrested. Nearly 200 guns were seized as authorities in Northeast Ohio announced the results of Operation Northern Shield. This happened a little bit earlier in the week, but I wanted to bring this up because obviously this is a huge multi-jurisdictional, multi-city, and honestly statewide initiative to kind of get drugs, guns, violent criminals off the streets. It was described as a local initiative to combat violent crime in Akron, Cleveland, Lorain, Youngstown, Elyria, Canton, Mansfield, and Toledo. The press conference was held in Akron earlier this week. 619 exact arrests, including 29 gang members. Seizure of nearly 200 guns, as I mentioned before. The operation, which ran between May and July, was described, again, as we mentioned, as the local initiative to combat violent crime in all those cities. More than 20 federal, state, and local law enforcement agencies worked together to target people, officials identified as violent offenders and individuals with outstanding arrest warrants. Quote, the plan for this operation prioritized individuals who were known to be associated with violent criminal activity and gang involvement after being identified through local crime analysis. That's from U.S. Attorney David Topfer. And these individuals were wanted for crimes of violence such as homicide, manslaughter, assault, robbery, and sex offenses. Other offenses involved human trafficking, firearms violations, and drug trafficking. Topher saying that 25 of those arrested are currently facing federal charges, but more could be referred to his office for federal prosecution where appropriate. Quote, we will continue to hunt down those who destroy lives and crumble communities with each act of violence. We are committed to making Northern Ohio a safe place where you can live in peace, raise your families, and enjoy vibrant community life. Topher saying that Operation Northern Shield was also the first of its kind in our region by targeting several metropolitan regions all at once. In Akron alone, 48 people wanted on felony charges were arrested during the city's week of operation. But according to authorities, the operation also led to major weapons and drug seizures near Mansfield. Authorities said that one arrest and search warrant resulted in a seizure of 142 firearms, $81,000 in cash, and more than 2.5 pounds of drugs, not grams, pounds. ATF Assistant Special Agent in Charge, John Smerglia, said that the firearms were intended for criminal activity. Quote, every one of these guns was destined for something that was nefarious or criminal in nature. What you essentially have with every one of these firearms is a saved life, at least one. And overall, federal officials say Operation Northern Shield yielded the following total. So listen to this. Between May 17th to July 18th, as we mentioned, 619 arrested, 684 warrants cleared, 29 suspected gang members arrested, 1.317 kilograms of narcotics seized. That's methamphetamine, cocaine, ecstasy, and fentanyl. 6 pounds of marijuana, $120,200 of U.S. currency, and I mentioned before 198 firearms, 2 suppressors, 2 machine gun conversion devices, 1 grenade, 2 sets of ballistic body armors, and a partridge in a pear tree. U.S. Marshal Pete Elliott saying, quote, Operation Northern Shield means there are fewer dangerous people on the streets and we have safer neighborhoods. The impact of this operation is only possible because of these agencies. They did not work in silos. They worked as one team. That is what multi-agency operations look like. Different patches, different uniforms, different chains of command, but one mission. Truly phenomenal work by law enforcement. And again, we've had stories about some things going awry with some law enforcement, some people and all that stuff like that, especially in Royalton. Obviously, we talked about that, involving charges being dropped, lawsuits being filed, all that stuff. But I want to take time out of the show for stories like this to recognize when it works, when law enforcement works together. I've mentioned this before back when the show was at 5 p.m. on weekdays, but working in North Dakota, seeing across state lines how Minnesota and North Dakota law enforcement work together. I hoped and prayed that we'd be able to see stuff like that here in Northeast Ohio, Northern Ohio, in this state. And we got it through some amazing work with all these people that did an amazing job over the couple months span. And I'm assuming it won't be the last, but still really impressive work. And again, if you want to see the full story, it's up on Unfiltered with Kyle Cornell on our Facebook, as well as Unfiltered 216 over on our Twitter. Yeah, just really impressive work, and proud week for law enforcement to have this announcement, to be able to do it, to say what they did. And it's truly special. But when we come back, I want to talk about this fire that destroyed a church in Cleveland this morning. We'll have more details on that. We'll talk about Cedar Point. They were in the news this weekend, or this past week, rather, not because of any more issues with Siren's Curse, but for a different reason. We'll get into it. The city of Cleveland getting some special treatment and a gift from one fast food chain. Used to be America's favorite. We'll tell you about that coming up. North Ridgeville, city officials laying down the law on semis and neighborhoods. A really awesome story out of Wadsworth involving one football player that you're going to want to hear. Also, don't forget the viral video of the night, and it is the unveiling of the memes of the week. Chad Bryan is safe no longer. We have the results. The votes are in. The results have been tallied, and you guys did not miss. We'll just say that much. All that and more coming up here on Unfiltered, all along the Inside Edge Network, guys. Stay with us. We're back after this. Dine, drink, and dance at the premier spot in town. It's time to check out all of what our friends over at the Brothers Lounge have to offer. Everything from weekly live entertainment, a wide variety of different beers, wines, and spirits, and an expertly crafted American fare menu with a twist courtesy of Chef Wynn that'll make your mouth water. So, what are you waiting for? Head over to the Brothers Lounge at 11609 Detroit Road, or check out their website, brotherslounge.com, to learn more about what you've been missing out on. Brothers Lounge, proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Whether searching for a baseball autograph by your favorite World Series slugger, a signed football by an iconic Hall of Famer, or the jersey of a world-famous soccer star, you've come to the right place. Here at sportsmemorabilia.com, the web's leading source for authentic sports memorabilia, you'll find more than 500,000 authentic products from nearly every professional sports league, team, and players. Not only will you find your next prized sports possession with ease, thanks to superb customer service and tremendous site experience, you'll have satisfaction and peace of mind that every product listed comes complete with a certificate of authenticity and is fully backed by the sportsmemorabilia.com lifetime authenticity guarantee. Check out sportsmemorabilia.com by heading over to the partners page on our website, InsideEdgeNetwork.com. Sportsmemorabilia.com, a proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Discover our collection of handcrafted body mists made with clean, minimal ingredients. They offer a natural alternative to synthetic fragrances, perfect for sensitive skin and those seeking clean, mindful self-care, and the perfect gift for you and your special someone. Learn more about all Ellie Rose Fragrances has to offer right now by clicking the link on our partner page at InsideEdgeNetwork.com. First-time customers use that promo code InsideEdge20 to receive 20% off your order. EllieRoseFragrances.com, a proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Monster Moments Photography is a husband and wife wedding photography team based in Cleveland, owned and operated by Inside Edge Network's very own Ryan Mosser and his wife Hallie. For the past 10 years, they've captured more than 100 weddings across Northeast Ohio and beyond, always working together as a true two-person team. Their style centers on authentic, emotional storytelling, documenting the real moments between two people in love and creating images that feel natural, comfortable, and true to the couple. Rooted in Northeast Ohio, but inspired by their travels, Ryan and Hallie bring a warm, personal approach to every wedding day. Their work blends experience, consistency, and a genuine passion for helping couples relive their best day through timeless photography. Learn more by checking out Monster Moments Photography's link on our partners page at the InsideEdgeNetwork.com website. Monster Moments Photography, a proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Find us on InsideEdgeNetwork.com for the latest information on your favorite shows, personalities, and network partners. Plus, we have a merch shop. That's right, we have network polos, t-shirts, champion jackets, hats, and bottles. Rep the network. Every purchase supports independent sports and entertainment media. Thank you for your support from all of us here at the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader for news, talk, sports, entertainment, and mental health.
Let's go.
Welcome back to Unfiltered, your destination for all things news, talk, and sports. Don't forget to check out our website, InsideEdgeNetwork.com, to learn more about all of our shows, personalities, and buy some merch too while you're at it.
Welcome back, everybody. Unfiltered with Kyle Cornell here on your Friday, August 21st, 2026. So happy you're with us as always on the program. Breaking news to me, but not to you guys later tonight. Shams Charania reporting that Klay Thompson, when he clears waivers from the Dallas Mavericks, is expected to sign with the Miami Heat. So a team that was devoid of shooting is about to get one of the most prolific three-point shooters of all time. I don't want to say this feels like a Ray Allen move, but it kind of feels like a Ray Allen move. They've got their guys there in Bam Adebayo and Giannis, and now they're bringing in someone to clean up the 3-point line. He's only going to be asked to shoot threes and play a little bit of defense. That's literally it. And honestly, with the guys behind him, he may not have to play that much defense at all. Just score. Just be the third option on this team. So that's big news for Miami, and I think it just further solidifies the point that the Eastern Conference is a different animal this year, man. I mean, there's going to be a lot of really good teams. And I think if you stack it up next to each other, Oklahoma City, San Antonio still feel like the two best teams in basketball, but honestly, probably the next 5, 6, 7 potential best teams are coming out of the East. And that could obviously change depending on how the season goes and records, how teams look, how they play, all that stuff. But yeah, like you think about Philly, you think about Cleveland, you think about now Miami, you think about, Detroit not going anywhere. Boston, I'm assuming, is going to be, again, a team that's competitive, that's good. Orlando, again, another young team that's looking for a bounce back season. Their star was hurt for a majority of last year. Like, yeah, there's a lot. So the Eastern Conference is going to be insane. And New York, don't forget about the next two. They just won the championship. So there you go. But I mean, yeah, it's crazy. But Klay Thompson looks like it's a foregone conclusion going to the Heat. Wow. Speaking of wow, yeah, this was a crazy scene early this morning over on the east side of Cleveland. Reports coming in of this fire around 2 a.m. at the Friendship Baptist Church over on East 55th. Cleveland fire crews worked throughout the early morning hours into the afternoon to kind of really get this thing all controlled and taken care of. The good news is, according to Cleveland Fire, the church was vacant, but there's no indication of what caused it. Now, again, things can potentially change by this evening. If they do, don't kill the messenger. But yeah, this is a crazy scene early this morning on the east side of Cleveland. My goodness, just a lot. Again, thankful that no one was actually there, no one was attending. All of that's a big fire too. It's not like, oh, it's a small fire in the kitchen and it got out of control. Like, no, this whole thing is going down. I actually remember I likened that to a story I covered a long time ago. It was pardon me, by the way, got some allergies because seasons are changing. But there was a giant house fire on Cleveland's east side. I had to go cover it for iHeartRadio. Yeah, it was. You've seen some stuff where it's a part of it, or there's a little, they've already put it out. It's pretty quick. This thing was like fully engulfed. That kind of reminds me of that church. My goodness, just. You see these earlier this week over at Cedar Point? I got a couple pictures for you guys. Yeah, there was some funnel clouds and some water spouts that formed. Remember, earlier in the week, there was some over in Ashtabula and by Mentor. But yeah, this was yesterday. This was Thursday. Funnel clouds that happens in the morning hours. Fox 8 saying that the funnel was likely a water spout. In addition, the National Weather Service had issued a special marine weather statement warning of rain showers capable of producing wind and water spouts. Again, this on the heels of course, more severe weather expected here in Northeast Ohio throughout the weekend. Again, another picture. There is a really good one about what this all looked like over there. Just crazy to think about how much that was. Um, Again, according to the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, a waterspout is a whirling column of air and water mist, in case you're wondering. They form over the water when cooler air moves over the warmer lake surface. The big temperature difference causes the warm air to rise and rotate. Fairweather waterspouts are usually weak and short-lived. They're common in Lake Erie during the late summer and early fall, according to Fox 8 as well. So nothing to get too crazy or concerned about. But at the same point, I mean, yeah, you can see it. I can only imagine if you're, we're going to go up the dragster. All of a sudden, you see this on the distance. You're just flipping out. This is why we don't do roller coasters over here. I just can't do it. You couldn't pay me to. One of the benefits of being as tall as I am, as well. You know, being 6'6", you just don't fit in a lot of stuff. It's kind of nice. All things considered. Oh, some good news for the city of Cleveland. They are getting a Chick-fil-A. That's right. They are making the move. Believe it or not, it's the first. Not the first in Northeast Ohio. There's plenty of them. But for years, Clevelanders had to drive to the suburbs like Parma, Broadview Heights, wherever, to get their fix of Chick-fil-A sandwiches, waffle fries, and those extra thick milkshakes. But next week, the mega popular chicken chain opening up a location in Cleveland proper for the very first time. The new spot opening its doors Thursday, August 27th in University Circle. So mark your calendars. Next Thursday, August 27th. Quote, opening the first locally owned and operated Chick-fil-A restaurant within the Cleveland city limits is an incredible honor. That's from owner-operator Stephen Turner, who released a statement to Fox News here in Cleveland. Those who show up that first day wearing spots, like the restaurant's cow mascot, can score a free entree or a kid's meal. The offer only applies to those eating inside the restaurant. So you can't DoorDash it, you can't pick it up and just let it go. You know, that kind of thing. You got to actually go inside. That's the gist of it. Again, the Cleveland location, just like every Chick-fil-A, is going to be closed on Sundays. All of their days, 6:30 a.m. to 10 p.m. Of course, you can eat, carry out, curbside pickup. Also available parking is in the back of the building in case you're thinking about going and checking it out. Yeah. It's a big deal. You know, Cleveland proper getting its first Chick-fil-A. It's kind of crazy to think about. I think they would have been down there already. But honestly, hey, the only grocery store in Cleveland just closed a couple weeks ago. So people need more places to go get food. So there you go. My goodness. We're going to take another quick break, guys. We're going to do 2 breaks here in these last few segments. I want to get you guys updates on what our friend Megan Gallagher has in store with her business, Omega Video Marketing.
Small business owners are superheroes, but nowadays running your business means doing so inside your shop and on social media. That's why you should make Omega Video Marketing your sidekick.
With a decade of content creation experience, I create dynamic, informative, and fun videos for your specific social needs that will increase brand awareness, get you more followers, and keep your social pages and websites current and fresh.
I offer flexible pricing and turn times and will work with you to understand your brand and your story. All of that comes from the heart. My award-winning expertise is just the cherry on top. So let's get connected. After all, your brand is the alpha and my expertise is the omega.
Big thanks to Megan for all she does and what she has done for the network in the early stages too and throughout. Does great work downtown in Cleveland as well. I'm sure she's excited about the Chick-fil-A opening up in Cleveland proper. Again, as we move through the remainder of the show, folks, a couple more things to get into. North Ridgeville's in the news. This is kind of interesting story, to say the least, involving semi-trucks in the city. I don't know what to make of it. Again, North Ridgeville City Council passing legislation that would create a mandatory fine for semis caught driving along residential streets, and a 7-0 vote. So everyone's on board with this one. The council passed legislation earlier this week. It will go into effect within 30 days of this past Monday. The new legislation will increase the fine for drivers caught using residential streets. City Councilman for Ward 3, Bruce Abens, said the current fine is $100. The legislation will make the fine mandatory and increase it to $150. Drivers will also be responsible for paying court fees associated with the citation. David said that second offense could carry a $500 fine. He's the councilman that introduced the legislation after receiving multiple calls from residents worried about 18-wheelers in their neighborhoods. Residents worried that because of their size, semi-trucks need more distance to stop. He also said most residential streets do not have sidewalks, leaving cyclists and pedestrians on the side of the road. Abens said semis on these narrow residential streets could put cyclists and pedestrians at risk. The city councilman also cites concerns about the damage heavy commercial trucks could do to local roads. He said his biggest concern is the risk of a rollover, whereas a tipped truck could cause serious damage to nearby homes as well. Quote, I personally have seen an 18-wheeler tanker go down Sugar Ridge Road, he said. My concern is that if something happens and the truck rolls, to wipe out a residential area. That is a big concern. Abens said semi-truck drivers are still allowed to use residential streets for deliveries. After making those deliveries, he said those drivers need to find the shortest route to and from the nearest state or federal highway. This kind of feels a little bit like common sense, I would say, just from a standpoint of, like, probably shouldn't be driving these giant ass trucks down streets. My bigger concern would be like, hey, power lines, things like that. In Parma, where I grew up, once in a while you'd see like a bigger U-Haul or one of these bigger trucks come down a random side street, and you just held your breath because you're like, man, that is it going to be able to make it? Again, foregone conclusion feels like it's kind of obvious, unless, like you said, unless you have to go and deliver something or whatever it is, then hey, get the hell out. Like, don't lollygag, don't hang out, take the scenic route, so to speak, get out of the neighborhood. I guess it's going to be tough in those situations too to kind of navigate this. And this is what usually happens to a lot of this kind of, litigation and rules and fines. Did they really take the fastest route? How can you make sure? Obviously, most trucks, I'd imagine, have tracking, that kind of thing. But who is judging that? Who's kind of standing out and saying this is where it was too much, too little, whatever it was? I don't know. But not surprised. I should buy this. It makes a lot of sense, obviously. Good on North Ridgeville. I'd make a little bit more money if these guys continue to do something. I wanted to talk about this story too. Out of the wonderful city of Wadsworth, south of us here in Cleveland. It was a special night last night at Art Wright Stadium in Wadsworth. Fans were there to cheer on 14-year-old freshman Colin Campbell. No pictures. I don't have any of that. He ran onto the field for the first time since 7th grade. There's a specific reason why. For Colin, the moment was about much more than football. He was diagnosed with acute lymphoblastic leukemia back in December of 2024. If you can believe that. After battling through treatment, he's back. Man, that's such an awesome story. Quote, he's just a phenomenal kid. He's an incredibly hard worker. That from Coach Chris Beery. It really drives home the point that high school sports are going to come and go, and you have to take advantage of the limited opportunities you get. Colin also went back to school as a freshman at Wadsworth High, all while still taking chemo pills every day and a scheduled spinal tap every 3 months. Those are not fun. While Colin's fight isn't completely over, obviously, he's done something. He got to do something Thursday night that he's been waiting 2 years, and that's obviously play football. So, Coach Beery saying, quote, it's just an inspiring story. He's a phenomenal kid. He's a great inspiration, joy. It's been a joy to coach him. Wadsworth, obviously, a really good football team, too. But it's that kind of stuff that makes you want to get up in the morning and start your day, right? Or at night, if you're looking for some good news, someone that was able to persevere and to fight and get over that massive hump. All the credit in the world, all the glory to God for this young man to be able to be where he's at, to do what he's doing, and kudos for Wadsworth too, not giving up on him, letting him get back in there. And again, from what I'm seeing, kid's looking pretty good, looking healthy. All that fight worked out. So congratulations to Colin and Wadsworth football. Don't know what happened last night with the game. I actually didn't look up the score. I didn't want to. I didn't want to have a bummer and if something happened or whatever it was. I wanted it to be a high note story because the fact that he was able to take the field was pretty damn cool. So we'll take that for us here on Unfiltered. Time for the final break, guys. When we come back, it'll be the unveiling of the viral video of the night, and Chad Bryan escapes no further. It is the memes of the week you have submitted. We have the results. We will unveil them coming up right here on Unfiltered all along the Inside Edge Network. We are back after these messages.
All right, folks, we cannot wait to bring you Midnight Run here on the Inside Edge Network. It is our first of many Football Fridays. The show tonight presented by Keon Sports. In fact, Dom Cleary from Keon Sports, he's going to join us to recap the Keon Sports game of the week. But we have all of your high school football scores, key storylines from high school football, week 1 of high school football. Plus, myself and Eli Moon, we will have our very first NFL roundtable. We'll go through the preseason games, including the Browns and Bills, final preparation. Shedeur Sanders, is this his most important game of his NFL career? We'll talk about that. Plus, how will the fans react to Deshaun Watson? Is he still slated to play at Huntington Bank Stadium coming up on Saturday? It's a big show tonight. Tune in. Just because it's Friday doesn't mean we have nothing for you. We have a ton for you. It's our first Football Friday right here on Midnight Run. We'll see you tonight at 11:30 right here on the Inside Edge Network.
Please support the new Inside Edge Network by liking, subscribing, and following us on your favorite social media platforms. That's at Inside Edge Net across Facebook, TikTok, YouTube, X, and IG. And don't forget to download our new app over on Roku. And as always, thank you for supporting your favorite shows on the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader for news, talk, sports, entertainment, and mental health. Find us on InsideEdgeNetwork.com for the latest information on your favorite shows, personalities, and network partners. Plus, we have a merch shop. That's right, we have network polos, t-shirts, champion jackets, hats, and bottles. Rep the network. Every purchase supports independent sports and entertainment media. Thank you for your support from all of us here at the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader for news, talk, sports, entertainment, and mental health.
Jeez, oh, Pete. Can I please finish what I'm going to say? What the f***?
Welcome back to Unfiltered with Kyle Cornell, right here on Cleveland's digital leader for news, talk, sports, entertainment, and mental health, the Inside Edge Network.
Welcome back, everybody. Unfiltered with Kyle Cornell here on your Friday, August 21st, 2026. Almost out of time with the show. But before we go, a couple things to take care of. First, it is the viral video of the night. I went a little more wholesome this evening, a little more cute, so to speak. Check out this cat who's just working that 9 to 5.
Con el panadero con el pan, tempranito va y lo saca calientito en su canasta para salir con su clientela por las calles principales y también la ciudadela y después a los portales y el que no sale se queda sin el pan para comer. diga si van pronto a salir, porque si no, para seguir.
I honestly wish that my cat would open a biscuit factory so he could start paying rent, because that would be fantastic. It is the viral video of the night. You can catch it also on the Facebook page Unfiltered with Kyle Cornell and on the X Unfiltered 216. That's just good stuff. That's good, clean family fun. I went a little dark the past couple days. We had to bleep out some swear words. This time it was more wholesome, so Chad won't lose his mind. But speaking of Chad, it's time for the Unfiltered theme of the week. Of course, you guys know the picture. It is of Chad in the elf costume. We've got the results, and boy, are they special. So without further ado, let's unveil the honorable mention. Remember, it's the top 3, and then we have an honorable mention that almost made the cut, but we feel it was still worth bringing up. So here's the honorable mention. Oh, my goodness. Nobody, absolutely nobody. Chad at 2 a.m. Santa needs me. It feels like he was in his closet at 2 a.m. and decided to put that outfit on and said, this is a good idea. I get it's pajamas, but still, you had to know it was coming. Come on. Number 3. Oh, my goodness. I wait till it loads on my computer so I could actually read it back to you guys, but you get a chance to read it, and then I'll obviously go. Behold, the single dad who works at JCPenney when it's snowy look. Someone took the JCPenney comment and ran with it. I appreciate that. Oh, man, if that's not 150% accurate, I don't know what is. Good Lord. That's number 3. I wonder what number 2 is. This sucks for the audio version until I actually read it. Look, it's the elf who got promoted to regional manager. You know he's asking for paperwork at the end of his shift. Like, you know he's walking out that door and asking his wife, like, hey, like, I'm going to need to see some documents. What do you mean you're about to deliver presents? What do you mean you put them under the tree? What? No one ever talks about Christmas in August until now. And the number 1 meme of the week. There's a reason why you can't see the bottoms. Hog emoji, eggplant. In case you're wondering, it's because Chad has a massive hog. That's what we're. And he did not buy those pajamas 3 sizes too small. He just raided Double A's closet, and then obviously this is what came out. So, oh my goodness, it is the Unfiltered memes of the week. Great job, folks. Again, those are also up on the social media platforms. Unfiltered with Kyle Cornell on Facebook, Unfiltered 216 over on the X. Oh, you guys are special. I'll tell you what. My goodness, what an amazing job. That's going to wrap it up for me on the program today. Appreciate you guys so much. Chad and Eli coming up next with Inside Edge Primetime AA at 11:30 tonight. He's going to haul ass back from West G and get there to do another show for you guys live. We appreciate you here on Unfiltered. It was the first full week of this evening block. Hope you enjoyed it. We'll be back next Monday at 9 p.m. sharp. Don't miss it. We'll see you then. Appreciate you guys. Have a good rest of your Friday and have a great weekend. Looking for an iconic Cleveland music venue that features premier entertainment, spirits, and food? Well, look no further than the Brothers Lounge. They offer a variety of live entertainment acts weekly, along with a diverse selection of beer, wine, and fine spirits, not to mention Chef Wynn's food menu, which has been crafted with traditional American fare with a modern twist. So come on out and enjoy the warm hospitality and make some new friends right here in your backyard. For more information, head over to brotherslounge.com and check them out for yourself at 11609 Detroit Road. That's right near the border of Cleveland and Lakewood. The Brothers Lounge, proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader.
Key On Sports is the leader in Ohio high school athletic coverage in written, print, and video streaming. From the latest news and results and written content to the high school football game of the week every Friday, Keon Sports has you covered. The vision of 15-time published author Vince McKee has become the most trusted site in Ohio high school athletic news. From podcasts to player profiles, Keon Sports is your one stop for all of it. Visit them today at keonsports.com or on YouTube at Keon Sports. Check out their socials on Twitter and Facebook as well.
Please support the new InsideEdge Network by liking, subscribing, and following us on your favorite social media platforms. That's at InsideEdge Net across Facebook, TikTok, YouTube, X, and IG. And don't forget to download our new app over on Roku. And as always, thank you for supporting your favorite shows on the InsideEdge Network, Cleveland's digital leader for news, talk, sports, entertainment, and mental health. Fanatics isn't just our name, it's who we are. Loyal, passionate fans, dedicated to our favorite teams and to the sports we love. That's why we're honored to be able to offer fans the world's largest collection of official sports apparel and sports jerseys from all leagues, teams, and players you love. We feature a wide selection of gear from every league, including the NFL, MLB, NBA, NHL, and NCAA merchandise, which allows us to serve fans of football, baseball, hockey, basketball, lacrosse, soccer, golf, and everything else that gets your heart pumping. Go to InsideEdgeNetwork.com under our Partners section to find our link to check out all of what Fanatics has to offer. Fanatics, a proud sponsor of the InsideEdge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Clean energy, bold flavors, no jitters. See why people won't shut up about Dubby. Whether you're starting your workday or getting ready to exercise, Dubby Energy helps you lock in and focus. Over 15 different flavors to choose from. Order Dubby Energy right now and find out more information by checking out our partners page on InsideEdgeNetwork.com. Also, use that promo code InsideEdge10 to receive 10% off your order. Dubby Energy, your energy-focused sponsor of the InsideEdge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Discover our collection of handcrafted candles made with clean, minimal ingredients. Every product thoughtfully created in small batches free from harmful toxins for mindful everyday indulgence. Imported coconut soy wax with natural wood wicks to offer long-lasting burn and rich fragrance. Find out more about Alley Rose Fragrances by checking out their link on our partners page at InsideEdgeNetwork.com. And if you're a first-time customer, use the promo code InsideEdge20 to receive 20% off your order. AlleyRoseFragrances.com, a proud sponsor of the InsideEdge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Monster Moments Photography is a husband and wife wedding photography team based in Cleveland, owned and operated by InsideEdge Network's very own Ryan Mosser and his wife Hallie. For the past 10 years, they've captured more than 100 weddings across Northeast Ohio and beyond, always working together as a true two-person team. Their style centers on authentic, emotional storytelling, documenting the real moments between two people in love and creating images that feel natural, comfortable, and true to the couple. Rooted in Northeast Ohio, but inspired by their travels, Ryan and Hallie bring a warm, personal approach to every wedding day. Their work blends experience, consistency, and a genuine passion for helping couples relive their best day through timeless photography. Learn more by checking out Monster Moments Photography's link on our partners page at the InsideEdgeNetwork.com website. Monster Moments Photography, a proud sponsor of the InsideEdge Network, Cleveland's digital leader.
Fanatics isn't just our name, it's who we are. Loyal, passionate fans dedicated to our favorite teams and to the sports we love. That's why we're honored to be able to offer fans the world's largest collection of official sports apparel and sports jerseys from all the leagues, teams, and players you love. We feature a wide selection of gear from every league, including NFL, MLB, NBA, NHL, and NCAA merchandise, which allows us to serve fans of football, baseball, hockey, basketball, lacrosse, soccer, golf, and everything else that gets your heart pumping. Go to fanatics.com by using the QR code on your screen right now to celebrate your teams.
And welcome in, everybody, to another edition of Inside Edge Primetime here on the InsideEdge Network. Chad Bryan, am I right? You're right. Everybody's right. I'm Eli Moon. We are back in the saddle, on the saddle, saddle adjacent here for your Friday edition of Inside Edge Primetime. A lot to get into, and so much already happening tonight. We had, of course, not the Daily Spiral, Autumn Chisholm under the weather, so we will have her back on Monday. But Real Talk with Papa Moon, that airs tomorrow at 5 p.m., was out earlier today with Father Brown. That was incredible, a really good conversation. And then, of course, we had Unfiltered with Kyle Cornell. He obviously was out at the football game, AA and Kyle doing the CVC once again this year. So they were out there doing that. So that was from earlier, but still going to air at the 9 p.m. hour every Friday. So stay tuned in for that, of course. A lot of good stuff there. And now it's Chad and I here for Inside Edge Primetime. And we got a lot to get into. Chad clearly got the memo that AA sent last week. I forgot about it. Hawaiian shirt, so I will dig through my closet and try to find one. We'll ask how Chad's doing in just a moment, but how are you all doing? Whether it's your first time or you've been here before, welcome back. Make sure you like, subscribe, follow at Inside Edge Net on all the socials, YouTube, X, Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, Twitch, all that great stuff. Smash that notification bell so you know when we're going live for daily shows Monday through Friday. Of course, the Daily Spiral, which will be back on Monday. I know for all you enthusiasts, Autumn will be back with us. So the Daily Spiral, 8 to 9 p.m., 9 p.m. to 10 on Filter with Kyle Cornell. 10 to 11:30 right now, Inside Edge Primetime, Chad and I, and then 11:30 to 1 a.m., Midnight Run with Anthony Alford, our program director and bro. And tonight, AA will be live with us, with all of you, of course, for the Friday football, the Football Friday edition of Midnight Run from college, NFL, all the discussion there, high school football. AA is going to get into all of that. Going to be great. Dom Clary from Keon Sports, he'll be on with AA, so a lot of great stuff tonight for you. And you can read about all your favorite personalities like Chad Bryan and myself. Of course, AA, Kyle, Autumn, Papa Moon, everybody who does a great job across the Inside Edge Network at InsideEdgeNetwork.com. You can go to our partners page. Of course, we cannot do without our title sponsor, the Brothers Lounge. Yes. They're on 11609 Detroit Avenue, the border of Cleveland and Lakewood. Great live music all week long, including this weekend. Lacey Incandescent there, and other great music for you as well. I believe there was an Eagles tribute band earlier tonight, Chad, and rocking out actually currently. So a lot of great stuff there at the Brothers Lounge. Chef Win and Winning's Bites. Winning Bites is so incredible, from burgers, nachos, fries, wings, chicken and waffles. So much great stuff. We appreciate Chef Win. We appreciate the Brothers Lounge, all the hospitality shown there. So go check out some live music, some comedy, karaoke. Go get some great food, and go check out the Brothers Lounge there, the title sponsor of the Inside Edge Network. We appreciate them. And, of course, go check out Fanatics.com, AlleyRoseFragrances.com, W Energy, Monster Moments, SportsMemorabilia.com, Omega Video Marketing. We appreciate all of them. Could not do it without them. Of course, couldn't do it without you at home. So we'll grab a shirt, a hat, a mug, a polo, a windbreaker. Rep Cleveland's digital leader and your source for sports, entertainment, mental health conversations, news, and everything in between. And make sure you take us on the road. Wherever you go, we're on Roku. Inside Edge Network app. Take us wherever you plan on traveling. We need our reward points as well, so we would appreciate it if we could travel along with you there on Roku. Yeah. All right, a lot to get into here tonight, right out of the gates. Before we get into all of it, how is my guy, the Hawaiian shirt wearing Chad Bryan, doing tonight?
I'm good. I heard someone drive by taking us on the road. I heard us.
Yeah.
There we go. There we go.
What happens when you live on a main street, man? I don't know what to do.
What's going on? You could have just said, "Hey, that was on purpose. That was production."
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm good, man. I'm wearing my son got me this shirt for Father's Day, so I'm wearing my son's Hawaiian shirt. Since I'm a week late to the Hawaiian shirt thing, but Kyle wore his today, so that's fine.
Yes.
There was some form of togetherness on the network. I feel a little better.
Yeah, and
I'm good. It's Friday. How are you?
I'm great. Not to interrupt, but I believe AA will be joining the fray. I'll probably be the only one that doesn't wear one. But you know what, Papa Moon, again, the episode Real Talk Papa Moon aired at the beginning of the stream tonight, and he was in a blue shirt. So he wasn't Hawaiian either. But again, he didn't get the memo, and he's Saturdays at 5. So what are you going to do? What are you going to do? But all that to be said, a lot to get into tonight. We'll talk the Dodgers a little bit here. They're in a mess. I mean, when it comes to financially, on the field looking all right, but how long will that last? With some things stirring there. We have Friday Free For All returning tonight. Very excited about that because, of course, we're going to get into some interesting comments and listings on one of the social media apps. We'll get into that, of course, a little bit later on. But we'd be remiss without getting into the Cleveland Browns to start tonight off. And right before we hit the airwaves, about maybe a half hour or so before we hit the airwaves, Nick Chubb had announced his retirement. Of course, Georgia, great running back there, dealt with the injuries, but came into Cleveland as a second-round pick and really tore it up. Spent some time in Houston before retiring here, but he announced Nick Chubb on his Instagram and social media that he is retiring. I actually have the part of the post up here in front of me per ESPN, but Nick Chubb making it known he will not be playing any more NFL football, Chad. He'll retire, and it makes me a little sad. We've spent a lot of time talking on this Cleveland Browns unit and what they weren't able to do maybe with other guys that were here before. Talked about even Deshaun Watson having an opportunity to play with Nick Chubb for about a season or so. But you really think back about that run from 2017 on. That started with Myles Garrett, who's no longer here, Baker Mayfield, who's no longer here, Nick Chubb, who's no longer here. The only guy in that 2018 really top 3 picks is Denzel Ward. So they've really lost a lot of what you remember in the fun era that was, 3 to 4 years. Crazy to think about, though, for Nick Chubb, a guy that was absolutely a top 3 running back at worst. If we're talking like, okay, Nick Chubb's definitely in the top 3, it's just a matter of where you put him. For a really long time there, a 4, 5, 6 year stretch, and then the injury happens against Pittsburgh. The Browns don't bring him back after, the offseason. He goes to Houston and just never really found his footing there. I believe the injury really did kind of stop, his career from being another 4 or 5 years at least, I feel like. Because he remained healthy, Chad, for a majority of his NFL career. That injury, that brutal injury, against Pittsburgh happens, and he never was the same since. Couldn't really get in with a team. Then you think about with running backs in the NFL, they always want to get younger NFL teams. Who can they buy into at 22, 23 years old and rock with for 5, 6, 7 years? And if you're not drafted by that team, if you're not the guy that was drafted by that team, you're not going to have much of a. I guess the point is your probability of having long-term success with another team isn't very high typically with running backs. This is what we've seen in the NFL. So what are your thoughts on Nick Chubb? He's retired. Of course, Brown's great. You'd argue maybe some Hall of Fame discussion with Nick Chubb, or am I off the mark there?
I don't know. A little over 7,000 yards, 54 touchdowns for his career. A good portion of that came here in Cleveland. I think sometimes those accomplishments get buried a little bit by the Browns. There's a lack of success. They had a couple nice years when he was here, but you talked about it, the fun run, right? Like, that sounds like a thing. That's like an event, I think.
Fun run.
Yeah, just the time that it was fun to watch the Browns for a little bit. It was great. And he was certainly a central part of that. But I don't know. I'm not sure. It feels a little bit like he's kind of not getting to retire on his own terms, I guess, which makes me sad a little bit. He was certainly entertaining, and aren't many guys who when you think about the orange and brown, right, who've been more loyal to this franchise and the city and the fans, and he was that guy. He answered the call. I don't know. It's hard to find the words to say about him. I was shocked to see that he announced his retirement. I guess not shocked isn't the right word. Just surprised, I guess.
Right.
I expected him to have another, off season of. Let's be honest. When he's not super old. I don't mean to say that he's old. Obviously, he's just turned 30, whatever. Well, it'd be, I guess, 31. He wouldn't turn 31 during the season. Right. But when you get older, it's tough. And he's had 2 catastrophic knee injuries now. Easy for me to say. And it just gets harder and harder to come back from that. I was hoping maybe with another off season, he'd get some rest. Work some of the scar tissue out and maybe, find he just didn't look the same last year in Houston. The burst wasn't there anymore. The speed wasn't there. That acceleration wasn't there. I thought maybe he'd find it again, but he had a great career. Certainly nothing wrong with hanging it up. And you don't want to go through that again if you're Nick Chubb. A third time would be I mean, do you remember? There was a time when when he heard it here the second time. There was a time when they talked about him possibly losing the leg. I mean, that's insane.
Right.
So yeah, you just want him to be able to walk around. You know what I mean? Like in 20, 25, 30 years or whatever. Don't want to see him having mobility issues. That would be worse than anything that you could really think of. I mean, obviously you want to see him retire, but it just feels like he didn't get to go out on his terms, which makes me a little sad.
Right. You think about, again, the injury that really slowed him down. This is a guy that really rejuvenated, and it was part of that group that rejuvenated Cleveland Browns football when like things were at an all-time low following the 0-16 season, 1-31 under Hugh Jackson in that regime. And then you get Garrett in here. You get Nick Chubb, Baker Mayfield, Denzel Ward in here in Cleveland. I just felt like, man, it was a really fun time. And, of course, you kind of watch it, as I mentioned earlier, all kind of dissolve one by one. Baker out of town, then Chubb, the injury, and then Garrett, of course, this offseason that we're currently, now into training camp. But just a month or two ago, Myles Garrett going over to the Los Angeles Rams via trade. And so you kind of see the falling of a quick rise for the Browns. And Nick Chubb's definitely a huge part of that. That's a guy that was on the brink of winning the rushing title a few times, was in competition with, Derrick Henry, who's obviously still there in Baltimore doing his thing. You have Saquon Barkley, who's been in that discussion, and, of course, Christian McCaffrey. So he's been part of an era, here this stretch where there's a ton of great running backs, and I think he's going to be one of the ones when we look back 15, 20 years, not even just here in Cleveland. I know we're Cleveland's digital leader, and we think about Nick Chubb probably more strongly than some of these other running backs I named, but I believe that we're going to look back as football fans across the nation and go, Nick Chubb was one of the best in this era of football because when he was at his peak, he was elite. I mean, top notch, like I said, top three at bare minimum. He was a guy that really was electric, 8-year pro, and I think the big thing for him, too, as I mentioned, I believe he had the injuries at Georgia, too, that were slowing him down. That's why he dropped to the second round. There was concerns about, injury history, durability, and there was never that. Again, it was just one incident, really, that just completely derailed, to your point, Chad, him having a 10, 12-year career, a 14-year career. We've seen it happen. I know it's rare with running backs, but, look at, and Frank Gore is a complete anomaly, but guys like Frank Gore that they have that, like, rough and tough type of running style that were able to play longer careers. And we've seen it with modern medicine and everything like that. So it is disappointing because Nick Chubb should still be competing at his peak against those same guys I just mentioned. And that's what's disappointing. When we talk about Browns greats past 2000 or 99 since they returned, Nick Chubb's definitely in that discussion. I'd argue top 5 Cleveland Browns because he never really caused any issues, no drama. Just put his head down and worked and did his thing. But he also held his head high in terms of doing community work, being a great team leader. So I just really appreciate Nick Chubb. It's a bummer to see 8 seasons. That's it. But I think there will be some chatter about the Hall of Fame. I don't know if he gets in. But it's that same discussion with, other guys that have been injured in the past. And I know the numbers aren't as crazy as Sterling Sharp and other guys, but you do have the discussion of, well, if that injury doesn't happen, he was still in the peak of his career running at a crazy level.
Yeah.
Maybe he has 2-3 more years of 1,200 yards rushing, if, not more. I believe that would have been on the horizon for Nick Chubb. And maybe this Browns team is a little bit different. I know we have, obviously, the move into the future now, completely different unit, Quinshon Judkins in the backfield, but you almost wonder what the Browns would have looked like with some sort of stability, because I believe you have, Jacoby Brissett, who, was playing all right. You have, Joe Flacco coming to the fold. You have some of these things, and even the quarterbacks that have come after those guys, I believe Nick Chubb would have created some sort of offensive stability. You got to respect the run, and if you just get somebody in here that's at least competent, but that's a lot of what ifs. The point is the injury happens. He goes to Houston. He isn't really able to get reps, taken away from Woody Marks. And now the Texans have been bringing in a bunch of other guys as well to fulfill that role for them. So yeah, Chad, it's sad, but he'll definitely have some sort of. I believe he'll be in the Ring of Honor for the Browns or some sort of recognition.
So. Yeah.
So.
He was too loyal to not, and the numbers are great, when he was here in Cleveland. If you would have asked me 5 years ago, when we look at the end of Nick Chubb's career and we say, what could have been,
right?
What would be the problem? Once he played for the Browns, he should have won a Super Bowl, whatever, I never really thought you would have looked back and said, what could have been because of that injury, just hate to see guys' careers end that way. And I know he played after the injury, remarkable that he was able to get back on the field and even do anything, really.
Yeah.
But clearly not to his standards and not, the way that he wanted to feel or look on the field. So yeah, I admire him for having the courage to just go ahead and hang it up and say, hey, look, I'm done. I'm not 100% not doing this. It's hard. It's really hard to let go. I think for a lot of guys, when you play a sport, girl, whoever, when you play a sport professionally, when you're doing what you love, it's hard to come to, grips with that and say, hey, look, I'm just not what I used to be. I'm not even, not even what I should be in this league. I mean, let me go ahead and step aside. It's hard to do.
It sure is. It sure is. And, Nick Chubb retires at the age of 30, just a few months shy of his 31st birthday, 8-year pro. Spent a lot of time here in Cleveland before going over to Houston. 7 of those seasons, to be exact, in Cleveland. Of course, the 1 year in Houston. So Nick Chubb, we will definitely be talking more about the Browns, and maybe we'll revisit later on in the season, just depending what the season looks like. Maybe we'll talk about some of the greats and maybe a Tuesday top 5 list of top 5 Browns since 2000 or since 99 here, Chad. So we'll keep an eye on all that. But here's the thing. The Browns have a preseason game this weekend coming up, and I just found out I'm going to the game tomorrow. So I'll be there with Cliche. We're going to step on out. We're going to go kick it, watch the team, see how everything looks quarterback-wise and defense-wise and how they match up after the joint practices. A lot of good stuff to look at, So I'll be there downtown in the atmosphere. It'll be a lot of fun. And there's some things we're interested in when it comes to the Browns versus the Bills and how the obviously the Clevelanders, the home team, look in this second preseason game. So there's 3 things. We did it last week. We're going to do it here again tonight. 3 things we're looking for in Browns preseason game against the Bills. We'll get into it. We have 3 things combined, what we're looking for the Browns. And I'll start it off again here tonight, Chad B. What I'm looking for is the emergence of the wide receiver 3. Now, to some, they're like, all right, that's a very odd, very specific thing to look at. But let's be honest, folks. When it comes to depth and wide receivers that can catch the football, the Browns should never be saying we have enough. For a team that's had drop issues, getting open, separation issues, this is a team that needs to find as many guys that can catch the football, get open, create space, all of that in preseason so they know what they're working with. I believe that Denzel Boston and Casey Concepcion, Chad, they have been fantastic, absolutely fantastic when it comes to the first preseason game, what we've heard out of training camp. And, of course, we'll see what they look like in the regular season. But I feel like that's your wide receiver 1 and wide receiver 2. Now it's a matter of who is going to be with those guys and create more of a presence for the wide receiver room. I don't believe it's Jerry Jeudy, but obviously you'll see some of him, if not a lot of him, this weekend, tomorrow. But the other guys I want to look out for, Isaiah Bond, who the Browns have guaranteed money invested into right now still, and Luke Floria, of course, the Ohioan. So it'll be interesting to see who kind of breaks away. Floria had some success with Shedeur Sanders last week. We'll see how much he gets in there when Shedeur in the game. And then when it comes down to Isaiah Bond, I believe he is the front runner to get that job, but he's got to have a spectacular game or at least show some sort of impact, I believe, to kind of break away for that wide receiver 3. Like I mentioned last week, I think Floria is a sleeper to get into that wide receiver 3 role, at least the discussion. And there's a real probability Jerry Jeudy's out of town by the end of preseason. Those are some things to keep an eye on. A wide receiver 3, how's that battle looking for the Cleveland Browns, Chad? That's number 1. What's number 2 for us?
Well, I was gonna say, just to piggyback off what you said about Jerry Jeudy, I mean, there's a good chance you see him in Houston. They've had, again, I mean, just stop me if you heard this before, right? Receiver injury problems. We talked about CJ Stroud. He's finally gonna have all of his. They're gonna be healthy, and then first thing you hear out of training camp for the Texans is you've got another receiver down. So, I mean, there's a very good possibility that the Browns are stuck in this kind of weird limbo mode where it's like, well, we're not really expecting 10 to 12 wins. Nobody ever says the word tank, right? They're not going to tank, but it's like, okay, well, if we can get rid of Jerry Jeudy and, the perception is there, maybe they can get a 3rd round pick for him. I don't know.
I mean, 3rd round's a little bit
26 drops from the last 2 seasons. You're not going to get the 2nd or first. That's, it is what it is.
If Andrew Berry, before real quick, if Andrew Berry gets a 3rd round out of Jerry Jeudy from any team, like if he gets a 3rd rounder, I would be absolutely stunned. I'd be like, Andrew Berry, you can stick around for the rest of this, for the rest of the next few seasons till the Dome. You know what? That move alone would be insane because, like you mentioned, the drops have been real poor for Jerry Jeudy. This isn't a pile on Jerry Jeudy type of segment, but what it is calling a spade. And since the Browns have invested money, this guy has not been able to hold on to the football, let alone do much after he gets onto the football. And it just, you're expecting more out of a guy that's been to multiple teams already, Denver, now Cleveland, and was projected to be one of the better receivers coming out of Alabama this decade. When you look at, what he did for the Crimson Tide and everything like that, the separation, you just haven't seen it in Cleveland. It's been a myriad of problems, and that's where I'm at with it, Chad. If Andrew Berry gets a third round out of any team, it'd be insane. But you mentioned Houston. I think another team to keep an eye on is San Francisco.
Yeah.
They're missing Ricky Pearsall, Deebo Samuel, Mike Evans, of course, two guys that are phenomenal, but they're a little bit older. There's been injury history a little bit, especially more with Deebo. So you keep an eye on there. And then Christian Kirk, a guy who's had a few flashes the last couple of seasons, but you're interested. If you're the Niners and you're interested in at least taking a flyer, I would not put it past them. So
yeah, I think if you're the Browns, the move here is to stay tight-lipped. Don't talk about that's there's no don't put the feelers out, right? Because then then your return is even more diminished. But yeah, see what you can get. I mean, we'll see who's wide receiver desperate. I guess third round. I tried to manifest something positive there, but I'd be.
I respect it.
Yeah, probably fifth rounder, but it's fine. It's fine. So I think the number two thing that I want to see tomorrow personally is just how. Speaking of number two, how Shador rolls with the number twos, right? Like, there's a lot of two right here. That's what that smell is. No, sorry. That's not number two. That's not the number two I'm talking about at all. No, I want to see how Shador plays with the twos, right? We supposedly, I mean, we would think anyway that he would see action for most of the first half. I don't know. There's just a lot of mixed signals right now, and that's okay. We're not gonna hold Todd Monken to anything because I get it, man. Things change by the minute.
Right.
Especially when you're watching things in camp and you might have a plan for Tuesday morning and then Tuesday happens. You're like, well, I mean, somebody just completely flipped everything over. You're like, well, now we got to change it up because we saw this, right? Either bad or good, whatever it is. But Todd Monken has said that the starters probably won't get a lot of run except for the rookies, right? So the guys the younger guys who are expected to be starters are going to see some more time, which is understandable. You want to get them, just kind of in the mix a little more, right? Learn the offense, learn the defense, whatever. So I just want to see how Shador works with the number twos, whether it's the second team offensive line or just whatever. Just how specifically, it's not even really about the throws for me. And this isn't me making excuses for Shador Sanders. I realized that I was a little tough on Deshaun Watson last week about, being maybe a half a step behind on some throws. I still stick to that. I think he was a half a step behind on some throws. I don't care it doesn't matter who the quarterback was. I would have said the same thing.
Yeah.
I have been pretty vocal about not wanting him to win that job for a lot of different reasons. But I think just to see how Shador gets out and leads, right? It's important for me to see. I told you, the whole, I saw the right guy, made the right read, just slipped. That irked me a little bit coming from him, right? Like I don't know why, it just did. And I've been pretty, again, vocal about being a Shador Sanders fan. I think that it makes the most sense for him to be the starter coming out of camp in week one for a bunch of different reasons. I think the most important is to see what you've got, right? So you can formulate a plan for 2027. But I just want to see his leadership because it didn't make me question his leadership, but that just, I don't know. That just was, okay. Fernando Mendoza throws an 80-yard pick six, right? Last night in a preseason game. And what does he say after the game? He goes, well, what did tonight tell you? Well, tonight told me I have a lot of learning to do, right? Blah, blah, blah. He went through the thing. And it wasn't even really like cliche. Shout out to cliche. It was actual, it was actual assessment of his own plays. Like, listen, I just wasn't very good. I have a lot to learn. I made a mistake and it turned into, you can see how fast a simple mistake turns into catastrophe, right? It's all of a sudden it's 6 points going the other way. An 80-yard pick six is, not a big deal in the preseason. You're going to get those things ironed out, hopefully. But, if the Raiders find themselves in contention down the stretch and, Mendoza throws an 80-yard pick six to flip the game the other way, then, that's catastrophe. That's a big deal. So I just thought it was good to, it was like refreshing to hear him, just his candor, I just have a lot to learn, right? Whereas Shador's like, hey, I'm doing everything right. Ball just slipped. Don't worry about it. I did it right. Don't question me. That's what it felt like. And that's the first time I've really been like that with him. Otherwise, everything else has been pretty open and honest and pretty down to earth from him. But that felt like maybe someone who's maybe just a little fed up with getting criticized every day. And I understand that's tough. But that comes with being a starting quarterback in the NFL. You got to let that stuff roll off your back and just, be as honest as you can be. You don't have to like give us secrets of the offense, right? But just come out and say, "Hey, I just didn't execute. I made a terrible throw." You saw it. I mean, everybody saw it.
Exactly.
It doesn't matter what I read. I made a terrible throw. That's what I saw. So
exactly.
I can see more of that out of him, and I want to see his leadership skills tomorrow.
Absolutely. No, and I agree. You got to feel some sort of pressure, whether you tell the media or not. You got to feel some sort of pressure. Double A and I talked a little bit last night on Midnight Run about how this is the most important game for Shedeur Sanders in his NFL career so far, because here's a job that hasn't decisively been won by either guy, Deshaun Watson or Shedeur Sanders.
Yeah.
And, Watson hasn't looked good the last day or so, day or two in camp. You have Shedeur, who's looked better the last few days in camp and really looked electric in that red zone. Red zone package, red zone coverage, whatever you want to call it. But, he looked good in the red zone. And that talks to me about the cadence of Shedeur Sanders, how he's looking, picking up the Todd Monken offense, how he's able to maybe draw a defense offside. Because, like I said last night on Midnight Run, every 5 yards you can gain from offsides or whatever, any penalty you can get from the defense is going to be crucial for a team that's looking to still identify what their offensive strategy is and their young offense at that. So I agree with you there. Now, number 3, Chad B, I'm interested to see here, is going to be the defensive end rotation. If you didn't know, Alex Wright got carted off yesterday in joint practice against the Buffalo Bills, which means the Browns are very, very thin at defensive end. Of course, you have Jared Verse, who is the guy we're expecting to have a big year, traded for in the Myles Garrett trade with the Los Angeles Rams. But you have, Isaiah McGuire as well, Jamil Muhammad. But behind that, I'm curious to see kind of what you have for the Cleveland Browns and the defensive end depth rotation, because they are getting thinner by the day now with Alex Wright's injury. Still waiting on more of an update on that and on him. But the Browns have tried to go on and get defensive ends. Za'Darius Smith, who obviously, has a little bit of history with Kevin Stefanski and such whatnot. He goes over to Atlanta with the Atlanta Falcons. Sure. And now the Browns are sitting here like, now that Alex Wright goes down. Of course, Jadeveon Clowney was out there as well. Didn't seem like the Browns had too much interest, if any, in Jadeveon Clowney and reuniting there. But you just wonder now, maybe you should have went a little harder on getting some of those guys, or I don't know. It's mind-boggling to me how a team that it felt like defensive end was one of their strengths, last couple of seasons, in the depth rotation they had there, now completely thin. And that's a worrisome thing. So I want to see how exactly. So how some of these depth guys step up, who steps up in Alex Wright's absence, who can the Browns count on for more reps come regular season. So that's what I'm curious about, how the defensive end situation looks, because I'm not worried about the middle of the defense when it comes to Mason Graham. Those guys in the middle, I think it'll be real good there. I think the corners, Denzel Ward, Tyson Campbell, somebody's going to have to step up in that cornerback 3 position. The third cornerback, who's going to step up? That's, I guess, another thing, an honorable mention for me at least, of what I'm looking for, who's going to step up in the cornerback battles here. But besides that, I feel good about the linebackers, safeties, I feel cool. I just think, defensive end for sure, what's that rotation going to look like? And then honorable mention would be cornerback 3. Who's going to step up behind Denzel Ward, Tyson Campbell, Chad?
Yeah. I would like to see if, I'm still waiting on an update. I said that. That was very presumptuous. No one owes me an update. I've been curious about an update on Carson Schlesinger, right? On his injury. Yeah. We don't know really what's going on with him. Seems to be minor. I think the Browns are just playing it very carefully because he's clearly a part of the future and the present. Right. But yeah, I don't know. With Alex Wright, we don't know anything yet. It's concerning. You just mentioned the middle of the defense. I thought Carson's, is he going to be out there? I'd love to see him hit the field for a little bit, but it's not necessary. For my peace of mind, I would like to see him out there. But if it's something like a strained calf or then rest him. You know what I mean? Like, exactly. He clearly understands the defense. I don't think it's going to change over too much. Whatever. I don't think he needs those reps if it's going to cost us, 4 to 6 weeks with a worse strain or whatever. Yes. Whatever it is. It just seems like maybe a soft tissue injury. I don't think it's, no one's talked about an MRI, anything like that. So it seems like just one of those possible nagging things that you really don't want to see him bugged with all season, because that changes the entire makeup of the defense then. So yeah, exactly. You're talking about one of the leaders there on the defense. You'd imagine Carson Schlesinger, Jared Verse, and Denzel Ward, the 3 guys that are going to kind of hold the defense down post Myles Garrett era here now in Cleveland for the Browns on defense. A lot to look at when it comes to tomorrow's game against the Bills. Obviously, they've been playing the last few days, in practice against the Bills, having some experience against a different team here for the Browns, of course, and Todd Monken. Tomorrow they play in a primetime slot, 1 p.m., of course, in Cleveland. It's the primetime slot here. Another thing to keep an eye on, we talked about Deshaun Watson and how he's going to react to the Cleveland fan base and,
how the fans are probably going to feel towards Deshaun Watson. He does not care. So we'll kind of see if he cares after Saturday's reaction in Cleveland. We'll keep an eye on a bunch of stuff here when it comes to the Browns. But we're going to take a quick break. We're going to let you go grab your dinner, your caffeine, whatever you need to do. We're going to do the same. And when we come back here, Chad and I are going to talk about the Dodgers. They're in a mess. Financially, we thought nobody could spend like the Dodgers, and now we know why nobody can spend like the Dodgers. So we'll talk about that a little bit later on here. Actually, next with you. A little bit later on, we'll talk our Friday free-for-all. We're bringing it back, the segment. We're going to dive into a social media app that has some weird listings for items. We're not sure what's weirder, the listing for items or the comments. We'll talk about that a little bit later on. This is Inside Edge Primetime here on the Inside Edge Network. Chad Bryant to my right, you're right, everybody's right. I'm Eli Moon. We are back right after this.
Dine, drink, and dance at the premier spot in town. It's time to check out all of what our friends over at the Brothers Lounge have to offer. Everything from weekly live entertainment, a wide variety of different beers, wines, and spirits, and an expertly crafted American fare menu with a twist courtesy of Chef Wynn that'll make your mouth water. So, what are you waiting for? Head over to the Brothers Lounge at 11609 Detroit Road or check out their website, brotherslounge.com, to learn more about what you've been missing out on. Brothers Lounge, proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Whether searching for a baseball autograph by your favorite World Series slugger, a signed football by an iconic Hall of Famer, or the jersey of a world-famous soccer star, you've come to the right place. Here at sportsmemorabilia.com, the web's leading source for authentic sports memorabilia, you'll find more than 500,000 authentic products from nearly every professional sports league, team, and players. Not only will you find your next prized sports possession with ease, thanks to superb customer service and tremendous site experience, you'll have satisfaction and peace of mind that every product listed comes complete with a certificate of authenticity and is fully backed by the sportsmemorabilia.com lifetime authenticity guarantee. Check out sportsmemorabilia.com by heading over to the partners page on our website, InsideEdgeNetwork.com. SportsMemorabilia.com, a proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Discover our collection of handcrafted body mists made with clean, minimal ingredients. They offer a natural alternative to synthetic fragrances, perfect for sensitive skin and those seeking clean, mindful self-care, and the perfect gift for you and your special someone. Learn more about all Ellie Rose Fragrances has to offer right now by clicking the link on our partner page at InsideEdgeNetwork.com. First-time customers use that promo code InsideEdge20 to receive 20% off your order. EllieRoseFragrances.com, a proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Monster Moments Photography is a husband and wife wedding photography team based in Cleveland, owned and operated by Inside Edge Network's very own Ryan Mosser and his wife Hallie. For the past 10 years, they've captured more than 100 weddings across Northeast Ohio and beyond, always working together as a true two-person team. Their style centers on authentic, emotional storytelling, documenting the real moments between two people in love and creating images that feel natural, comfortable, and true to the couple. Rooted in Northeast Ohio, but inspired by their travels, Ryan and Hallie bring a warm, personal approach to every wedding day. Their work blends experience, consistency, and a genuine passion for helping couples relive their best day through timeless photography. Learn more by checking out Monster Moments Photography's link on our partners page at the InsideEdgeNetwork.com website. Monster Moments Photography, a proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Find us on InsideEdgeNetwork.com for the latest information on your favorite shows, personalities, and network partners. Plus, we have a merch shop. That's right, we have network polos, t-shirts, champion jackets, hats, and bottles. Rep the network. Every purchase supports independent sports and entertainment media. Thank you for your support from all of us here at the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader for news, talk, sports, entertainment, and mental health.
All right, folks, we cannot wait to bring you Midnight Run here on the Inside Edge Network. It is our first of many Football Fridays, the show that I presented by Keon Sports. In fact, Dom Cleary from Keon Sports, he's going to join us to recap the Keon Sports game of the week. But we have all of your high school football scores, key storylines from high school football, week one of high school football, plus myself and Eli Moon, we will have our very first NFL roundtable. We'll go through the preseason games, including the Browns and Bills, final preparation. Shedeur Sanders, is this his most important game of his NFL career? We'll talk about that. Plus, how will the fans react to Deshaun Watson? Is he still slated to play at Huntington Bank Stadium coming up on Saturday? It's a big show tonight. Tune in. Just because it's Friday doesn't mean we have nothing for you. We have a ton for you. It's our first Football Friday right here on Midnight Run. We'll see you tonight at 11:30 right here on the Inside Edge Network.
And welcome back to Inside Edge Primetime here on the Inside Edge Network. Chad Bryan, my right, your right, everybody's right. I'm Eli Moon. We are back in the saddle on the saddle adjacent here for some more Friday edition of Inside Edge Primetime. Talked about the Browns. Nick Chubb, former Browns running back, Browns great, retires after 8 NFL seasons at the age of 30.
Yep.
And then we pivoted to, of course, the Browns. Saturday, week 2 of the preseason, Buffalo Bills in Cleveland tomorrow. Talk about some things we're looking for, of course, for the Browns against the Bills tomorrow. But so happy you are with us. Make sure, of course, if you haven't already, like, subscribe, follow at Inside Edge Net on all the socials, YouTube, X, Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, Twitch. Smash the notification bell so you know when we're going live across all the socials, 4 daily shows, and a lot of great weekly programming for you here on Inside Edge Network at Inside Edge Net. And, of course, the website, InsideEdgeNetwork.com. Read about your favorite personalities. Go check out our partners. Cannot do it without, of course, our title sponsor, The Brothers Lounge. Great live music all weekend, weekend long. And there's karaoke on Sundays. Tuesday, you have your open mic night and comedy. Go to the concert hall or the front stage, the wine bar. Great drinks, great menu for food. You can go to Chef Win and Winning Bites. Burgers, wings, fries, nachos. So many great options. Voodoo Pasta, so much great stuff there. 11609, again, 11609 Detroit Avenue, border of Cleveland and Lakewood. Everybody does a great job there. We appreciate Billy, the owner of Brothers Lounge. And, of course, everybody that makes the experience so much more worth it. Between, of course, the live music and the food, that brings you in already. And then you get to have great conversation with a lot of great people. So we appreciate the Brothers Lounge, title sponsor of the Inside Edge Network. And, of course, Fanatics.com, MailYourRoseFragrances.com, W Energy, Monster Moments, SportsMemorabilia.com, and Omega Video Marketing. Couldn't do it without them. And couldn't do it without you at home. So go grab a shirt, a hat, a mug, a polo, a windbreaker at the merchandise store. Rep Cleveland's digital leader, your source for sports, entertainment, mental health conversations, news, and everything in between. And near or far, here we are. Inside Edge Network app on Roku. Take us with you on the Inside Edge Network app on Roku. Let us get our reward points. Yes, absolutely.
I was listening I was hoping we were going to go again. That's okay.
Yeah. I don't know about that, Chabby, but we're working on it. All right? You got your Hawaiian shirt. It's Friday. We already talked to Browns, so I see the smiles on your face because now you don't have to stress as much. That'll be tomorrow at 1 o'clock. But there's some Los Angeles ownership that might be sweating a little bit with all the reports circling around, the rumors murmuring, and everything going on when it comes to the Dodgers, Chad B. It appears that they might be, and just might be, allegedly, because nothing's proven entirely yet, but allegedly moving some money around that they don't have, and maybe that's why Mark Walter's been so quick to get off of everything that he owns.
Yeah, including that Chelsea soccer club, too. I mean, he's got shares of that going. He sold the Lakers. He's possibly selling the Dodgers. Yeah, when you're under federal investigation, usually you have to do something, right? But it does make you wonder because there's a whole this is a mess. He's got well, obviously he's a part of Guggenheim, the investment firm, and when you are taking people's money, right? Investment money. There's this gray area, right? Where does the money go? Like, where you say, well, I'm investing it. Essentially, a lot of these guys bet on themselves, right? They're for lack of a better phrase, they're putting their clients' money into their own ventures and hoping everything goes well and they don't get convicted of running a Ponzi scheme, right? Like they're just trying to hope for the best. And that seems like, allegedly, that seems like what may be, or at least what the feds with the SEC and some other federal entities may think is going on with Mark Walter right now. It's they've got $1.1 billion in contract money deferred out to what, 2046?
Yeah.
That's insane. Okay, could you imagine just walking into a car dealership, right? Like right now, you and I walk in, I need a car. Okay, I go whatever. I'm like, okay, there's a truck or whatever, SUV. I like that. Let's write it up. Sure, let's write it up. How much money down? Oh, no.
None.
I'm deferring my down payment until 2046. Oh, okay, great. Okay, so let's talk monthly payments. Those will start in 2046 too. Yeah. Okay, that's what we're doing here, right? When you have a massive amount of money, or maybe you don't have the money, when you have access to a massive amount of money, you can get away with a lot more things. And I don't even necessarily mean legally. I mean, you can buy things on credit. You can own things. You can physically take possession of things where maybe a dime doesn't change hands, right? It's just on goodwill. And it's, hey, well, look, this guy has, maybe not liquid assets, but he's worth $24 billion in total whatever, right? Or whatever. So yeah, let's give him, hell, I don't know, the Dodgers. Let's give him the Lakers. Let's give him Chelsea Football Club. Let's give him everything, right? Everything he asked for. He's got money. Well, his clients have money.
Right.
His investment firm has money.
Right.
Taking all these insurance premiums or whatever, and who knows where they go? They go into this the gray area, right? The void, where we don't know where that money truly is. Is it even really money? Is it just
almost like it's a blank check?
Yeah. Yes, that's the problem. It's just this. It's the concept of money, right? And then you hope that your investments, like the Lakers and the Dodgers and Chelsea football, you hope those things pan out. They typically do. Sports teams do. And if you get in trouble, you know what you can do? You start selling them all, right? So this is what's going on. It's funny because where there's smoke, there's usually fire, and there's a lot of smoke here. I mean, if there was no problem, and Mark Walter had all these billions of dollars accounted for, and there was no issue, why sell everything? Why are you getting rid of it? And I get it, under federal investigation, MLB doesn't really, especially going into a lockout. This isn't good for MLB. This is going to affect the lockout too. We can talk about that in a minute, but I kind of want to get your thoughts on this because I've been rambling for a couple of minutes. I just want to see how you feel about it.
No, you're all good, bud. I mean, it's crazy to think because it's almost like a blank check system, with the insurance premiums, the insurance companies that the ownership group and Walter own, you start thinking like, well, how did this guy think that this wasn't going to go wrong and how he wasn't going to get caught? And the fact that he's capitalized on other investments, other purchases of other sports teams that he owns now, or did own as of 2 weeks ago in the Los Angeles Lakers. And I find it an odd coincidence that he bought the Lakers right after the Dodgers were fresh, about to go to their first championship run, or just won their first championship. Then they win their second championship. They're on a three-peat. So he's thinking everything's great until, of course, well, you mentioned there's smoke, there's fire, and already selling off the Lakers, selling off the Chelsea team, selling off these assets that you would be like, why would you sell off of the Lakers? Especially, let's just start there, the Lakers, because that's an iconic franchise. It's only going to go up in value. They just won a title in 2020. They have Luka Doncic for the next however many years they plan on keeping him there. But you'd imagine a long-term future. So the value is only going to go up. So some would argue if you're a businessman, you sold at too low of a value because you could have had it more. But it's not about the value. It's not about the money at this point for Mark Walter. It's about getting out of Dodge. And right now it's about getting out of the Dodgers too, potentially.
Yeah, exactly.
Like that, you wonder where he's going in terms of going to maneuver out of this. If he can, I don't think he can. And to your point, the MLB lockout, there's already a discussion of salary cap, salary floor. I think there's going to be a discussion about investment groups. We talked a few weeks ago about the investment groups that have purchased other teams and other sports, other leagues. But the Dodgers have been the biggest issue thus far when it comes to an investment group purchasing a team and really just doing whatever they want, especially when it comes to TV money and what they can and can't do. I'm just curious what exactly it's going to be for Mark Walter, punishment-wise, if they find him guilty of this, what the ownership group's going to look like, if Shohei Ohtani's going to get his money, and what the rest of the players and owners say about this. Because this, essentially, I don't know if it's worse, but it feels just as nasty, like icky of a feeling for baseball as the Houston Astros and the sign-stealing scandal. But this is now, we'd be talking about, what, 4 out of the last 7 or 8 championships that have been scandalous, whether it's from sign-stealing or money fraud, like fraud, a complete fraud system. I mean, this is insane, Chad.
Yeah, and I'll be honest with you, I don't think a lot of people are going to care about this as much because this is like in a stratosphere where most of us really can't even. I can't fathom what it's like to have multiple, whatever possessions. What do you call them, possessions? Worth billions of dollars. I don't know what that's like. I can't even fathom. And I'm sure that it's easy to lose track of a few million here and there, whether it's yours or not. But the San Diego Padres sold last week for $3.9 billion. And we're talking about the Dodgers being 10 billion plus, right?
Yeah.
There is just baseball just has a lot of big problems. And I talked about the lockout. A lot of owners are going to use this. And a lot of players, the Players Association is going to say, hey, look, baseball doesn't have a salary. It's just the Dodgers, right? It's just
right.
The Dodgers were doing whatever they were doing that's, immoral or, illegal or whatever you want to say, scandalous, whatever word you can use, what you can think of to use. And that's going to be a place for the players union to kind of dig in and fight against the salary cap. Right. I know the owners are they can't be happy with Mark Walter right now. The other MLB owners, it can't be happy. I just think that this is going to, like I said, it's going to affect those negotiations. It's going to come up. This is like, fuel to use in an arbitration meeting, right? Against a player. I mean,
yeah,
you always talk about how arbitration meetings go very poorly. I think these the negotiations between, the owners and the players, it's going to get nasty. It's going to get really, really bad. And things like this are what make me believe that we are going to see probably an entire season, at least, without baseball.
Yeah, I agree with you, Chad. And my final point on this too, and I'll toss it back to you if you have any final thoughts before we go to break. But my final point on this too is you have to still insist on a salary cap for the owners and other players. In this union, they have a discussion and have a voice, because all it takes is, okay, you just say, oh, only the Dodgers, and I get what you're saying, but only the Dodgers have one. Okay, well then what's stopping for a team that likes to spend and may just want to up the level, like a Yankees, like a Mets, like one of those teams that like to spend money already. And they'll go, okay, well, if they're only worried about the Dodgers, we can do it. And they're, maybe we have another lockout, but at least we get one season out of it. You can't stop in the middle of the season, or can you, right? It just creates so many more wrinkles for baseball. And I think they just got to stand firm. The owners have to stand firm on a salary cap and a salary floor. And any players, I think, that want to see it get better for them, the overall game in terms of contracts, would want that as well. Because the floor, and we've talked about this off the show, on the show a little bit here, about what a salary floor does. It gets everybody paid a little bit more. The floor comes up. Yeah, sure, guys are going to get overpaid. We already talked about that with other leagues. So why shouldn't baseball, some of these guys, get at least closer to what these athletes are getting at the top of their game in baseball? All the money shouldn't go. I believe we were talking about how so much money goes to like 15% of the players in Major League Baseball. And it's like insane to think about, and that can't happen. And again, I flash back one more time to this Dodger thing. Shohei Ohtani, in terms of financial responsibility, we'll go with, this might be one of the worst classes on how to handle your money. Of course, you have the betting scandal, and with his interpreter and all that goes down. And now you have this situation going on where if the Dodgers go bankrupt again, if Major League Baseball looks into this, if the courts look into this and go, this is something, hey, you're bankrupt, they were changing it, and your contracts are essentially null and void. Well, then, I was reading obviously some reports where that would make Shohei Ohtani just a creditor, essentially. Like, if you defaulted or went bankrupt on, your loans or banks or whatever, bankrupt in general, then you just have creditors coming in and going, hey, we need to do a settlement. You still owe us that money. And that would essentially become what Shohei Ohtani's contract is. Yeah. No guarantee. And for a guy that's already brought 2 championships to LA, has had a historic career, you just wonder, man, how can you be so financially irresponsible? Because that's on him as much as it is on the Dodgers. And the Dodgers, you can't say, well, they were stupid for doing it. In fact, they look like geniuses. It's just Ohtani where he might get left holding the bag with no money in it.
Yeah, they look like criminal geniuses. And I think maybe now why Shohei Ohtani is not pitching as much, right? Maybe he's like, well, hold on. If you're going to – we've already deferred, my money into the next century, basically. Not really, but close. So now you're telling me there's a danger that I may not get paid. I mean, are we going to see a settlement on this contract? Like he's going to 20 years from now, he'll be settling for like, $750 million out of court or whatever. Although I feel like an amount that big might go through the court system, but it's what a mess. I mean, what a mess. Yeah. People are already mad at the Dodgers, already mad at Mark Walter for a lot of different things. This isn't going to help. I wonder if this is going to make it more difficult for these investment groups to get people together like this and buy professional sports franchises now, because there's a lot of vetting that probably should be going on. But like I said, when these companies and these guys are worth billions of dollars, nobody vets anything, right? It's just like, well, they're worth billion. I mean, how could they vet? They're worth billions. They have assets worth tens of billions of dollars.
Right.
We'll get our money back one way or another, right?
Yeah, it's interesting to keep an eye on. And again, one more note with Ohtani, he has that, the opt-out clause, the rare key man opt-out clause, as reported here, multiple reports here. This is from ESPN mentioning that if Mark Walter is no longer the controlling owner or Andrew Friedman is no longer with the front office, either one of those things, he can opt out at the end of the season. So this could be a case where, baseball might start fixing itself even before a lockout. If Ohtani goes, all right, and that was my last game as a Dodger, I appreciate you, I'm out. Now you have the best player in baseball on the market. Now the only tricky thing is he's definitely not going to ever agree to. And first, it won't be allowed, but you can't agree to anything ever like that again, or anything remotely close. No, like back end on the back end of his contract. No. This is
the Mets deferred contract out to 2070 now. Like, geez.
Yeah, this is a front loaded contract. We're not playing no more games with my money. Like, I mean, goodness gracious, man.
The more I read about Mark Walter, the less at fault the Bus family looks to me. We were just talking about like the Bus family and Jeannie Bus specifically. Like, why are they acting like this?
Yeah.
Why are they not get well? This is this is a huge problem, right? I can kind of understand where she's coming from.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting, Chad B. Yeah. It's going to be super, super interesting. We'll keep an eye on the Dodgers. We'll keep an eye on all of Major League Baseball as they get ready for the postseason. Are the Guardians going to be involved in the postseason? Well, we will find out.
6.5.
Yeah, I know.
Watched last night. I gave it a 6.5. I was positive.
I know. I had a 5, so I can't be too disappointed with you. They are up. Quick Guardians update: 8-1 over the Colorado Rockies in the top of the 8th. So
we talked about that, right? Get the offense on track in Colorado. There you go.
I love it. We'll keep an eye out. We should have a final before the end of prime time here. You know how baseball games fly nowadays. They might be done in 15 minutes. So keep an eye on all of that. We'll talk about the Guardians final if it does go final. If not, I'm sure AA will have that midnight run coming up at the top or the bottom of the half hour at 11:30 in about a half hour from now. Exciting stuff here from AA. It is the Football Friday edition, high school, college, NFL, everything. AA's going to go over it all. He was at a high school football game earlier tonight in West Geauga against Fairview. So that was interesting. Got to hear a little bit of the call while I was manning some things over here for the network, of course. We'll see AA a little bit later on. But this Inside Edge Primetime here in the Inside Edge Network. That's Chad B to my right, your right, everybody's right. I'm Eli Moon. When we come back, Chad actually was like, hey, look, we're going to scratch, what you had planned for this week. I have so much time to get into this. He said, hey, good try, Buckaroo. You get it next week. So I get Friday Free For All next week to lead, and that's okay, because once I heard what Chad's getting into, we're going to have some fun here on our end of the Friday edition of Inside Edge Primetime. We go in the comments for a Friday Free For All in the sales listings. Is that?
Oh, good times. Just trust me. There's some stuff coming up. Just don't miss it.
I trust them. I hope you do as well. This Inside Edge Primetime here in the Inside Edge Network. We're back with Friday Free For All after this.
Looking for an iconic Cleveland music venue that features premier entertainment, spirits, and food? Well, look no further than the Brothers Lounge. They offer a variety of live entertainment acts weekly, along with a diverse selection of beer, wine, and fine spirits, not to mention Chef Wynn's food menu, which has been crafted with traditional American fare with a modern twist. So come on out and enjoy the warm hospitality and make some new friends right here in your backyard. For more information, head over to brotherslounge.com and check them out for yourself at 11609 Detroit Road. That's right near the border of Cleveland and Lakewood. The Brothers Lounge, proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader.
Key On Sports is the leader in Ohio high school athletic coverage in written, print, and video streaming. From the latest news and results and written content to the high school football game of the week every Friday, Key On Sports has you covered. The vision of 15-time published author Vince McKee has become the most trusted site in Ohio high school athletic news. From podcasts to player profiles, Key On Sports is your one-stop for all of it. Visit them today at keyonsports.com or on YouTube at Key On Sports. Check out their socials on Twitter and Facebook as well.
Please support the new Inside Edge Network by liking, subscribing, and following us on your favorite social media platforms. That's at Inside Edge Net across Facebook, TikTok, YouTube, X, and IG. And don't forget to download our new app over on Roku. And as always, thank you for supporting your favorite shows on the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader for news, talk, sports, entertainment, and mental health. Fanatics isn't just our name, it's who we are. Loyal, passionate fans, dedicated to our favorite teams and to the sports we love. That's why we're honored to be able to offer fans the world's largest collection of official sports apparel and sports jerseys from all leagues, teams, and players you love. We feature a wide selection of gear from every league, including the NFL, MLB, NBA, NHL, and NCAA merchandise, which allows us to serve fans of football, baseball, hockey, basketball, lacrosse, soccer, golf, and everything else that gets your heart pumping. Go to InsideEdgeNetwork.com under our partners section to find our link to check out all of what Fanatics has to offer. Fanatics, a proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Clean energy, bold flavors, no jitters. See why people won't shut up about Dubby. Whether you're starting your workday or getting ready to exercise, Dubby Energy helps you lock in and focus. Over 15 different flavors to choose from. Order Dubby Energy right now and find out more information by checking out our partners page on InsideEdgeNetwork.com. Also, use that promo code InsideEdge10 to receive 10% off your order. Dubby Energy, your energy-focused sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Discover our collection of handcrafted candles made with clean, minimal ingredients. Every product thoughtfully created in small batches, free from harmful toxins for mindful everyday indulgence. Imported coconut soy wax with natural wood wicks to offer long-lasting burn and rich fragrance. Find out more about Alley Rose Fragrances by checking out their link on our partners page at InsideEdgeNetwork.com. And if you're a first-time customer, use the promo code InsideEdge20 to receive 20% off your order. AlleyRoseFragrances.com, a proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader.
All right, folks, we cannot wait to bring you Midnight Run here on the Inside Edge Network. It is our first of many Football Fridays. The show tonight presented by Keon Sports. In fact, Dom Cleary from Keon Sports, he's going to join us to recap the Keon Sports game of the week. But we have all of your high school football scores, key storylines from high school football, week one of high school football, plus myself and Eli Moon, we will have our very first NFL roundtable. We'll go through the preseason games, including the Browns and Bills, final preparation. Shedeur Sanders, is this his most important game of his NFL career? We'll talk about that. Plus, how will the fans react to Deshaun Watson? Is he still slated to play at Huntington Bank Stadium coming up on Saturday? It's a big show tonight. Tune in. Just because it's Friday doesn't mean we have nothing for you. We have a ton for you. It's our first Football Friday right here on Midnight Run. We'll see you tonight at 11:30 right here on the Inside Edge Network.
And welcome back to Inside Edge Primetime here on the Inside Edge Network. Chad Bryan to my right, your right, everybody's right. We talked some Cleveland Browns. Three things we're looking for in the preseason game tomorrow afternoon against the Buffalo Bills, and former Browns great running back Nick Chubb retires after 8 pro seasons in the NFL at the age of 30. Talk about that and the Dodgers mess right before the break. A lot to get into there, and we'll probably follow that. Not even probably. We will follow that throughout the rest of the season, and Chad and I will definitely have more discussion on that as that case and that story develops. With all that being said, we are going to have some fun to end our Friday. Of course, Midnight Run coming up at 11:30. Football Friday edition. Of course, he, as he mentioned, presented by Keon Sports, one of the partners of the Inside Edge Network. You'll have... Oh, you were excited.
There are things happening over here that I cannot explain to you tonight. I don't know what's going on with my PC. That was
because
amazing.
the Hawaiian shirt, bro. You wear one Hawaiian shirt, and all this crazy stuff happens. You know what? Anyways, while Chad B figures out what's going on over there, his big mother deck or motherboard, whatever you want to call it.
Whoa.
11:30 Midnight Run, Football Friday, presented by Keon Sports. Dom Clary, with AA at 11:45, talking about the Keon Sports Game of the Week. AA will go over his experience at West Geauga and Fairview, and a ton of other high school football news, college news with the NCAA, but obviously going to have a lot of NFL talk as well. Those will be the main focuses with the Browns coming up tomorrow and other NFL games going on. Midnight Run with Anthony Alford, our program director and bro, at 11:30. My goodness, Chad, we did so well with words and everything this week, and then Friday happens, you wear a Hawaiian shirt, your thing's ready to explode. Kyle had some very choice words about your elf costume. I don't know what else. Don't know what else to say, bud. I think it's this time. It's Friday Free for All, and it's a special in the comments edition of Friday Free for All. I'll hand it off to you so you can go ahead and tell the people what we're getting into tonight.
Yeah, that's probably it. I'm gonna start the music. We'll see what happens. This is not through the stream deck. I had to try to find another way, and it started to autoplay on you. I didn't mean to do that to you, buddy.
Yeah, it's okay. It's okay.
It's time for a Friday Free for All, and we're gonna take this like Eli said. We're gonna take this opportunity to go into the comments. Some of these are actual conversations that I found from namely a social media app where you can sell things and you can talk to people. I don't want to say it. And then there's a couple of listings that I just found interesting. I thought they fit into the theme. So let's start the music and we'll see what happens.
All right.
Can you hear that?
Okay, we got it. Let's go.
Right. Not in the stream deck. That's okay. We had to find a way around that. There's a detour up ahead. That's okay. We navigated that just fine.
Yes, we did. Great job.
Okay, so I'm going to tell you that we'll turn this down a bit. I will tell you that if you're going to list something for sale, I'd be careful. Okay. Because it depends on where you list it, right? Some sites are reputable and some sites are, you don't know what you're going to get. You may end up in a conversation with some of the following people. See what I mean? Let's just pull it up.
All right.
Our first example, and this is a little bit tough to read because it's a little bit smaller, but someone's selling something and they get a message from the buyer. It says, interested. They respond with, still got it. And then the buyer goes on this strange rant, 1,200. I know, NO, 24 valve. Don't sell it. I know, NO, 300,000. Seller's like, what? And then the buyer, and this all happened at apparently 7:53. This is all within 1 minute. The buyer says, have a good night. And the seller is left kind of like me shaking their heads. What just happened? So that's that conversation.
Are they saying they're 3,000 years old? Or are they saying
this was
3,000 in debt?
Yeah, this was a car. I should full disclosure. This was a car that they were selling. So I guess they were saying, I know, they're trying to say I know, but they're why type the whole word, right? 24 valve, maybe 300,000 miles, but they don't want them to sell it.
Yeah, but are they fighting with themselves? Are they going, I know, no 3,000, no 300,000, no.
Maybe. Listen, there's a lot of self-conversations in these. Don't believe me? Okay. Let me pull up the next one. This is great. This was a temperature check on a 2004 GMC 1500 Club Coupe short bed. And the prospective buyer, you see it there, they send a message, is this still available? And then they answer themselves, yes.
Well, you know what they say, just kick down the door, and if it doesn't open, you tried. I mean, and this person wasn't taking no for an answer. Like, they weren't taking no answer for an answer. They wanted their answer, and they said, if nobody's going to give it to me, I'll give it to myself. So, you know what? I give a little credit to them, and that's persistence and consistency, whatever you want to call it. Persistency, maybe.
You can make up a word, and you can combine those two. Yeah, I don't have a problem with it. Yeah,
I got to be honest. Before we move on. This marketplace stuff, I sold one thing, a TV on there. I ended up selling it to my mom. My mom insisted. She's like, please, I was like, Mom, I want to give this to you for free. She's like, no, that's a different story for a different day. My mom's the best. But I gave it to my mom, essentially, but I put it on Marketplace. Let me just be very clear. Put it on Marketplace. Some of the and you're going through some of them now. Some of the Marketplace things you get, like messages and stuff, people lowballing you, like not even just by like $50. They're like, can you take $300 to $400 less, or do you mind donating it? I mean, my goodness.
Listen, it doesn't hurt to ask, right?
All right.
Quick temperature check. I understand. And I also understand some of these. You see the logo, it says in the comments and beyond, by the way. But yeah, I understand. Some of these people get these messages. They're selling 20 or 30 different items. They're, hey, this is $1,000. Would you take 84? Whatever.
Yeah, 84.
No, I mean, it gets old after a while. I get it. I've seen some crazy stuff. And you talk about not taking no for an answer. Well, it's interesting that you would accidentally segue into this next gem. Here's a good one. Good morning. Is this still available? They're selling some furniture. The seller says, yes, it is. Wednesday, about 3 hours later, the buyer goes, what? Don't need one. Seller's like, sorry, I'm confused. Are you not interested? And the potential buyer's like, stop. I'm not interested in furniture. Please. Just please leave me alone. Please stop answering my questions. Right?
Yeah, I mean, they're tired of it. They're tired of the persistence from this, person. I mean, and here's the only thing I can say. Maybe, just maybe, sometimes you have your phone and you have it open in an app, and they have these random. You click on Marketplace. I mean, it would be a hell of a pocket grab, but you actually slide to Marketplace. It hits one of those generated answers, and that's how it happens. They said yes, it is, and like no, I don't need one, but don't remember not sending it. So they're like, how did this happen? Why are they responding? Did they get in my head? What is going on? Like, that could be a lot of the case here, Chad, or it's just another case of people being a little batty.
I think it's that one, to be honest with you. I think it's that one. Speaking of batty, this is a fun one. Some people don't take no for an answer. Some people give a more pointed answer. Well, let me just show you what I mean. The potential buyer says, hi, is this still available? And if so, I'd like to ask you a few questions, if you don't mind. And the seller says, I do mind. F off.
The person left the group.
And then they left. That's it. I do mind. Listen, I don't want to sell it to you. I don't like the way your high looks. In that, I'm not doing it. No, F off. Get out of here.
Dude, they went nuclear. I mean, what if they were going to offer a little bit more? Like, you just never know who you're going to meet on Marketplace. I mean, probably not the best way to meet friends, but you never know. Like, that was such a nice way to ask. I'd like to ask a few questions if you don't mind.
They gave you an out, right? Yeah.
I wish this story would have went a little bit longer, Chad B. I got to be honest with you. I wish they would have had a little bit more of a conversation, like what the questions could have been.
Well, I'm glad you said that because I've got a couple multi-parters. Eli, you didn't even know what I was bringing to the table.
Yeah.
You keep hitting the perfect segue. How is this happening? Listen, we may not be able to say words, but we're doing this. We're pulling this thing off. This is amazing.
You're damn right.
All right, well, here we go. Speaking of multi-parters and longer conversations, here's one. You see it here. Is this item still available? Didn't get the answer they wanted. Is this item still available?
Yeah.
The buyer's very friendly. Hello. Yes, it is. Smiley face. And then the potential, the seller, the potential buyer goes, yes, look how fat itis. And I'm just reading it as it is there. That was supposed to be, look how fat it is. This was a pool, by the way, an above ground pool that was being sold. And the potential seller goes, I'm sorry, I don't think I understand. And some time went by and, there was no answer. So the potential seller goes, well, her name's Deborah. It doesn't matter. You know that now. Deborah, sometimes when I'm trying to sleep, this message pops up in my head. What does it mean? What does it mean? What do you mean? Look how fat my pool is. What does that even mean? Like, right? And they never got an answer. Just, this Deborah left it hanging out there in the Facebook world. Who knows?
What does it mean, Chad B? I mean, maybe that the pool's got a little width to it, or I mean, I don't know. Like maybe it's how are they going to fit it in their car? Like, are they going to strap it to the van like a Christmas tree style? Like, what exactly? Maybe they're like, yes, look how fat it is. Like, maybe they're excited. Maybe their pool was skinny before, and now they want a fat pool, like a pool with some muscle to it. Like some, I don't know. I really don't know. I don't know.
That's the first thing I noticed about above ground pools. I'm always like, look how girthy that pool is. That's a girthy pool. That's
Oh no. All right. On to the next.
All right. Well, whatever. Now, sometimes I try to block out people's names, even though poor Deborah got.
Deborah caught astray.
Yeah, Deborah caught astray. That's fine. Deborah, you don't ask questions and then, call out the girth of someone's pool. So, sorry, Deborah. This next guy, though, no, I'm not blocking this guy's name. This is weird. This is a multi-parter. This is a saga, okay?
Okay.
We're not even done. There's one after this, but hold on. Here we go. Here comes Scotty. He wants to buy an auto hair curler. Scotty, and I left his picture up there because this guy's weird. He said, is this still available? He didn't get the answer he wanted. So a little bit later he said, is this still available? And the seller said, yes. Are you interested? And Scotty came in part 2 and he said, yes. Do you drive? And the seller said, sorry, wrong button. This sold already. You talk about the auto responses, right? And Scotty goes, okay, how's your stress? So I was like, huh? Because I pay woman. I love that. I love how people can't pluralize the word woman. Because I pay woman for kicking. Oh, caveman Scotty. And the seller goes, what do you mean? I pay woman for kicking my balls. It just got above the. He says, I pay woman for kicking my ball. That's weird, right? Like, you don't do that.
Yeah.
So, okay. Well, she said, okay, how much do you pay? And Scotty put it all on the, bed. I was going to say the table, but he put it all on the bed here. Put about $190 out, and he said, are you interested? And the seller goes, 190, huh? Well, for 250, my husband will do it. And Scotty, I think he pondered it for a little bit, and he wrapped it up by saying, just woman.
Just woman. And then he left.
Scotty Dean left the group. Like I said, not even obscuring his name. That's weird. That's bizarre. That's not how you do it. That's not how you behave in public. What are you doing?
Kicking balls for stress relief? Who gets the relief? I mean, not the person with the... I mean, that's bonky balls crazy.
That's bonky balls. Listen, some people like different things, Eli. Some people some people like to hike. Some people like to play volleyball. Some people like to get kicked in the balls. I don't know. I mean, you're into what you're into. I'm not necessarily judging that, but there is a time and a place, and I don't think Facebook Marketplace is either one, really, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I mean, he had all that money laid out, like that was going to entice them. Are you interested?
Couldn't even go the full 200. He was like, I'm going to hold back and just put 190. I'm going to hold on to this 10 because I might need some gas money to get there, right? Like,
yeah, gas is expensive nowadays. $5 a gallon, damn near. I mean,
you had to ask the seller. If
Scotty,
Scotty,
what are you doing, Scotty? My goodness. All right.
It's embarrassing, Scotty.
That was rough.
Yeah. Well, speaking of rough, I think what's happening in this next one, I don't know. I think maybe someone who, maybe this is like an English as a fifth language type of situation. I think they're trying to sell a big horse, but it's a gentle horse. It's a nice horse, and they're really trying to use their words or something that resembles words in some way to portray how gentle. I want to stress that this horse is. Okay. Here we go.
All right.
Huge genital horse. $750. You will smile when you rid on this sweat gletting. Everybody always comments on his genitalness. I didn't know that was a word until today. And they love him. He is a gletting, so no worries about pregnancy. Well, what about the genital? Never mind. He really licks when our kids are on. Oh, that's not good. We can't. No. Oh, that's not great. We use him for trials. He's 15 and a half hands and 5 years old.
Wait.
No, I don't know. Is that a way that I don't know. I've never been a horse person, Eli. I don't know.
That's an old horse. That's an old horse.
He's got 15 and a half hands. I mean, that's crazy.
Think of and 5 years.
Yeah, and 5 years. He is yellowish color. Right home is Empowertant.
Okay.
Come try our boy. I don't know. We can board him. I guess you got to keep him engaged. We can board him here because they can't hear too if you lick. Well, I'm not licking. No. Thanks you.
No.
I don't know what the worst part about this is. Is it that the horse has huge? I mean, he's licking people. I don't really. This one makes me feel uncomfortable. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, it's a little rough, man. That's a little rough.
It's 5 days ago. I wonder how many responses they got to this ad. I
mean, a huge genital horse?
Yeah, he's a genital giant. You know what they say. It's the old.
Why are they going to board him if they lick? They're taking him home. If they're paying $750, that's their genital horse.
I mean, are you just renting the horse? I'm confused. I don't really know.
And they didn't really talk about the size. Like they said, he's a huge genital horse, but they didn't even talk about the size of the horse.
Well, we know the size of something.
All right.
So that is your in the comments and beyond for tonight. That was our free for all Friday or Freaky Friday, I guess in this case. I'm not really sure what's going on at the end of there, but we got Scotty trying to get whatever he's trying to get. We got a huge genital horse. I don't know. Just be careful when you list things online. Be careful because now these people have your contact information and they know kind of who you are. They can look at. Just be careful who you're dealing. It gets weird out there.
Yeah, I mean,
Scotty
my goodness.
Whatever. Yeah.
My goodness, Chad B. I mean, that was something else. I really don't have any more words besides my gosh.
Well, I've got some words. You want to look at your ears?
No words.
What? No words. Okay, no words.
No, we don't have words. Yeah. We should not actually expound any more upon the huge genital horse that licks and is 15 and a half in 5 years, 15 and a half hands in 5 years.
In 5 years. I don't know what I'll be honest with you. Most of the rest of that, I think I know what they were trying to do. I don't know what the 15 and a half hands was about. I don't know what that's about. Is that like how big the horse is? If he's like a 15 and a half hands, like is that side to side hands or like length? I don't know. I have no idea.
I don't know. I don't know. But that's your Friday free for all for this week. We'll have it again next Friday for you. And every Friday, we'll bring it back in the rotation, have some fun with the end of our week. But we're going to take a quick pause here. If you hear from a few of our partners, and we'll come back, we'll put a bow, our final thoughts of the week of Inside Edge Primetime. And then at 11:30, Friday, Football Friday. It's Football Friday. Midnight Run with Anthony Alford, our program director and bro. In just a few moments, here's a few words from our partners, and we're back, putting a bow on Primetime right after this.
Clean energy, bold flavors, no jitters. See why people won't shut up about Dubby. Whether you're starting your workday or getting ready to exercise, Dubby Energy helps you lock in and focus. Over 15 different flavors to choose from. Order Dubby Energy right now and find out more information by checking out our partners page on InsideEdgeNetwork.com. Also, use that promo code InsideEdge10 to receive 10% off your order. Dubby Energy, your energy-focused sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Please support the new Inside Edge Network by liking, subscribing, and following us on your favorite social media platforms. That's at Inside Edge Net across Facebook, TikTok, YouTube, X, and IG. And don't forget to download our new app over on Roku. And as always, thank you for supporting your favorite shows on the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader for news, talk, sports, entertainment, and mental health. Dine, drink, and dance at the premier spot in town. It's time to check out all of what our friends over at the Brothers Lounge have to offer. Everything from weekly live entertainment, a wide variety of different beers, wines, and spirits, and a expertly crafted American fare menu with a twist courtesy of Chef Wynn that'll make your mouth water. So, what are you waiting for? Head over to the Brothers Lounge at 11609 Detroit Road or check out their website, brotherslounge.com, to learn more about what you've been missing out on. Brothers Lounge, proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader.
And welcome back to Inside Edge Primetime here on the Inside Edge Network. Chad Bryant to my right, your right, everybody's right. I'm Eli Moon. We have just a minute till Double A kicks us out the door. Sends me behind the scenes, sends Chad home, says, Chad, go enjoy your weekend. Get out of here, man. But we have so much more to talk about. And when I mean that, I mean Chad and I might take final thoughts to the midnight hour. All jokes aside, got just a minute or so. Chad, in 30 seconds or less, to put a bow on our edition of this Friday, Inside Edge Primetime, the end of our week. We'll be back, of course, 10 to 11:30 for Inside Edge Primetime next week. And my hair may cooperate. Make it a haircut over the weekend, Chad. We'll keep an eye on that. Yeah. What are your final thoughts here before we bring Double A on in?
Don't offer women money on social media selling sites to kick you in the genitals. Don't do that.
Yeah.
If you're going to do that, come with more than $190, Scotty. That was terrible. I don't know that I've ever seen a weirder response to that was a curling iron. That was, what was he gonna like? Was he gonna take that to the next step and burn? Okay. That's all I got. Just be careful on social media. That's all I got. That's it. That's my final thought. That's it.
And what I got for you is proofread. Make sure you proofread. You know, you don't want to sell a huge genital horse. You want to sell a huge gentle horse. Yes. Maybe explain how big the huge gentle horse is and not a genital horse, because those are two different things. If you saw Unfiltered earlier with Kyle Cornell talking about Chad and his elf picture, two different horses apparently.
Why is that the theme of the night? That's not great. It's Friday. It's whatever. It's free.
I don't know. Kyle was out of pocket for that. And then you brought huge genital horses to. I mean, genitals apparently have made their way into the Friday edition of this evening extreme.
Not my ad. I didn't place that ad. Hey, look, huge. I didn't. You'll smile when you read on this. Just take that out of here. I want that off the screen now.
That's gonna do it. Just make sure you proofread and don't be weird on Marketplace. Damn, people are just trying to make some extra money. This economy's tough at times. All right.
Curling iron. A curling iron.
Stop. A curling iron, Scotty. Are you for real?
Come on, Scotty.
God dang it. For real. All right, next Friday, we'll be back Monday for 10 o'clock to 11:30. I'll have a Hawaiian shirt on Friday. I will not miss out. I don't know if Double A got the memo. We'll see here in a few moments. He had one in his promo, so we'll give him half credit regardless. But so far, Chad and Kyle, Hawaiian shirts. Myself and Pop Moon, who's here earlier, not Hawaiian shirts. Pop Moon gets a little bit of an excuse there. Of course, he'll air tomorrow, Saturday. We'll keep an eye on it. But we're going to do the switcherooski of the studio. Rent's due. We got to get out of here. We'll see if he joins us. I don't know. Sometimes he does. Oh, wait, boom, it's us. All right, that's it for Inside Edge Primetime. It's time for the Football Friday edition presented by Keon. Oh, my goodness, you scared me. Oh, my goodness. Double A Anthony Alford, everybody. My goodness.
Chad, did you miss today's email?
Oh, no.
Uh-oh. What was it? Oh, no.
Company Polo Friday.
Yeah, you clearly see I have that on, Chad. A polo.
What are you doing?
A polo.
You don't read emails either?
I don't know how. I listen to what you saw. Well, I can't pull it up because we're out of the studio. You saw what I have to do. That's what I have to. I can't read real words anymore. I've been reading ads like that. I don't know what to do with real words.
Yeah, as you see, Double A, we've been holding it down. I know you've been busy. You got high school football back in action. Kyle and you and Kyle back rocking and rolling with the CVC. We've holding it down here. We're talking about marketplace ads and what people shouldn't do and what they maybe just what they shouldn't do. We were going to say maybe what they should do. Not a lot of what they should do on that segment. So
I would say tips and tricks, but that's not good after that last
No. Goodness gracious. The Hawaiian shirt, you're a different person with the Hawaiian shirt on.
Maybe that's what it is.
I was listening on the way back home. You've been showing a different side of you these last few days, Chad.
Hey, feeling it lately,
make sure
man.
everything's okay.
Hey, sometimes you got to let all the stress out in one way or another. This is it for me.
All right. My goodness. Double A, we're excited to hear. I know you were at West Geauga, Fairview at West Geauga. Great game there. Got to catch some of it while we were manning the ship here for the Inside Edge Network. I'm excited about that. I know you got a lot more planned for the show here. The next hour and a half is going to be a run. It's a lot of football, the gridiron. Excited for that. I believe you also have Keon Sports, Dom Clary, joining you here a little bit later on in the show. So I won't steal all your thunder, but I'm excited. Big show for you.
Cannot wait. First of many Football Fridays here on the Inside Edge Network. Let's get after it. Let's go.
All right. That's it. You're going to see the man, the program director, the bro of all of us here on the Inside Edge Network, Double A Anthony Alford. Midnight Run with Anthony Alford. Football Friday edition, right after station identification.
This is Midnight Run on the Inside Edge Network. Here's your host, Anthony Alford.
All right, folks, welcome on in, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Midnight Run here on the Inside Edge Network. By the way, the Guardians won 9-1. Just came down. It's the final as we went on. But welcome on in. This is Football Friday. This is the Inside Edge Network. My name is Anthony Alford. You can follow us at Inside Edge Net across all of our social media platforms. YouTube, Twitter, Facebook, MySpace, soon, MySpace, and others. And remember, too, 8 p.m. to 1 a.m., we have the live stream on our Twitter and YouTube. So at InsideEdgeNet, we have that covered for you. Also, our website, InsideEdgeNetwork.com. And we are on Roku. Just search Inside Edge Network. We have a loaded Friday football show, as we will every single week throughout the fall. Coming up 10 minutes from now. So this opening segment is going to be kind of quick. 10 minutes from now, Dominic Cleary from Keon Sports will join us to recap the Keon Sports game of the week between Avon Lake and Strongsville. So that's coming up in about 10 minutes. Also, you see at the bottom of the screen, local scores that came across the desk. Local scores we got for you coming up. As we were putting this together, a lot of teams play high school football here in the area. So if you don't see your team this week, that's okay. They might show up next week. Few observations. I want to take a few moments to talk about a few observations I've seen with high school football. First off, my game, myself and Kyle Cornell, we were at West G tonight, 27-0 victory against Fairview, and a game where, listen, when you have, it's always fascinating to me when you get to this point of the year, even though it's week 1 of the regular season, it's weeks upon weeks upon weeks of camp and other stuff going on with the preseason and workouts and things like that. You're just happy to finally play real games, and it feels good to play real games. But when I tell you that this is not exclusive to Fairview and West G, but when I tell you every single year, every single week 1, the cramping, that's a real deal. Real deal. And you may say, man, what do you mean it was cramping? It was like 70 degrees by 8 o'clock. Well, you got to remember, a lot of these athletes, full speed for 4 quarters, for 48 minutes in full speed game action. And I don't care what you do in practice, nothing will prepare you for live action game speed. And this is the point where I want to also give a huge shout out to the trainers and the coaching staffs, because these kids, they want to go out there, they want to play. Even when they're down, even like, oh man, you got a cramp. I saw tonight kids get up and they're like, no, I'm good. You know, I'm going to try to work this off and stay in the game. But sometimes adults got to be adults, trainers got to be trainers, and coaches, you know, for the well-being of the team. But both Fairview and West G were both playoff teams a year ago. West Geauga, amazing story. They had to replace 25 seniors on their roster. 25 seniors graduated. But they're off and running. I think they got a big junior class too, so West G is going to be in great shape there. If you want to check that game out, ChagrinValleyConference.com. That's where you can go, ChagrinValleyConference.com. I will also encourage you to subscribe to CVC TV on YouTube. Just type in Chagrin Valley Conference, and you'll find all the games and things like that. Next week, we will be in Bookshire, Burden, Ohio, where Cuyahoga Heights will face off against Bookshire. So we'll be there for that. Before we go to break, I got to play this for you guys. This is, it's crazy with high school football sometimes. Like, you just got to, it's week 1. You get a rare opportunity to get after it, to do it. And to do it at Brown Stadium. Amazing, amazing stuff. So yesterday at Huntington Bank Field, the St. Ignatius and Avon. Avon, with a minute to go, scores a late touchdown. Now let's take a listen. Tim Alcorn, who we just had on our airways talking Cavs, but Tim Alcorn, in this case, on behalf of WEOL, had the call of Avon in that 2-point conversion attempt from last night at Brown Stadium. Take a look.
Avon going for 2, going for the win on opening night, trailing 21-20. 14 seconds on that clock. Sikora under center. Colburn behind him. Bennett in motion. Fake handoff. Sikora under a rush. Looking. Lobbing. Caught! Caught for 2! Caught for 2! Making the catch just inside the line was Jackson Palmer. 22-21. Avon. 14 seconds to go. And for the second time Sikora dropping a beautiful pass. He was rolling right, and he found the receiver just on that sideline. Jackson Palmer. How about the guts of Avon head coach Mike Elder? We're going for the win, guys.
And it's amazing just to see, again, courtesy of WEOL and Tim Alcorn, just amazing to see. I mean, the guts of anybody into the game to go for two, to do it in that environment, and to do it at Brown Stadium. None of those kids will ever forget just running out of the tunnel. I'm sure they met with some Browns personnel and things like that to get warmed up in a Browns locker room. So you're never going to forget the experience. But on top of all of that, at the end, going for two, getting the job done and winning, incredible. By the way, here's the crazy thing about high school sports, about high school football. St. Ignatius, who wasn't ranked that well within the top 50, top 100, whatever rankings you want to use publicly, even in a losing effort, they shot up the list. So a lot there to keep track across high school football. But that was nuts, that finish. Absolutely amazing. All right, let's take a quick break. When we come back, my guy Dominic Cleary from Key on Sports, he will join us next. He had the call for Strongsville at Avon Lake for Key on Sports. We will talk about that matchup and his thoughts, what he saw with high school football week one. Coming up after the break, you are watching Midnight Run, our Football Friday, our next segment, powered by Key on Sports. Back after this.
Looking for an iconic Cleveland music venue that features premier entertainment, spirits, and food? Well, look no further than the Brothers Lounge. They offer a variety of live entertainment acts weekly, along with a diverse selection of beer, wine, and fine spirits, not to mention Chef Wynn's food menu, which has been crafted with traditional American fare with a modern twist. So come on out and enjoy the warm hospitality and make some new friends right here in your backyard. For more information, head over to brotherslounge.com and check them out for yourself at 11609 Detroit Road. That's right near the border of Cleveland and Lakewood. The Brothers Lounge, proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader.
Key on Sports is the leader in Ohio high school athletic coverage in written, print, and video streaming. From the latest news and results and written content to the high school football game of the week every Friday, Key on Sports has you covered. The vision of 15-time published author Vince McKee has become the most trusted site in Ohio high school athletic news. From podcasts to player profiles, Key on Sports is your one stop for all of it. Visit them today at keyonsports.com or on YouTube at Key on Sports. Check out their socials on Twitter and Facebook as well.
Please support the new Inside Edge Network by liking, subscribing, and following us on your favorite social media platforms. That's at InsideEdgeNet across Facebook, TikTok, YouTube, X, and IG. And don't forget to download our new app over on Roku. And as always, thank you for supporting your favorite shows on the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader for news, talk, sports, entertainment, and mental health. Fanatics isn't just our name, it's who we are. Loyal, passionate fans, dedicated to our favorite teams and to the sports we love. That's why we're honored to be able to offer fans the world's largest collection of official sports apparel and sports jerseys from all leagues, teams, and players you love. We feature a wide selection of gear from every league, including the NFL, MLB, NBA, NHL, and NCAA merchandise, which allows us to serve fans of football, baseball, hockey, basketball, lacrosse, soccer, golf, and everything else that gets your heart pumping. Go to InsideEdgeNetwork.com under our Partners section to find our link to check out all of what Fanatics has to offer. Fanatics, a proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Clean energy, bold flavors, no jitters. See why people won't shut up about Dubby. Whether you're starting your workday or getting ready to exercise, W Energy helps you lock in and focus. Over 15 different flavors to choose from. Order W Energy right now and find out more information by checking out our partners page on InsideEdgeNetwork.com. Also, use that promo code InsideEdge10 to receive 10% off your order. W Energy, your energy-focused sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Discover our collection of handcrafted candles made with clean, minimal ingredients. Every product thoughtfully created in small batches free from harmful toxins for mindful everyday indulgence. Hand-poured in coconut soy wax with natural wood wicks to offer long-lasting burn and rich fragrance. Find out more about Alley Rose Fragrances by checking out their link on our partners page at InsideEdgeNetwork.com. And if you're a first-time customer, use the promo code InsideEdge20 to receive 20% off your order. AlleyRoseFragrances.com, a proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader.
This is Midnight Run on the Inside Edge Network. Here's your host, Anthony Alford.
All right, folks, welcome back to Midnight Run here on the Inside Edge Network. It is 11:45, now 11:47 here on this Friday night. And as part of our Football Friday, let's bring him in. Dominic Cleary from Keon Sports. This segment is powered by Keon Sports. All your latest high school sports and everything in between. KeonSports.com has you covered. And for you guys, Dom, this is your bread and butter season. Before we get to the game of the week, what can fans expect during high school football season from KeonSports.com?
Yeah, you can expect the most written articles in live coverage in Northeast Ohio. And really, we have people all over the country at this point. I think we have a intern in Florida, Texas, all over the place. Last year, we had an Instagram account based on Iowa. So we're all over the place. But if you are a fan of Northeast Ohio football, you want to read articles, you want highlights, go on our YouTube page, Keon Sports. It's the same for our website. But if you want to watch games of the week, well, we have that for you, and that's what we're here to talk about. And boy, did we have a good one today, Double A.
Yeah, I'm not going to spoil what you're going to tell me, but I looked at the article coming back from my game over at West G, and things got a little testy towards down the stretch between Strongsville and Avon Lake. Tell us about it.
That was one of the strangest games I've ever been a part of. So Strongsville didn't look super strong, but they were controlling the line of scrimmage on both sides of the ball. They were running a lot of mug, and what that means is that they would have their both tackles and nose guard playing on the outside eye of the guards, and they would get their linebackers on both sides of the center, which makes the center have to choose who he's going to pick, and the quarterback is, well, he's sacrificed essentially no matter what happens. And it's tough to block as an offensive lineman. It's tough to block. Strongsville was making a living on that all day. Their defense was phenomenal. Well, something happened in the third quarter when Strongsville got up 24-0. Avon Lake just decided they were the best team in the country. My hair is a mess, by the way. This game was nuts. I'm all over the place.
I see.
Yeah, I'm all over the place.
For makeup or anything like that.
I know. But Avon Lake decided, hey, we're going to play the best football we played all year. They moved their way down the field very quickly. They get to 7 points. And we're like, oh, maybe they can get back in the game. Well, there's a punt that puts them back. No, there's a flag. Now Strongsville's punting out of their own end zone. Well, the punter fumbles the ball and gets tackled. And the first play out of that, Strongsville Avon Lake heaves it deep. They score a touchdown. They then get a pick on the back end of that. And then they get another touchdown the very next play. They ran 4 plays and one was a pick, or out of 4 plays, 1 was a pick, 2 were touchdowns. And they had to go for 2, couldn't get it. Strongsville was able to hold off. Their defense played tough. Avon Lake had multiple opportunities within 6 minutes to get back into the game or win it, only down by 2, couldn't do it. It it's a contender for what is going to be maybe the best game we see all year. And we have two tomorrow, not tomorrow. Oh, geez, two next week. So it's busy season for us, but today proved why we do it, because of games like this. And boy, it was the blast AA.
Before we get to next week, I got a couple more questions about this game with Strongsville at Avon. And Strongsville won, I guess they held on 24-22 against Avon Lake. I'm just thinking, Dom, I always think about, like, you take away the X's and O's, you think more of coach speak, like, man, week one, you're up 24 points. You feel like things are going. Like, did Avon Lake just run out of gas? How does Strongsville just do enough to hold on and win this football game?
Yeah, Strongsville has a clear identity of that they're going to be mean and rugged, and that bit them. I mean, there were times where Avon Lake was moving down the field and they weren't even doing anything. Where Strongsville was making mistakes, that plagued them last year. And Avon Lake lost this game for the same reason they lost 7 games a season ago. They can't stop turning the ball over, right? They had a fumble in their own territory that gave Strongsville a touchdown early in that game, and they had a pick 6 at the end of the half. They could have won this game if you remove that one turnover. And so Strongsville did enough because, I mean, quite frankly, their mistakes were just less devastating. I mean, there were a lot of procedural mistakes where Avon Lakes were more in the course of the game rather than, a holding here or there or jumping off sides. But Strongsville has to cut down on the roughing the passer penalties. I mean, Avon Lake, they turned the ball over. Game was over with 30 seconds left, but there's a roughing a passer. They get 4 shots at the end zone now. That shouldn't happen. That's a mistake you can't allow. They're not going to win the GCC if they keep that mistakes up. Now, they will win the GCC if they continue to run the ball and have deep play opportunities like they did today. And they were running the power I at one point, and it was running beautifully. Strongsville did just enough because their mistakes just weren't big enough. But they have bunches. And if Avon Lake didn't make that one pick 6, Strongsville would be going home 0-1 on their record right now.
Wow. Yeah, that's telling. Always thought real quick about week one, just in general. We've been hearing it on the pros level with the Cleveland Browns about, like, okay, it's not just about making plays. It's about the operation of the offense, things like that. I even noticed in the game I covered tonight, myself and Kyle Cornell for Chagrin Valley Conference, kind of the same deal where, the first half, especially when there's a lot of kids you're replacing, a lot of it's nerves. A lot of it is just, are we lined up in the correct spots? Little things like that. Did you pick up on that tonight?
Yeah, I mean, mainly what you're going to see is a lineman looking lost on pass sets. You're going to see a lot of drops, a lot of offsides, a lot of double motion. Didn't see that today, but typically you do. A lot of cramping. Funny enough, usually with the Strongsville Avon Lake, there's usually a kid that throws up at some point. Didn't see that today, but that's happened every time I've announced their games. Funny enough, but usually those are the mistakes you make. I know when I was a junior and I started for the first time, I felt like I was floating. It's just like I didn't feel like any of it was real. After that, it was smooth sailing. Rest of my high school career, but I was shaking. I was nervous. It felt like I never played football before. Then, again, I know it's not the biggest of stages when it comes to football, but it's the biggest stage that these kids will ever see. A lot of them, right? Some of these kids are going to play at the next level, but even if they play D3, D2, the stage really isn't as big unless you're playing in the playoffs or for a national championship. Those lights are bright no matter what stadium you play at. And when you're 16, 17 years old and you're not used to that and you put a lot of pressure on yourself and, you view the people ahead of you as almost as heroes, as people to model yourself after.
Definitely.
If for me, I was stepping into a guy that was all reach and I had a hard time looking in the mirror thinking I can do that. I was able to, we had a good team, but a lot of these kids have that issue. And a lot of these schools hype these kids up and, understandably so. And kids feel like they can't live up to that. And that first game, those first snaps, it's hard to live up to it, right? And eventually they will. They'll figure it out or someone else will. But it's a lot of that procedural stuff where it kind of goes out that those 2-3 weeks of camp, all those, I know they don't do 2 days anymore, but all those long practices can go out the window in one snap where you just kind of forget where you are. The everything that happens before the snap sounds like mumbo jumbo to your ear. It's not processing. Those lights can get bright. And we saw that today for some of the young men today, but overall the game kind of got a little bit better as it progressed. But week 2 will be much better procedural wise, especially when it comes to some of the sloppy turnovers and mistakes before the ball is even snapped. That will get cleaned up as the weeks go on.
Yeah, definitely. And I said on the broadcast, I'm like, I know the Saturday morning film study people do not look forward to at all whatsoever. Real quick, we're almost out of time. Talk about week 2 with Keon Sports. You guys got a doubleheader coming up on KeonSports.com and on your YouTube page.
Yeah, this was a game that we were super excited for. Both of these games will be on YouTube. They should also both be on NFHS.com and Facebook. I'm not quite sure how Facebook Live works. I don't know if you can do a double on there, but I know with YouTube you can. So you can check out both our games on YouTube. You just click on the live tab and both of them will pop up. And if you go in your live tab, you can watch this past game we did too. It's on replay. But to this game, because I know we need to get out of the segment. But Pine Richland is at Avon. If you don't know who Pine Richland is, it's a Western Pennsylvania powerhouse right in the heart of Pittsburgh. Ooh. They are the real deal. When you talk about white and green helmets with the horns, everyone in Western Pennsylvania knows who you're talking about, and that's that's the Pine Richland Rams. They are a legacy program there in Western PA and one of the best in 6A. And everything, 6A, they must be a small school. 6A is Division I in Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
Let's
PA,
get that
that's
straight.
A different story. Yeah.
They run it a little weird there. We'll take on Avon, who beat St. Ignatius just a day ago, where they had a big play at the end of the game to be able to win in a gutsy call there by Coach Elder. And then a game I will be at will be Brunswick and Olmsted Falls. And you're like, oh, well, the other game sounds more enticing. I'll tell you what, Brunswick looking to get back on track. Olmsted Falls as well. Both these teams, they have everything in front of them. You have a team that has a new identity in Brunswick and a team in Olmsted Falls. Well, their identity is always going to be the same when DeLuke is the head coach. And that's going to be option left, option right, handoff to the fullback, waggle route. And that's my kind of football, and it's going to be fun. I'm on play-by-play with the owner of the company and Vince McKee, and then Brandon Soder and Brandon Marvel, they'll be at Avon as Pine Richland will travel there. Super excited for this week. First time we've ever done a double broadcast. I'm sure it'll go off without a hitch. But I mean, you know how this stuff works. Going without a hitch sometimes means panicking, yelling at each other before the start. So
yeah. Just lucky to get on the air. You know how it goes. All right, Dom. Nice to hear from you again. We're going to 11:45. We'll have someone from Keon Sports on Midnight Run every single week, recapping the games. And you guys had a great one tonight. Got 2 next week. Can't wait to talk again. And Dom, we're going to talk the week of Ohio State and Texas.
Hey, you have my number. Anytime you want to talk college ball, you know I'm always willing to talk college ball. Listen, right now I could give you an hour about how Pitt's wide receivers eating fish out of the river. I know. I could go all day about Akron having some random person call plays. I can do that all day, but I'll save it for another time.
All right, Dom, have a good one, buddy.
You as well. Thanks, Double A.
All right, no problem. That's Dom Cleary of Keon Sports joining us here on Midnight Run. That segment powered by KeonSports.com. You can check them out, their write-ups on KeonSports.com. Plus, go to their YouTube page for the Keon Sports game of the week. And again, we thank you for watching us tonight and every single Friday night for our high school football kind of scoreboard, kind of recap of everything that's going on. The high school football is huge here in Ohio and here in Northeast Ohio. And hopefully we could be one of the outlets that you tune into each and every single Friday night to make that happen. All right, folks, when we come back from break this hour, we're going to get on an NFL roundtable. We got some big stories to cover throughout the games here in week 3 of the preseason. But up next, as part of this Football Friday hour, it broke right as InsideEdge Primetime came on the air. Nick Chubb announcing his retirement from the league. We'll talk about that. I'll give you my thoughts on Chubb. I thought Eli and Chad made some great points on primetime. I want to build on that coming up after the break. Plus, we'll get into the quarterbacks. Shedeur Sanders, is this the biggest game of his career coming up in about 13 hours from right now? He's getting the start. Is this his biggest game of his career? And also a little bit of Deshaun if I feel like it. But we'll definitely talk Nick Chubb and Shedeur Sanders, plus our NFL roundtable coming up after the break.
Dine, drink, and dance at the premier spot in town. It's time to check out all of what our friends over at the Brothers Lounge have to offer. Everything from weekly live entertainment, a wide variety of different beers, wines, and spirits, and an expertly crafted American fare menu with a twist courtesy of Chef Wynn that'll make your mouth water. So, what are you waiting for? Head over to the Brothers Lounge at 11609 Detroit Road or check out their website, brotherslounge.com, to learn more about what you've been missing out on. Brothers Lounge, proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Whether searching for a baseball autograph by your favorite World Series slugger, a signed football by an iconic Hall of Famer, or the jersey of a world-famous soccer star, you've come to the right place. Here at sportsmemorabilia.com, the web's leading source for authentic sports memorabilia, you'll find more than 500,000 authentic products from nearly every professional sports league, team, and players. Not only will you find your next prized sports possession with ease, thanks to superb customer service and tremendous site experience, you'll have satisfaction and peace of mind that every product listed comes complete with a certificate of authenticity and is fully backed by the sportsmemorabilia.com lifetime authenticity guarantee. Check out sportsmemorabilia.com by heading over to the partners page on our website, InsideEdgeNetwork.com. Sportsmemorabilia.com, a proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Discover our collection of handcrafted body mists made with clean, minimal ingredients. They offer a natural alternative to synthetic fragrances, perfect for sensitive skin and those seeking clean, mindful self-care, and the perfect gift for you and your special someone. Learn more about all Ellie Rose Fragrances has to offer right now by clicking the link on our partner page at InsideEdgeNetwork.com. First-time customers use that promo code InsideEdge20 to receive 20% off your order. EllieRoseFragrances.com, a proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Monster Moments Photography is a husband and wife wedding photography team based in Cleveland, owned and operated by Inside Edge Network's very own Ryan Mosser and his wife Hallie. For the past 10 years, they've captured more than 100 weddings across Northeast Ohio and beyond, always working together as a true two-person team. Their style centers on authentic, emotional storytelling, documenting the real moments between two people in love and creating images that feel natural, comfortable, and true to the couple. Rooted in Northeast Ohio, but inspired by their travels, Ryan and Hallie bring a warm, personal approach to every wedding day. Their work blends experience, consistency, and a genuine passion for helping couples relive their best day through timeless photography. Learn more by checking out Monster Moments Photography's link on our partners page at the InsideEdgeNetwork.com website. Monster Moments Photography, a proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Find us on InsideEdgeNetwork.com for the latest information on your favorite shows, personalities, and network partners. Plus, we have a merch shop. That's right, we have network polos, t-shirts, champion jackets, hats, and bottles. Rep the network. Every purchase supports independent sports and entertainment media. Thank you for your support from all of us here at the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader for news, talk, sports, entertainment, and mental health.
This is Midnight Run on the Inside Edge Network. Here's your host, Anthony Alford.
We're going to talk Nick Chubb in 30 seconds. Did I see this right? Baron Corbin at Sunday night's main event. I didn't watch wrestling because I was working. Baron Corbin will face Little Yachty at Sunday night's main event. Is that confirmed? Oh, my goodness. Hey, you know what? Y'all do whatever the heck y'all want. Apparently, we did catch Kyle and I. We caught at the end when we were packing up. Randy Orton and Cody, if they touch each other before Sunday night's main event, Corbin said Yachty has to last 5 minutes with him in the ring. Okay, that's funny. That's funny. Apparently, they can't touch. If they do, Randy Orton and Cody Rhodes, if they do, they'll never get an opportunity at a WWE championship. Okay, I kind of like that stipulation. Ooh, I like that. Ooh, I like that. All right. Apparently, SmackDown is cooking. You know, I guess except for keeping women's matches on. Apparently, all the ones that are announced are always cut from the show. All right, football. Nick Chubb. Yeah, this is pretty sad. Yeah, this is sad. Nick Chubb announced his retirement. Actually, again, right before an InsideEdge Primetime earlier tonight. 8 seasons, Nick Chubb, the GOAT. I was thinking about where Nick Chubb ranked in terms of most beloved Browns players. I believe Chad is going to take that for Tuesday top 5 next week, or just a ranking of sorts. So I will wait and reserve that until Chad does his top 5, and I will promptly react to his top 5 coming up on Tuesday. But this one is actually pretty tough for me. This is kind of a gut punch, to be perfectly honest, because you do. Sports in 2026 has turned very transactional across the board. Players' relationships with fans are very transactional. I mean, you saw how what Deshaun Watson thinks of you guys, the fans. It's Friday. I'm not getting my blood pressure up on a Friday. But from that to other ways, and it's the same, and we got to take accountability too as fans. Sometimes we're very transactional. If we don't like how a player performs, we say cut them or trade them. And it's professional sports. I'm not saying you should feel bad for yourselves. It's professional sports. This is the life that we all signed up for. But out of all of that, Nick Chubb was different. Nick Chubb was the one player not a single person in Cleveland hated. Or disliked, I should say. Hate is a strong word, but disliked. Even some in Cleveland disliked Baker Mayfield. Not a single soul in Cleveland, not one single Browns fan disliked Nick Chubb. And one of the saddest days in Cleveland sports history happened on that infamous Monday night in Pittsburgh. And our hearts, it just dropped. It just sunk. And it's unfortunate that particular incident happened, because while he has been healthy since, you could almost pinpoint that particular injury in week 2 of Monday Night Football, Browns Steelers, as being the week where Nick Chubb had his career taken away from him, basically. Nick Chubb, since that night, was not the same player. And if you looked, if we had this conversation back in 2018, 2019, 2020, and you would have said Nick Chubb is going to be retired by 2026, you would be out of your mind. You would think you're out of your mind. But it is the evil truth of the running back position, where out of every position in football, the tailback position, it has a quicker shelf life than any other position. You're one devastating injury away from it being it. And the Houston Texans, they're moving forward. Of course, Woody Marks, several others in that backfield, they're moving forward. And again, transactional. They got younger backs. The Nick Chubb in Houston is not the Nick Chubb, was not the Nick Chubb here in Cleveland. But I will say this too, and that's why too, like even from a transactional standpoint, I've mentioned years ago, I'm like, I think at the very beginning of 2023, I'm like, running backs do drop off. We should trade them at his highest value. And that was the one time everyone's like, but it's Nick Chubb. How can you trade Nick Chubb? It's Nick Chubb. I get all that, and I'm not going to argue that point right now. But we know how great Nick Chubb is. Nick Chubb is one of those where we just say it is a freaking shame we could not bring a championship to Nick Chubb. Nick Chubb, honestly, more than any other player, maybe not named Bernie Kosar, deserved a championship in some way, shape, or form. And I apologize that we couldn't bring that to him here in Cleveland. And he deserved it. But also at the same time, you know, when time's up, that's okay. It's okay to, you know, because there is life after football. There's quality life after football. So I hope Nick Chubb gets an opportunity to experience that and things. Let me take some time before we have the conversation of does he belong in the Hall of Fame? Let me think about that. Now, I'm not going to shut down the conversation. It's a fun conversation. I'm not going to shut it down. But let me think about it. I don't have a take for you yet. I might on Monday or Sunday on main event. But let me think about that. But this one is honest. Now that it's like sinking in, the news kind of sucks, to be perfectly honest. I'm not even going to hold you guys. The fact that Nick Chubb was able to do what he did in an era that doesn't really celebrate running backs. I mean, we're all about like Patrick Mahomes and Josh Allen and this quarterback and that quarterback and, you know, these receivers and that receiver. For the exception of a select few, it's as if we look at the running back position and say, well, I guess we have to hand the ball off just because. Nick Chubb was not a just cause option. Nick Chubb was the option in this offense. He was, I mean, think about how much better Jarvis Landry and Odell Beckham Jr. and David Njoku, Baker Mayfield, how every one of those players looked better because of the mere presence of Nick Chubb. I don't want to take that for granted. I really don't. But it's one of those, it's tough, man. You know, I have a poster. I don't mean to get choked. I'm not going to cry, I promise. I have a poster. You might have this poster. Back home. And it had the 2020 Cleveland Browns NFL playoffs poster. And it's Baker Mayfield and Jarvis Landry. Odell, I believe, was on that poster. Myles Garrett, Denzel Ward, and Nick Chubb. My apologies if I missed anybody on that poster, but those guys, I mean, dang, that team was so likable. So likable. And one by one, those guys are retiring either out of the league or retiring from the league. And now a 2020 playoff run, just like many things from 2020, even though it was only 6 years ago, seems like a distant memory. Nick Chubb is worth way more than a distant memory. So thank you, Nick Chubb. Thank you for everything that you've done in your NFL career. Thank you for everything that you've done for the Cleveland Browns. One of Jim Donovan's greatest calls was a Nick Chubb touchdown run. You know, the previous generation had Run, William, Run. We had, you know, he's running to the river. That's like, that's us. That's us. Rest in peace, Jimmy Donovan. That's us, Nick Chubb. Also, if you need a motivation to work hard in the gym during leg day, look at Nick Chubb's thighs. Pause. When we come back. Oh, one last thing. I'll pull it up when we come back from break. Nick Chubb, there was a time when Nick Chubb had a cereal. Pretty good. Pretty good. Pretty good. I got it at the downtown dining. That's no longer with us. Oh, my goodness. It's Friday. We're not going to be sad. We're not going to be sad. When we come back. If you had 60 seconds with Shedeur Sanders before tomorrow's game or later today, whatever you can get off your chest to Shedeur Sanders before he goes out for what I believe to be his biggest game of his NFL career, what would you tell Shedeur Sanders? We'll have that for you. Plus, we'll talk a few of these games. We're not doing X's and O's on preseason games, but we'll give you some moments, some storylines from week 2 of the preseason, including from Fernando Mendoza, takeaways from that, and we'll preview some of the games coming up over the weekend. This is Football Friday. We got you covered. Myself, Eli Moon, you'll get to see him throughout this hour as well. More right after the break.
Dine, drink, and dance at the premier spot in town. It's time to check out all of what our friends over at the Brothers Lounge have to offer. Everything from weekly live entertainment, a wide variety of different beers, wines, and spirits, and an expertly crafted American fare menu with a twist courtesy of Chef Wynn that'll make your mouth water. So, what are you waiting for? Head over to the Brothers Lounge at 11609 Detroit Road or check out their website, brotherslounge.com, to learn more about what you've been missing out on. Brothers Lounge, proud sponsor of the InsideEdge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Whether searching for a baseball autograph by your favorite World Series slugger, a signed football by an iconic Hall of Famer, or the jersey of a world-famous soccer star, you've come to the right place. Here at sportsmemorabilia.com, the web's leading source for authentic sports memorabilia, you'll find more than 500,000 authentic products from nearly every professional sports league, team, and players. Not only will you find your next prized sports possession with ease, thanks to superb customer service and tremendous site experience, you'll have satisfaction and peace of mind that every product listed comes complete with a certificate of authenticity and is fully backed by the sportsmemorabilia.com lifetime authenticity guarantee. Check out sportsmemorabilia.com by heading over to the partners page on our website, InsideEdgeNetwork.com. SportsMemorabilia.com, a proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Discover our collection of handcrafted body mists made with clean, minimal ingredients. They offer a natural alternative to synthetic fragrances, perfect for sensitive skin and those seeking clean, mindful self-care, and the perfect gift for you and your special someone. Learn more about all Alley Rose Fragrances has to offer right now by clicking the link on our partner page at InsideEdgeNetwork.com. First-time customers use that promo code InsideEdge20 to receive 20% off your order. AlleyRoseFragrances.com, a proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Mosser Moments Photography is a husband and wife wedding photography team based in Cleveland, owned and operated by Inside Edge Network's very own Ryan Mosser and his wife Hallie. For the past 10 years, they've captured more than 100 weddings across Northeast Ohio and beyond, always working together as a true two-person team. Their style centers on authentic, emotional storytelling, documenting the real moments between two people in love and creating images that feel natural, comfortable, and true to the couple. Rooted in Northeast Ohio, but inspired by their travels, Ryan and Hallie bring a warm, personal approach to every wedding day. Their work blends experience, consistency, and a genuine passion for helping couples relive their best day through timeless photography. Learn more by checking out Mosser Moments Photography's link on our partners page at the InsideEdgeNetwork.com website. Mosser Moments Photography, a proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Find us on InsideEdgeNetwork.com for the latest information on your favorite shows, personalities, and network partners. Plus, we have a merch shop. That's right, we have network polos, t-shirts, champion jackets, hats, and bottles. Rep the network. Every purchase supports independent sports and entertainment media. Thank you for your support from all of us here at the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader for news, talk, sports, entertainment, and mental health.
This is Midnight Run on the Inside Edge Network. Here's your host, Anthony Alford.
All right, folks, welcome back to Midnight Run here on the Inside Edge Network. Coming up in about 10 minutes. 10 minutes from now, we'll get into our NFL round table. Myself and Eli Moon, we will get into some storylines. You know, the big ones going into this weekend, and things like that across the league. If you missed it just a few minutes ago, Nick Chubb announced his retirement. In my last segment, we talked about it. Inside Edge Primetime, Eli Moon and Chad Bryant, they talked about it. And you can check that out, of course, when this stream's done, get our reaction to the Nick Chubb retirement news. Okay. This is actually, I'm going to get Eli on the screen right now because I want his thoughts, his input on this question about Shedeur Sanders. Because about 12 hours from now, Shedeur Sanders is going to take the field. Now, again, I know it's preseason, but the stakes are extremely high, in particular for Shedeur Sanders. If Shedeur Sanders, let me just set the scene. Let me set the scene for what Eli and Cloutier, because I found out Eli's going to the game.
Yeah, I found out just a few hours ago before I got on air.
So let's set the scene for what possibly is going to happen, right?
Yep.
Shedeur Sanders is scheduled to start, barring any crazy breaking news, he's scheduled to start the first two quarters. I believe the plan is still for Deshaun to take the third quarter and then Dylan Gabriel to take the fourth. And I believe Eli is checking to see if that is still the expected assignment. But we know Shedeur is going to play tomorrow. We know Shedeur is beloved by us here in Cleveland, the home fans. And he's going to have the utmost support when he steps out onto the field. But we also know that if Shedeur does not come through, if he does not separate himself in this competition, for all intents and purposes, the QB competition is over. Deshaun Watson will most likely be named the starter on Monday or Tuesday for week 1.
Yeah.
So my question, I'll go first here. My question, for the room, if you had 60 seconds with Shedeur Sanders before he stepped onto the field, what would you tell him? And I would tell him, I'm like, look, Shedeur, you got a whole city that loves you. You got a whole city that adores you. You got a whole city that rock with you right now, that believe in you. They want you to do this. But Shedeur, at the same time, you got to think about not only your legacy, you got to think about the bloodline. You got to think about the future generations, putting food on the table for the bloodline.
Yeah.
This is your opportunity here. If you can get everyone to elevate, dude, this could be the turning point where you go from being comfortable and being okay to being the man and doing this. Shedeur, go out there and make this happen. You know what you could do. Lock in. Focus. Do not take a play off. Lock in and focus. Be razor sharp. Do your thing. But be focused. And if you do that, then everything that you have coming to you in a positive way is going to come. But you got to lock in and focus. Can you do that for me, Shedeur Sanders? Focus. That's what I would tell Shedeur if I had a minute with him.
Good job. Well, I like that, Coach Double A. That was very strong. I appreciate that. I think mine would be a little simple, though. You know, and I like the motivation, the inspiration. But this is a guy in Shedeur Sanders that he knows what's at stake here. He's no rookie to the NFL, and he's a second-year player, so he's actually no rookie at all to the NFL. His family, his legacy's been there. So my 60 seconds may be cut in 30 seconds. I'd ask Shedeur Sanders, hey, Shedeur, do you want to be Jake Fromm? Do you want to be Nathan Peterman? Those are 2 fifth-round draft picks that didn't turn out to be anything. They had a lot of hype going into the draft, just like you did, and for one reason or another, they fell, especially Peterman, falling to the 5th round. Do you want to be Jake Fromm, Nathan Peterman, AJ Feely? Do you want to be one of those guys? Or do you want to be Tom Brady, Brock Purdy, some of these late-round picks, even the guys that slept farther than they should have, Russell Wilson? You think of these names, so what side of the history book do you want to be on? The guys that got drafted in the later rounds and didn't pan out? Or the guys that made every NFL team regret that they didn't draft them in the 1st round, where you were being projected to be drafted at? But make no mistakes, if you don't do this correctly today or tomorrow, whatever, at Saturday at 1 p.m., if you don't get it done, then you can't be frustrated at anybody but yourself, because you've been given more opportunities than a lot of late-round picks, and this is your time to shine, or potentially your last shot to lead the orange or brown.
That was good. That was real good.
Thank you. Thank you.
Do it right, or you suck. No, I'm kidding.
Yeah. Get the ball in the end zone.
You put the ball in the hole. You shoot it and you. Oh, wrong sport. That's
If you just throw 95 miles per hour. Oh.
If you drive with your swing. Actually, another team needs to hear this. If you drive with your swing, with your bat.
Yeah. Miss, don't high stick. Do not do a high stick. Oh.
Oh, man. Guardians of winter. Folks, on Fridays, I might be a little slap happy. It's okay.
It's okay, though, because, I mean, I got to be honest. Before we get into, I know we got NFL Roundtable coming up, some more Browns talk here. Got to be honest. I got a chance, like I said, was manning the ship here for the InsideEdge Network. InsideEdge Network tonight. I know Fridays are going to be you're running from wherever city you're in, and tonight, you know, over there in West G. I thought it was real cool. I got to hear some of you, Kyle and you, and do your thing, and it was a really interesting game, man. You know, this high school football focus and you know football focus as a whole is real cool on Fridays. I think a lot of people are gonna enjoy it though, because I enjoyed it. I got to hear some of the game, and I mean there was a chance there. I heard it on the broadcast. It was 20-0, but there was an opportunity in the midway through the 3rd to break through for Fairview, maybe get a defensive stop and get a score before the end of the quarter. But West G, man, their defense they attack. So I just wanted to note, my first presence on Midnight Run tonight. I just wanted to say I really noticed the West G defense just really attacking. It was like always like 8 to 9 guys in that same part of the field.
Yeah, they attacked really, and I know early on Fairview. I know you're going to open up the playbook, but yeah, Fairview could not really get much of anything going offensively just because West G they were swarming. But the first half, that's why I wanted to ask Dom about, week 1 jitters and things. Cause that first half, so many penalties from West G, so many penalties. Yeah. And again, it's not a West G Fairview thing. I've seen this, I've done CVC TV now for 21, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh my goodness, my 6th season.
Let's go. You're like when Booker T turned from 5-time to 6-time. The 6th time. World champion. Come on, man. Let's go.
6 years of doing CVC football, and then even before that, in studio working with OMS, at our previous station. But usually week 1 is synonymous with like a few different things, but it translates in every game.
Yeah.
Penalties due to misalignment, false starts, not no accounts, things like that, encroachments, and cramping.
Yeah. I mean, are we going to see hydration breaks at any point ever in football? I mean, obviously you have your timeouts and whatnot, but I know it's a far-fetched thing, and I'm kind of half joking when I say that, but you saw the game plan had changed for soccer, where they didn't have to expend the timeouts, they had those hydration breaks. Do you wonder at the lower levels, even at high school, maybe they start thinking about doing that so the coaches can still use their timeouts to properly coach the players and they still get a hydration break? Like I said, probably far-fetched, but just a thought.
Well, I will give you this. We would have to fine-tune the idea. It's not a horrible idea. We would have to fine-tune it. I do think the NFL, I would say no. Because the NFL, there are like 3,000 commercial breaks.
Correct.
So the NFL, I would shut it down. High school, though, you don't get those commercial breaks.
That's what I'm saying. I feel like that level.
It's continuous. The game, if it's a running game, I mean, we had injuries, so it lasted a little bit longer. But I've done high school football games that have lasted just over 2 hours.
Right. Yeah,
it's not even like they don't have the speed of the game problem, but I think it's an interesting concept. Now, I wonder if we were to poll coaches, or if there's any coach watching us right now, assistant, whoever, or players. I do wonder, would you need those hydration breaks deep in the fall when it starts snowing?
True. I mean, it's interesting, but maybe, I just wonder, and obviously the OHSAA and other organizations across the United States are always going to look into like the health of student athletes, right, in high school here. So I wonder, you maybe turn that into a warming station, something to protect the elements, just because, I mean, these are high school kids. So at the end of the day, you don't want, we've heard scary stories in the past of football players passing out on the field or whatnot, or, just not having the proper equipment or whatever to battle the elements. I wonder, I mean, like I said, far-fetched AA, but I wonder in the future to protect the students if they do that and adopt almost a FIFA-like mindset.
I don't think it's as far-fetched as you believe it could be.
Okay.
I think there's something there. And we got to remember too, in a lot of cases with high school players, especially with like the conference that I cover, and the great conference, the Grand Valley Conference, but especially the football that I cover, a lot of those kids play both ways just due to roster size.
True.
So a lot of those kids, they're on the field on offense, defense, and
Absolutely.
specialty. Hold on, give me 2 seconds. Hold on.
Yep, absolutely.
So let me pull the roster. I'm not mentioning names here, but let me look here.
Yeah, understood. Like looking
because
for
I think because all right. Yeah, a good chunk of these kids was on the field almost the entirety of the game. Offense, defense, and a good chunk of the special teams.
Right. So you think about that, and then maybe multi-sport athletes too. You can make that argument too. If they're doing a football game on Friday night and then they have a soccer game Saturday afternoon or something, depending on how the schools line it up, it's just a lot of running around. I mean, look, I'm all about the kids being healthy and about the future generations and whatnot, but I also think that you will see maybe a discussion about it, whether it's received well by coaches or the body, the board, whatever. That's to be discussed. But I do think FIFA, not to pivot to soccer from this is a football Friday, but the American Football Friday.
Still fits within the framework of our football, I guess.
Exactly. I think FIFA may have opened up a door for football and other discussions for other sports in terms of hydration, keeping warm in crazy games. Will true football fans and like gritty people like it? No, because they'll be like, come on, why do they need hydration? Doing during the timeouts or whatnot. But we also have a ton of more research on things. Health and stuff has become more of a focus in sports. I think, it could be a discussion maybe in the next few years to 5 years.
I think that is something. We lucked out today across Northeast Ohio because it wasn't 90 plus degrees. Right. It was only, by the time kickoff happened, it was like 73, 72 degrees. Yeah. So it was a little bit cooler. But again, when you're on that field, when you're on the field, full pads, full speed, game speed for 48 minutes, it's a different beast. Like no practice, there is no lick of practice, no scrimmage can prepare you for playing those minutes if you're not used to it.
No, I agree. It'll be interesting. I'm always thinking in terms of like the safety precautions, things going on. You know, I'd be curious what could happen for football in terms of more safety things. You know, at the NFL level, we've seen the Guardian helmets. We've seen things being addressed for concussion protocol and things like that. I just wonder. I'm always a curious guy, Double. You know me.
Yeah. One other thing too, just an observation.
Yeah.
It's amazing. I'm not. It's just funny to me. It's not. Nothing should change here. I always find it funny every single year. I looked at Kyle. I'm like, and I looked at our CVC TV crew, our LPV Productions, Peter Tellup, the entire crew there, Max, Locke, Joey, and Jacob, and Spencer. I'm like, I looked at our crew. I'm like, you know the songs that are popular now with kids were popular when we were in school?
Are you talking
the same songs?
Like the marching band?
No, like not like the marching band. I mean, like, you know, playing over the PA system and the student sections going ham.
Okay.
They're going ham to, like, you know, Kanye, going ham to like some of these other songs that like we liked when we were growing up.
Goodness. Well, that just means we had great taste in music. We pushed the music forward to the next generation, Stubbly. I mean, we should give ourselves a pat on the back. We don't usually do that, but you know what? We've helped impact future generations with music taste. And look at that. We
probably
to change
should. Yeah, we probably should.
Yeah.
All right, folks, let's burn our last break right now, because when we come back, we'll do our roundtable. A couple critical storylines to get into. Of course, Mendoza. We'll talk a little bit about him. He threw a pick six, but again, talking about the speed of the game. We talked about the high school stuff. Same thing with guys going from college to the pros. So we'll talk about that. We got a few other highlights. Geno Smith had a good showing, so we'll get into that. Sure, that makes Eli proud. And we'll get into what to expect from the Saturday slate. Loaded Saturday slate. A lot of stuff going on with the NFL roundtable. We'll have that for you. Plus, I got to load it in the system. We got a new installment of Smash or Pass. Now, today's Smash or Pass has a lot to live up to. Didn't do it. We'll get to it all coming up right after this. You are watching Midnight Run. My name's Anthony Alford. Glad you're back here with us. One final segment. You're hanging with us on a Friday night. Thank you. Seriously, thank you for hanging with us here on a Friday night. We are not going anywhere. We'll be with you each and every single weeknight right here on the Inside Edge Network. We'll be right back.
Looking for an iconic Cleveland music venue that features premier entertainment, spirits, and food? Well, look no further than the Brothers Lounge. They offer a variety of live entertainment acts weekly, along with a diverse selection of beer, wine, and fine spirits, not to mention Chef Wynn's food menu, which has been crafted with traditional American fare with a modern twist. So come on out and enjoy the warm hospitality and make some new friends right here in your backyard. For more information, head over to brotherslounge.com and check them out for yourself at 11609 Detroit Road. That's right near the border of Cleveland and Lakewood. The Brothers Lounge, proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader.
Key On Sports is the leader in Ohio high school athletic coverage in written, print, and video streaming. From the latest news and results and written content to the high school football game of the week every Friday, Key On Sports has you covered. The vision of 15-time published author Vince McKee has become the most trusted site in Ohio high school athletic news. From podcasts to player profiles, Key On Sports is your one-stop for all of it. Visit them today at keyonsports.com or on YouTube at Key On Sports. Check out their socials on Twitter and Facebook as well.
Please support the new Inside Edge Network by liking, subscribing, and following us on your favorite social media platforms. It's at Inside Edge Net across Facebook, TikTok, YouTube, X, and IG. And don't forget to download our new app over on Roku. And as always, thank you for supporting your favorite shows on the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader for news, talk, sports, entertainment, and mental health. Fanatics isn't just our name, it's who we are. Loyal, passionate fans, dedicated to our favorite teams and to the sports we love. That's why we're honored to be able to offer fans the world's largest collection of official sports apparel and sports jerseys from all leagues, teams, and players you love. We feature a wide selection of gear from every league, including the NFL, MLB, NBA, NHL, and NCAA merchandise, which allows us to serve fans of football, baseball, hockey, basketball, lacrosse, soccer, golf, and everything else that gets your heart pumping. Go to InsideEdgeNetwork.com under our Partners section to find our link to check out all of what Fanatics has to offer. Fanatics, a proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Clean energy, bold flavors, no jitters. See why people won't shut up about Dubby. Whether you're starting your workday or getting ready to exercise, Dubby Energy helps you lock in and focus. Over 15 different flavors to choose from. Order Dubby Energy right now and find out more information by checking out our partners page on InsideEdgeNetwork.com. Also, use that promo code InsideEdge10 to receive 10% off your order. Dubby Energy, your energy-focused sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Discover our collection of handcrafted candles made with clean, minimal ingredients. Every product thoughtfully created in small batches, free from harmful toxins for mindful everyday indulgence. Imported coconut soy wax with natural wood wicks to offer long-lasting burn and rich fragrance. Find out more about Alley Rose Fragrances by checking out their link on our partners page at InsideEdgeNetwork.com. And if you're a first-time customer, use the promo code InsideEdge20 to receive 20% off your order. AlleyRoseFragrances.com, a proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader.
This is Midnight Run on the Inside Edge Network. Here's your host, Anthony Alford.
All right, folks, welcome back into Midnight Run here on the Inside Edge Network. If you're just joining us, remember to like and subscribe at Inside Edge Net across all of our social media platforms. We got programming each and every single day right here on the network. We got our website, InsideEdgeNetwork.com, and I didn't grab it. It's where it belongs. It's on the couch, my Roku. Better get that app. You better get it. Better get that app. Inside Edge Network on the Roku. A lot of good stuff, man. A lot of good stuff. All right, Eli. Let's get to our round. Coming up, by the way, before we end the show, we have 2 entries into Smash or Pass. 2. Now, one is a little bit more of a challenge. That'll be at the very end of the show. We'll do a straight up Smash or Pass, and then we'll do a challenge at the end of the show.
I love a good challenge. I
don't know if you'll love this one.
Oh God! If it's anything close to Cheese Whiz and the dogs,
No.
Okay.
No, it's good stuff, but the problem's gonna be you're gonna have to take some things off the plate.
Oh, so it's kind of like a yesterday type of deal.
Yeah,
okay.
you might have to take some things off the plate.
Okay.
So,
all right.
We'll get after it. All right. When we do this in the regular season, we'll actually dedicate more time to the scoreboard.
Yes.
But it's preseason. It doesn't need any longer than 6 minutes. So,
Okay.
So, you know what I mean? Like it's preseason.
Yeah.
Let's start with Fernando Mendoza. Mendoza first off, he called Joe Buck Mr. Buck. Kudos to him.
Yes.
That was a cool
your
moment.
elders. Yeah.
That was a cool moment, man. But at the same time, Mr. Factory Settings himself, Fernando Mendoza. I hate to say it. But what can he learn? He had the pick 6. He did mention, hey, there's some mistakes that I made. I got to pick up on the speed of the game. What lessons can you take away from Mendoza?
Yeah, I think there's a few things, Double A. I mean, let's not forget that, week one he had a strong performance, got a touchdown in his debut for preseason, but week two wasn't as pretty, less than 100 yards passing. You're not going to look for necessarily mind-blowing stats when it comes to these NFL preseason games, but what you are looking for is some productivity. He was 10 of 16, so nothing crazy in terms of like incompletion or accuracy issues rather. But, 10 to 16, I think it was 87, 89 yards, something along the lines of that, and an interception. To your point, a pick six. And that's not going to cut it, but that's the same reason they're having these discussions in Vegas about Kirk Cousins. That's why you brought him in on that lofty one-year deal, because you want him to play as much as he can to show Mendoza what it's like to be a pro, and there's not going to be a controversy because Kirk Cousins, at the end of his career, last couple of years, I'd imagine, of his NFL career, he's kind of just ushering the way for Mendoza. They get along. That quarterback room seems good. So, I mean, like he said, he's got to learn a lot to learn. And another thing to keep in mind, this is a loaded offense on the Raiders in terms of their offense. When the season starts up, Brock Bowers at tight end. Of course, in the backfield, you have Ashton Jeanty, and they have a restored offensive line. But receiver-wise, Trey Tucker, Jalen Naylor, those are your starting wide receivers for the Vegas Raiders, the Las Vegas Raiders. So regardless of if it's Cousins or Mendoza out there, I'm curious. We talk all the time about wide receiver rooms. I'm curious what Vegas's wide receiver room looks like. Are they going to have a New England type of vibe where there's not really a star there, but they're just consistently improving? Or is it going to be, man, the tight end Bowers is phenomenal, Jainty's great, we just can't throw it to the wide out? So I think that's something to monitor as well, and I think Vegas is aware of that they aren't all the way put together offensively. And as Mendoza showed you on yesterday, right? He showed you that he's not all the way there yet. He's still learning the game. So we'll keep an eye on Mendoza, but I'm not too concerned. There's no panic or anything. I think he'll be fine.
There's a topic that we don't have time for at this moment, but I think both of our shows are going to hit on at some point early next week.
Yeah.
Did you hear the news about C.J. Stroud and what he could be looking for with his contract?
Yeah. There's yeah. I don't know. We don't really like contracts with those that much going on. I mean, we still have the worries of Deshaun Watson. We're still getting over that, man. So I don't know.
So according to the streets and sources,
yeah,
the Texans are willing to pay Stroud. This is last year of his deal with Houston.
Right.
They're willing to pay Stroud $50 to $60 million in that range.
Dude,
CJ wants 70.
70 mil is crazy per year.
That
is
is
insane.
Crazy work.
Insane. So that's a 3-year deal makes it, quick math, $210 million. I mean, that's insane, bro. I mean, nobody's doing that. Nobody's inking CJ Stroud because most of these contracts, when you get that extension, it's not going to be just usually a 2 or 3. It's usually a 4-year deal. So you're telling me they're going to pay CJ Stroud close to $280 million per year? That's more than Deshaun Watson got here in Cleveland. That's more than other quarterbacks have got in their respective franchises. And yes, CJ Stroud's been to the playoffs multiple times. I get that. They actually showed the stat. DeMeco Ryans and CJ Stroud, since DeMeco got there, they've lost in the playoffs in the divisional round every single year the last 3 years they've been there. So last year, their best year under Ryans, 12-5. But you could argue it was one of CJ Stroud's worst years as a pro. He was a little bit more costly with the turnovers. He wasn't really standoutish when it came to throwing the ball and just out-duking other quarterbacks and other offenses. And, you wonder, and, he continually always has receiver depth problems. And now you see it already again, starting with Houston a little bit here. So I'm just curious how CJ Stroud's going to rebound, and I believe that if he can, Houston can be a big problem. But if he doesn't, Houston's in a big problem because he was the big catalyst why they couldn't get any further last year. Yeah. Houston's defense whooped on Pittsburgh. And I know Rob's somewhere like, shut up, Eli, but they whooped on Pittsburgh.
Well, he even Rob would tell you that's exactly what happened.
I know. He just, his Steelers fandom may show a little bit, but regardless, they whooped on the Steelers AA, and then the Patriots. That wasn't as far-fetched of a, score, like a bad score, I guess. It wasn't out of reach for Houston. It was 28-16. And there was a few turnovers by C.J. Stroud, especially in the first half, that really put them away, and New England had that momentum. So, long story short, if C.J. Stroud can get his boop together, then I think Houston's probably a top 3 team in the AFC based off that defense.
Well, and also to keep in mind, too, if Houston, take a look at that receiving core in that room. Is, again, me personally, I'm rooting for Tank Dell to get back in and elevate himself. But, that's that injury, we'll have to see. More on C.J. Stroud in a more expanded segment next week. I think on both of our shows at some point.
Yeah.
Speaking of Ohio State quarterbacks, I wanted to get this in real quick, although I don't feel good to say this. Will Howard for the Steelers, 10 of 15, 2 picks.
Yeah.
Drew Aller looked great. Cleveland's own, Medina's own. I shouldn't say looked great, but he was 11 of 23, 110 yards. It wasn't that historic performance from last week's preseason game, but decent.
Yeah.
I know you want to talk about Geno Smith. He was 7 of 7.
Damn.
And a touchdown. Go ahead.
I mean, look, real quickly on Pittsburgh, since you brought them up as well.
Go ahead.
I think for Howard, the only point I have on this, I think Will Howard is single-handedly playing himself out of any consideration for the future of the Steelers' job. He wasn't like super electric in the preseason last year. This is now a year where Drew Aller comes into the fold. A lot of praise for Drew Aller. I know Kyle on Unfiltered, obviously 9 p.m. here. We're starting. I mean, it's already started, but it's back Monday through Friday, of course, with all the evening stream. But with that being said, Kyle was big on Drew Aller, AA, and his arm and his athleticism. You're starting to see that already. Not super consistent accuracy-wise throughout the first 2 games, measuring them up against each other. But I think he's in the driver's seat right now in terms of being the future for the Steelers quarterback position. So that scares me a little bit. Now, Geno Smith, I'm glad you asked. The Jets, man. Did I tell you? The Jets are going to be a problem this year, man. Geno Smith is near the end of his career. Let's be honest with ourselves here. This is a guy that's had stops, obviously starting in New York, had a few, stops along the way, including, Seattle, where he told them that, they wrote me, but I didn't write back. He's not really concerned about the critics. Had some really fun years, or a year rather, in Seattle. The second year, it just kind of unraveled. You get to Vegas, after the fact, and okay, it wasn't what you had hoped in Vegas. It was rough. After, 5 seasons in Seattle. Like I said, not bad the first 2 or 3 of them, but it feels like a blink of an eye because they didn't get to where Seattle wanted to get to, which is a Super Bowl, which they did with Darnold. All that to be said, the Jets have Garrett Wilson, who's sick and tired of losing at receiver. They have Breece Hall, who inked an extension at running back for the Jets, and he suffered a groin injury, but he's okay. He's good to go, it seems, for the Jets. You have those 2 guys that have witnessed a lot of losing already. And now you have Geno Smith, who witnessed a lot of losing his first time in New York and has something to prove. When Las Vegas said, we are cool, we're going to draft Mendoza, and we don't want you to be the veteran. We want Kirk Cousins to be the veteran. With all that being said, those guys having something to prove. Aaron Glenn, the only guy remaining on that coaching staff after they got rid of damn near everybody, cleaned house. I believe that the Jets have a something to prove mindset, AA. And again, I believe that AFC East is not going to be as pretty as it has been in years past in terms of the Patriots whooping everybody's behind. I don't think so. I think the Patriots finished worse in that, the worst team in that division. I think that's New England. And then you have, of course, Miami, and you have Buffalo. Buffalo is going to be interesting with Joe Brady. Now, Miami, I don't know. It's all up to Malik Willis and how they look. Of course, you have Mike LaFleur. We gotta really be specific here with the LaFleurs and the Loves and all that. But LaFleur has Malik Willis, and he believes in Malik Willis a ton in Green Bay. Or in Green Bay, he believed in him. So of course he believes in him in Miami. Combo package. Miami's gonna be that wild card. I think New England's just gonna stink, to be honest. I think the AJ Brown stuff's gonna be rough, which opens the door for a Jets sneaking in as a wild card team. Maybe snagging the division over Buffalo. Maybe.
Oh my man.
I'm just saying.
You lucky I don't have the energy on Friday to.
Yeah,
really.
This is like
you are so lucky.
This is like a third round of a UFC fight, like a championship fight, and you're like, all right, I don't got as much wind as I did in the first round. I'm just taking a few body jabs.
No, because half the stuff you just said was BS, but I don't have any lick of energy. Miami could potentially be a surprise.
Maybe. I mean, just under Malik Willis, man. Let's not forget, this is a guy that had to work with a lot of injuries in Green Bay. That receiver room was never fully healthy. They were missing guys at times. Jaden Reed missed some time last year. I believe Dontavian Wicks missed some time last year. He was never at full strength, AA. And even Josh Jacobs, he had a good year, but it wasn't like electrifying. So I believe Malik Willis showed you at least a glimpse of it. I'm not saying they make the playoffs. I think they could be interesting, though. A team that maybe wins 7 games, 8 games, and if they play their cards right, could sneak in there. But I really think there's a 2-dog race in the AFC East. It's Buffalo and it's New York Jets.
Loaded schedule tomorrow with the preseason.
Yes.
Sunday will be interesting with the Seahawks on the road against Tennessee. That's a nationally televised game on Sunday night. One little nugget to report. Adam Schefter, this broke. I mean, it's not breaking news, but this happened a couple hours ago. Adam Schefter reporting that Patrick Mahomes is on track to play in week one against the Denver Broncos. He has, let me see here. According to Shefty, Mahomes has cleared every hurdle in training camp this summer. He has missed 0 reps and reportedly looks strong on the practice field.
Yeah. Yeah, it's interesting, Double A. Modern medicine's insane, first off, and surgeries and what the doctor's able to do. So kudos to all the doctors that worked on the injury. But I've been mentioning this a little bit on Main Event. I've been mentioning it on Prime Time. Even I think on Midnight Run a few times, where don't be surprised to see Patrick Mahomes in week 1. I said at the latest week 3. This is a guy they were already, saying he's clearing expectations in the first few months after the surgery. So I feel pretty good for Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs. I think the Broncos are the team that honestly benefits the least from this, right? I mean, all the AFC benefits the least, but the least is the Denver Broncos. This is a team that, they thought maybe Mahomes would be out 5-6 games and get a good lead in the AFC West, maybe secure the number 1 seed, be in a good spot with Bo Nix. Nope. Patrick Mahomes is back. The Chiefs are going to be a team that you really, really are not going to want to see on your schedule. I know, okay, it's the Chiefs, but no, this is a different Chiefs team. They're counting out Mahomes. They've counted out Andy Reid. The murmurs of if he still got it after some of these Super Bowl appearances and wins. Travis Kelce, his life after marriage, him mailing it in. He did sign an extension, but what's that going to look like? I mean, you have so much with Kansas City AA, so I'm curious there as well. You mentioned Seattle. I know we got to pivot here in a second, but you mentioned Seattle. The biggest thing with the Seahawks, what is that running game going to look like?
Yes, that's it. I'm glad you brought that up.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
What's your thoughts on the running game?
You got Zach Charbonnet coming back from injury. You kind of see how they bring him along, right? And Kenneth Walker. Talk about the Chiefs. Kenneth Walker is the new running back in Kansas City. And this is a guy that's
Kansas City, and I believe Charbonnet, I don't think he's going to be cleared.
Correct.
Until like December.
Yeah, he's recovering from a torn ACL in his left knee. He had the surgery in February, so right now he's on the active or the physically unable. Not active. The physically unable to perform list.
Yeah, because did he tear his ACL in the Super Bowl?
Correct. In the divisional playoff round, but correct, that postseason run. Yeah, but still long enough, late enough in the season where Mike McDonald's talking here and just reading this from NBC Sports. He's not ruled out a relatively early return, but it seems like he's at least going to miss a few weeks going into it. And Kenneth Walker, think about that. Super Bowl MVP, and they still don't want to pay the running backs. I mean, the guy, I get his health was a concern, but now you're going into a season without him, without Charbonnet to start the year. So you're going to be leaning on some of these other guys in that Seahawks roster, that, I don't know, man. In the NFC West, 2 or 3 games could really make the difference if you're winning the division or your wild card team or even yet missing the playoffs by a game.
Yeah, or you're out. And
right.
None of that was decided, if you remember, until like week 16, week 17. Remember Seattle? Seattle went from a 5 seed hanging on by a thread, and then they were the ones that beat the Rams. They were the ones that beat the Niners. Like, they swept the big teams at the end of the regular season.
Yeah.
Vaulted into that 1 seed. And they were in good shape. All right, we got to move here, but that's roundtable, and we're gonna the way roundtable will work too. When we get to the NFL regular season, we'll go through as many games as we can with that, so you'll have more time, of course, with NFL roundtable. All right, folks, it is Friday. We appreciate you guys being on, and for you guys joining us here on a Friday, we have a double feature for you with Smash or Pass. Now, they're both photos. So we'll go one at a time here because they each need to be deserve to be broken down. Yeah. So let's go to number 1 first.
Okay.
Now that is a fried alligator.
Oh.
Looks very crispy. If Chick-fil-A ever lied to you, you will still eat it. Now, if you didn't know that this is a fried alligator, I've heard from people in the South.
Yeah.
If Shannon Sharp was answering this question, you have no problem saying smash.
Double A.
Could it be extra tender?
what does gator taste like? Like I imagine like a pickle maybe, like a sour like pickle kind of vibe. Like what is?
Oh no.
So here's my problem with this is when I worked for one of the mortgage companies I worked for, they had this day where if you had like the lowest performance you had throughout the certain points of the day, because you worked like 12-hour days, then you had to do a certain challenge. Well, the challenge I lost was you either had to eat alligator or crocodile jerky or kangaroo jerky. Now I didn't have the crocodile or the gator or whatever, so I lost and I got the kangaroo jerky. Brother, let me just tell you. I don't even care that it was an alligator or crocodile. It's close enough in terms of like exotic and crazy that I ate one bite of the kangaroo jerky, tried to eat the second one, and I thought I had tasted fur.
Oh no!
Like kangaroo jack. And I was like, no, what have you done to my friend? And like that's messed up, man. So I'm not an exotic like eats kind of guy, man. Crocodile.
I'm not either. I think my thing from the reviews I've seen. The reviews tell me I would like this. It's a fried alligator. It's savory and mild. Described as a cross between firm white fish and chicken.
Yeah.
With a chewy texture similar to pork or calamari.
Yeah, but that thing's been swimming all in the water and no, it's a pass for me, Dubs. I'm sorry. That's gonna be that's my second pass. No. Well, I did a 75%. No, this is like a full-on pass. Pass for me. How about you?
If I don't gotta pay for it, I'm gonna try it. I will try it.
All right.
I'm gonna say smash. I'm gonna try it. Think about it, though, man. You see, because again, it has all the elements of things that I like. Cajun, like a little spice. It tastes a little bit like chicken and fit. I love both of those. I love all those things.
See, maybe for me, it's like too close to seafood too. It's exotic and it's too close to seafood. I don't do swordfish or none of that.
Oh, so yeah, you're not a seafood person at all, are you?
No. Like I don't do even like tuna. No, like swordfish. No, anything.
Well, I don't do tuna. I hate tuna.
Okay, well, but any of it, like shrimp, no. Lobster, no. Crab, no. Yeah.
Are you kidding me?
No, I'm so serious.
Man, they're at their best when they're still alive. You grab that sucker, you just
don't get on me.
Then you put it in your mouth, man. Come on, man.
Don't get on me. You literally have said you don't like ketchup and mustard. If we want to start a debate,
I don't.
Okay,
I don't.
Let's not do this at 1 a.m. on a Friday. You gotta. All right. We all got another one.
Voice. I do not like ketchup and mustard. You ain't changing my mind, and I don't care that I like spaghetti. I still don't like ketchup and mustard.
Okay. All right.
You know what? Hold on. Put the first one back up again. Yeah. We have one more look at it.
Dubs. It's like I don't know.
What if
I don't know?
There's got to hold on.
You gotta find a video.
Hold on.
Fried alligator.
One here.
Just for reference, folks, while Double's looking that up, this was ours yesterday. We went from this, I was like, maybe not the mayo, to this. Alligator. This is why you tune in for Smash or Pass. I mean, the whole stream starts at 8 p.m., of course, but my goodness, this is why you stay to the end, because
what if
stuff like this.
What if that was on yesterday's sandwich?
Absolutely not. That it's a total pass. It's a total pass. It's a total pass. Absolutely not, bro. Absolutely not. And if they don't put it in the description that gator is there, then we're gonna have some different discussions about why the heck I just ate gator and didn't know.
You know what? I'm being definitive of Smash. I'm seeing too many good reviews.
Goodness.
Smash.
Okay. All right. We're gonna have to figure it out. There's gotta be a spot that makes gator, like fried gator or something. We gotta look into it and see if we can.
I think I'm not gonna mention it on the air, but I think I found a spot.
Okay. You gotta try
a spot that you should go to.
Yes.
Before we get to our final one, it's the Brothers Lounge. Brothers Lounge is the place to be each and every single day.
Yes.
And I mean, if you don't even have to go there every day to drink.
Right.
Go there to enjoy shows. Go there to enjoy music. Open mic night, talent shows, things like that. The Brothers Lounge. But if you just happen to order some food, you're gonna love it. Chef Wynn, he has you covered. He has you covered. Everyone there at the Brothers Lounge is fantastic. You see the address right there, 11609 Detroit Avenue in Cleveland, Ohio. 11609 Detroit Avenue. Again, that's Interstate 90, West 117th exit. You see Detroit, boom, right there. Right in that corner, you see the marquee, Brothers Lounge. You see the marquee every time we play the commercial. It's
Yes.
that light. I'm not kidding. It lights up just how you see it in the commercial, the Brothers Lounge. So definitely
love it.
check that out.
I love it, Double A, and I get so excited that you talk about Chef Win and the eats. You can get burgers, wings, nachos, fries, all that great stuff. You talked about the live music and the hospitality. Billy, the owner of Brothers Lounge, and everybody does a great job. It makes it really feel like a family atmosphere when you walk in. And just wanted to mention as well, if you're looking for live music this weekend, they do have a sing-along dinner party at Brothers Lounge tomorrow. That's doors at 6, show at 7, brought to you by Valerie's Dueling Pianos. So if you want to jam out, they do the dueling pianos, the sing-alongs. You can have a good time there, rocking out. And then, of course, you also have, because you have the front stage and the concert hall, you have Lacey Incandescent, A Way of Flying, and Cruz Campo. That is as well. Tickets for the sing-along dinner party, go on to Brothers Lounge at Brothers Lounge on Instagram and social media. They have the QR code to scan for tickets or get in there. Look into more, or you can go to brotherslounge.com. And then, of course, the tickets for tomorrow, if you get them in advance, $8 or $10 at the door for Lacey Incandescent, Cruz Campo, and A Way of Flying. But 2 great shows for you tomorrow on Saturday night. Like Double A mentioned, Chef Win, great food, great eats, great drinks, great music, great hospitality. The Brothers Lounge, title sponsor of the Inside Edge Network.
And we'll have an exciting announcement involving the Brothers Lounge coming up next week here on the Inside Edge Network. Cannot wait to share that with you guys. All right, since you guys are tuning in on a Friday, we go a little overrun, and that's okay because we have one more here for you, a bonus smash or pass. Now, the assignment here is a little bit different, although I have an idea of what Eli's going to select here, but that's okay. I like everything that's on this plate. But let's show it right now. Here is the challenge. If you put it up on the screen, Foodie02.
Yep, I double-clicked the wrong thing, Double A. Don't worry, we're back in the game, buddy.
All right.
We're back in the game.
So, you see there, baked beans, mac and cheese, the way that mac and cheese should be made.
Yeah, you're right.
Medium well, okay, interesting. Shrimp.
Yeah.
Butter.
Yeah, you need that.
And underneath the steak, rice.
Okay.
The assignment here,
yes,
you must remove 2 items from this plate.
Okay, easy enough for me. Does the rice count as an item, or are we keeping the rice separate with the steak?
No, the rice is a separate item.
Okay, all right, well, that's fine. It still makes. I just want to make sure for clarification. Easy for me. Shrimp, I don't like seafood, and baked beans. I'm not a baked beans guy. Don't like baked beans, man. I'm just not. It's not for me, bro. I've been convinced a few times. My mom was like, please, Eli, I make such good baked beans. I said, Mom, I know you cook very, very well. It's just not for me. Pinto beans, other beans, sure. Just not baked beans, Double A. It's an easy answer tonight. You give me an easy one on Friday. Shrimp and baked beans. How about you?
This ain't easy for me.
yeah, I know.
The hell, talk about this is easy. This ain't easy. This is probably one of the hardest things I've ever done on this show. You kidding me? Look at that. Look at every single item. Everything.
Yeah.
I mean, how can you not like shrimp? Shrimp. Look at that. Look at that. No, forget all the shrimp you've had in the past. Look at that one.
It's like chewy consistency, and I don't know.
Man,
I don't know.
Man, what are we doing?
I don't
what are
know.
we doing?
I don't know.
I'm gonna get shrimp at Brothers Lounge.
That's good. That's good, and I'm sure it'll be great because Chef Wynn's making it. But seafood is not my preferred thing. Double A. Look, I know you have an opportunity here to at least save a lot of these items. If you took butter, are we gonna take the butter out?
No, hell no, heck no, no. Got my Bible right here. I can't be doing that no more. No. You can. Let me tell you how important the butter is on this plate. Almost every item on this plate can be dipped in the butter.
Yeah, that's true.
The shrimp, steak.
Yeah.
A little bit of the rice.
Yeah.
The mac and cheese. You could dip that in butter.
Okay. All right. So you're keeping the butter. Okay. All right. Well, dang, I don't know what you're gonna do then.
And then steak is steak.
Steak is steak. Now, medium well, that's cool. I'm okay with medium well. Medium is usually preferred, but I'll take medium well.
I'm medium. It's all chef's choice.
Right.
But medium to medium well, fine.
Yes, correct.
Fine.
Correct. All right. So steak sounds like it's staying.
Mac and cheese in that form is definitely staying.
Yep. All right, dude.
Definitely staying in that form. That's how mac and cheese. That's how you do it.
I feel like you put yourself in a real tough spot here. You have shrimp, baked beans, and rice left to remove. You have to remove two of those.
Shrimp.
Okay,
the proportions. I'm keeping shrimp. You kidding me?
Okay, so you're getting rid of baked beans and rice?
Okay, my mom watches this show. I can't do that.
Yeah, I was like, I don't know, bud.
No,
I don't know.
I can't do that.
You just spent a whole monologue like last week or earlier, excuse me, this week talking about baked beans and how great they are, and you just were like, yeah, baked beans and rice gotta go. I don't know. Maybe revisit that.
No. I didn't say it like that. It's I talk myself into everything else.
Yeah.
Oh,
sure?
man, that
butter. The butter might have to go, Double A, because you like a lot of the food options. You might just have to butterless this thing.
Okay, the baked beans are gone. Baked beans are gone.
Okay.
Baked beans are gone.
Okay.
How good is the rice?
I mean, it's underneath that steak, so you're getting like steak.
Actually, the rice could go too. It's fine.
Okay.
The tricky thing would have been if there were mashed potatoes on this plate.
Oh my goodness. I mean, for you, it would have been tougher. I mean, for me, it still would have been the beans and the shrimp. But if you substituted like baked beans out for mashed potatoes.
Baked beans for mashed potatoes.
That makes it a little tougher on me. I ain't gonna lie. That makes it a lot tougher on me.
Okay, now let me ask you: are your parents sticklers for? Hey, make sure you eat your vegetables.
I mean, growing up and whatnot. I mean, even probably 5-6 years ago. Like, hey, make sure you're getting your vegetable intake. Now it's like, Eli, you figure this bleep out.
Okay.
But my sister Double A doesn't play.
Gotcha.
I mean, yeah.
So here's a tougher question.
Okay.
Sub one of the. I mean, for you, it was probably shrimp. But
yeah.
What vegetable would you put on this plate?
Dang, I'm not gonna lie, man. I think some spinach would go real well on this plate. I think some spinach. You put some butter on it. Maybe you pre-butter it since butter is one of your options. You gotta maybe get ahead of it. But you put some spinach on that plate. You put some salt, some seasoning on it. A heaping pound of spinach. I would smash some spinach. That was like when my mom and dad didn't know what to make in terms of like a vegetable. It was spinach or it was like green beans or peas. Like, and those were my go-tos. And as I've gotten older, corn and stuff like that has definitely made its way more into the mix. And like, all right, corn was underrated growing up. I didn't realize. But no, I would definitely go like a heaping pound of spinach.
I'm not that big of a fan of corn. I wouldn't turn it down, but I'm not that big of a fan of corn.
Yeah.
Unless it's straight up corn on the cob from like the farmer's market.
Correct. Hot right off the grill. Yeah, you put some spray butter or something on it. Oh,
then you butter it up, season it. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Then you got real sweet corn.
Oh, come on, Double A.
That's a real fish fry you should have going into a preseason. That is a real one.
Double A. We do this every night. Why do we choose to end the show? We're both hungry. We raid our fridges overnight.
That's a real one. Now, here's my answer. I have two answers.
Okay.
One could be, honestly, how about spinach dip?
Not a spinach dip.
I don't know if you're a spinach dip kind of fan.
Yeah.
I don't need it with like tomatoes and stuff. Okay. But like, I don't mind. I don't eat everything mixing, but I don't mind mixing food at times. So if I have spinach dip, yeah, get nachos. But even if they're not available, dip the steak in the spinach dip. Dip the shrimp in the spinach dip. You can even mix it up with the butter.
Okay.
You can go. I mean, now mac and cheese and spinach dip, that's too risky. But you can do mac and cheese and butter.
Yeah, true.
You can do that. All right. Now the other one, if you can't do like a whole spinach dip, honestly, Now, I will admit, after you consume this, your bathroom is probably going to smell like an oil change, but asparagus.
Oh, see, and that's so funny you said that. I was talking about my sister earlier. That's like one of her favorite vegetables is asparagus. I can't stand asparagus. I can't stand it. It's like, I don't care how you shape it, salt it, season it, cook it. I just can't, bro.
Does your sister grill it?
Yeah, I think she's done it a few times, and she does her in the oven, and usually puts like oil, like vegetable oil on it, and gets like seasonings all. My sister throws down. I'm not gonna lie. It's just asparagus is a no go for me, bro. It's like I just can't get behind it. Do you like Brussels sprouts? Then I'm assuming you like Brussels sprouts.
No, hell no.
Okay,
no,
okay.
Absolutely not. My rest in heaven, Granny. My mom's mom. She passed away when I was like 8 years old.
Yeah.
But I remember she made Brussels sprouts. I had to sit there. I'm 6, 7 years old, sitting in our kitchen. You can't go outside until you eat your Brussels sprouts. And I'm a young 6, 7 years old. So what do we do with our? What do you do when you have something you don't want to eat? You just sit there.
Yep. No,
you roll that thing like a ball.
Seriously, bro. I mean, there's some veggies you just can't do, man. Just can't do them.
I can't do Brussels sprouts. I don't know. Again, that was when I was 7 or 8 years old. Maybe I could, if you handed it to me now, I'll try it and maybe I'll like it. But some years have passed since then, so no.
Yeah.
What about asparagus?
Yeah.
If it's grilled,
yeah,
I think it has to be grilled. My choice would be asparagus.
Well,
honestly,
yeah.
I gotta talk myself into sweet corn.
That sounds good too. I ain't gonna hold you. That sounds
sweet
good.
Corn it still needs to be on the cob.
Yes,
fresh from the farmer's market.
Yeah, I like that. Well, hey, I think we can maybe get you a meal for next week. We can get you some fried alligator, some Brussels sprouts, maybe some spinach dip.
You gonna leave the Brussels sprouts off the table? You got to try the fried alligator. I think you need to try.
I'm not doing it, Double A. Sorry, I love you. I'm not. I got too many flashbacks from the kangaroo, man. Maybe you can get Chad. Maybe you could get Chad too. Maybe Chad will. He's more the adventurous one of the two of us, I'd say, in terms of exotic eats and things like that.
Way more.
Yeah, so.
Nothing will top. We'll come back for our final thoughts. Nothing, and I mean nothing, tops this.
If you want a sandwich that'll blow your mind, you've got to make this insane shredded beef melt. The best part is it's so easy to make, but it does take some time. Give the chuck roast a nice sear on each side in a hot cast iron and put together the sauce that'll end up being the consomme. You'll find everything in the caption. Blend that well and pour into a slow cooker with the beef for about 4 hours. Once they reach 200 internal, shred them up and get started on the melt. This is one of those sandwiches that fulfills the saying, good things come to those who wait. The flavors in that tender beef matched with melty cheese will take you to another world.
Oh my goodness, there ain't nothing like that brisket sandwich, Double A. That perfect as is. Doesn't need any additives, any sauce, any condiments, anything. I mean, if they had that at Brown Stadium tomorrow, I'd get probably 3 of them. I ain't gonna hold you. I mean, my goodness.
We've done Smash or Pass for about a month now, give or take.
Yeah.
There's been one food item where I've legitimately, every time we've played it, I've been hungry.
Yeah. Dude,
I
feel like all the brisket sandwich in my veins, bro. I feel it. Oh my goodness, Double.
Oh man.
That's the undisputed winner of the week, though. If we're gonna start doing a Smash of the Pass winner of the week, that's the winner of the week.
That's the winner of the week. And no disrespect to the I love cinnamon rolls, strawberry cheesecake cinnamon rolls. I love that. No disrespect. The mozzarella stick sandwich. I know I said pass, but if the cost was a little bit lower, I would buy it.
True.
Give it a shot. And the stuff today, there's something that brisket in a season.
Ooh, and the bread's toasted.
And yes.
And the cheese is all melted on like it's like a natural like melt of the cheese because the hot brisk. Oh my goodness! All right, Double A.
Ladies and gentlemen, Eli and I and our team, we want to thank you guys for tuning in all week long. Seriously, thank you. I don't know how, but you guys like to watch us each and every single day. We had our most viewed week here of live viewing here on the Inside Edge Network. And yesterday's broadcast, yesterday's evening stream was the most watched evening stream or the most watched stream, period.
Yeah.
In Inside Edge Network history. So I want to thank you guys definitely for tuning in and supporting, liking, subscribing. We've gained more followers across the board. Again, Eli, as we say all the time, as we come up on a year of doing this is completely grassroots. Shout out to Peter Tullup for, having this idea, running it, and putting us in place and our team in place of doing this. But it's work. We're having a ton of fun doing it, man.
We sure are. And, we're blessed to have, of course, Peter Tullup, like you mentioned, the owner of the network, Inside Edge Network, the team around us, everybody who does a great job on the daily lineup from Chad, Autumn, Kyle. We see weekly programming. Real Talk with Papa Moon made his evening stream debut tonight with the exclusive look. You'll see that tomorrow at 5 p.m. But Papa Moon, TK Dandridge, Ryan Moster, Kevin Arnold, Robert Zicki. Truly, truly appreciate everybody that is part of the Inside Edge Network. As you heard, that's pretty much everybody. I'm pretty sure I didn't miss a dang name. So that is the core of the Inside Edge Network right now. We are, Double A said, a grassroots organization, a company, a network, and we are continuing to bring you something different every single night. You, the viewer, you, the watcher. Like, we want to bring you the best of sports, entertainment, mental health conversations, news, music, everything in between that. Those pillars create community, which is what we want to do. We'll be out in the community more. We have more news, of course, throughout the rest of the year on that. And we thank you, every single one of you. Whether it's your first time or you've been here before, hello. We appreciate you. We're not going anywhere. In fact, like Double A mentioned, in a few weeks, we'll celebrate our 1-year anniversary. Hopefully, we get some party favors and maybe some hats and, some confetti. But we're excited nonetheless for football season coming up, getting started already with high school football, and so much more. We are blessed, Double A. And I'm blessed that I get to rock with you every single day. I mean, my goodness.
Fun. Yeah, this is fun. I enjoy it. We work hard as quality. Hopefully you guys tune in and you see the work and the quality each and every single night. Now, I have more words, but I'm hungry.
Yes.
So because I'm hungry, this stream is over. We'll see. We'll Real Talk Papa Moon at 5 o'clock. The main event with us and Robert Zicki Sunday night at like 11:50. We'll have. Oh man, there are kids outside right now. It's like 1-something in the morning, and there's
go to bed.
Blasting.
Go to bed.
There's music blasting.
They gotta go to bed.
They need to go to bed.
They gotta go to bed.
They need a brisket.
Oh. Dang.
You also could do that with a fried gator.
All right, Double A. And on a high note,